Chapter 1. After the rain, Qingchuan village had a hint of late autumn coolness. At the entrance of the village, Gu Jiao was running after a man with sweat all over her forehead. The man was none other than the most knowledgeable scholar in town, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin was 18 years old and looked like an elegant man. Gu Jiao had been drooling over him for a long time, but she never had the chance to get close to him. This time, someone told Gu Jiao that young Master Qin had something to do in the village. Gu Jiao didn't even have time to eat and ran outside. However, young Master Qin looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw her. He ran into the carriage like he was reincarnated. Gu Jiao missed and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter around. It was not the first time that Gu Jiao had done something stupid. Every time everyone thought that she could not be any more stupid, she could do something even more stupid. Who was young Master Qin? How could he like her? He should take a piss and look in the mirror. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Yes. His father is a government official and he is a scholar. How could he like a broken shoe? Ugly monster. Little fool. A naughty child grabbed the mud on the ground and threw it at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was so angry that she rushed at the child, but she tripped and fell into the water. At the bottom of the cold lake, the unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes. What happened? Didn't she die when the plane hit an iceberg during a mission? How could she fall into the water? Gu Jiao turned over and swam upstream. However, she didn't know if it was because of the bad fall, but she couldn't exert any strength. When she finally swam ashore, she felt that she was about to collapse. She lay on the cold grass and wiped the water off her face. Then she was stunned. It didn't feel right. She looked at her hands. This was a pair of small hands that belonged to a 14 or 15-year-old. She was already 28 years old. How could she have such small hands? Moreover, as the queen of the Secret Service, she knew how to take care of herself. His hands were covered with frostbite and some parts were even cracked. Soon, Gu Jiao realized that not only had her hands changed, even her clothes and figure had changed. Although she didn't want to admit it, she seemed to have really transmigrated. Gu Jiao went up to the surface of the water to see what she looked like now, but she almost fell into the water. What was that on her face? It was so disgusting. Gu Jiao scooped some water to wash off the low-quality rouge on her face. Who would have thought that she would look even uglier after washing it off? Not only was she sallow and emaciated, but there was also a large red spot on her left cheek that extended to the end of her eye. No wonder she painted herself like a ghost. She wanted to hide her ugliness. Unfortunately, this red spot was too big. No amount of makeup could cover it. In her previous life, Gu Jiao, who would explode for 3 days even if she had a small acne, suddenly had such an ugly face. She couldn't wait to die again. Speaking of which, where is this place? What dynasty is this? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her head. A memory that didn't belong to her surged up like a tidal wave. It turned out that she had transmigrated to a dynasty that didn't exist in history. This village was called Qingchuan Village, and it was located at the foot of Qingchuan Mountain. The original owner's name was also Gu Jiao. She was the only child of the third branch of the Gu family. When old Master Gu was young, he was a scholar. He had passed the imperial exam and later became the village chief of Qingchuan Village. He had been in this position for many years. Qingchuan Village was poor, so there wasn't much money to be made from being a village chief. Old Master Gu had 3 sons and an unmarried daughter. The eldest son, Gu Shunhai, had a son and a daughter with Madame Zhou. The second son, Gu Dalu, had 2 sons with Madame Lu. The first 2 branches were considered prosperous, but when it came to the third branch, it was as if they had been cursed. They couldn't give birth no matter what. Finally they had Gu Jiao, but she was a girl. She was ugly and born stupid. In the words of the village, she was a money-losing good. No, she couldn't be sold even if they paid a high price. Ever since Gu Jiao was born, the third branch didn't have any more children. Rumors began to spread in the village that Gu Jiao was unlucky. That was why all the sons of the third branch were killed. At first, the Gu family only listened and didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until Gu Jiao's parents passed away one after another that the Gu family realized that this child was really a jinx. The Gu family tried to use their connections everywhere to get Gu Jiao married off. The problem was, who would dare to marry her? Coincidentally, one day when Gu Jiao was strolling around the entrance of the village, she met a man who had fainted from hunger. She didn't know why, but she brought him back. If it was someone else who did this, they would definitely be beaten to death by their family. But first, Gu Jiao was a fool and fools love to do stupid things. Second, they were worried that they wouldn't have a place to settle down with Gu Jiao. If they let that man marry her and live alone, wouldn't they be able to get rid of this little jinx? Gu Jiao digested the memories in her head as she walked towards a small, run-down cottage in the west of the village. That was the home she was living in now. Hiss. Halfway there she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head. Gu Jiao raised her hand to touch it. Her hand was covered in blood. She must have hit a rock in the water and cut her head. The amount of blood was quite high, so she had to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Gu Jiao thought as she walked into her yard. Although it was called a courtyard, it was actually just a small open space surrounded by a fence. Apart from the main room, there were a total of 2 rooms in the small hut. The slightly larger room on the east side belonged to Gu Jiao. Sigh, it wasn't even as big as the walk-in closet in her previous life. What a sad transmigration. Gu Jiao sighed as she pushed open the door. However, the moment she stepped over the threshold, she acutely sensed that there was someone in the room. Judging from the breathing, it was a man. The man hid behind the door and tried his best to hold his breath. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a cold smile. She walked into the room casually and slammed the door shut. Almost at the same time, she grabbed the man hiding behind the door and pulled him to the ground. The man was taller than she had imagined. If it was in her previous life, Gu Jiao wouldn't have been afraid of him even if he was taller. However, with this thin and weak body, she had to use her strength and her entire body to pin him down. Speak. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao clearly felt the man's body stiffen. She didn't know why. Gu Jiao, you're crazy. It's me. Knew him? An acquaintance committed the crime? That was even more despicable. Gu Jiao didn't let go of him. Instead, she pressed his hand on top of his head. You. Get down here. The man gritted his teeth and said coldly. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. She had always been the one ordering people around. No one had ever ordered her around. He was sneaking around in her house and was even more arrogant than her after being caught red-handed. If she didn't teach him a lesson, she wouldn't be Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her fist, but her elbow accidentally knocked open the window behind her. The bright light shone in and landed on the man's handsome face. Gu Jiao's eyes widened. Oh my God. This man is too good-looking. Chapter 2. As someone who was obsessed with looks, Gu Jiao had collected many handsome men in her previous life, but she had never seen one. No, it would be more accurate to say that all the handsome men added together couldn't compare to the one in front of her. This person had a very clean face, and the corners of his eyes and brows were exquisite like jade carvings. His eyes were very cold like a bottomless cold lake. His face was sickly pale, but there was a trace of red on his face due to embarrassment, making him look even more attractive. Then there was his age. Rather than calling him a man, Gu Jiao felt that he was more suitable as a young man. Have you seen enough? Xiao Lulang asked through gritted teeth. I haven't seen enough, but... Gu Jiao looked over his body and narrowed her phoenix eyes. I'm afraid I'll crush you. After saying this, Gu Jiao began to act. Even though she had gotten up, her eyes were still glued to his body, rolling around meaningfully. Gu Jiao, you. Xiao Lulang became angry from her gaze. Gu Jiao reached out her hand with a smile. Do you want me to help you? No need. Xiao Yulong's expression was cold as he leaned to the side and stood up with the help of a chair. Then he ignored Gu Jiao and limped out of the room. Gu Jiao finally remembered who he was. It was the previous host's husband, Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang had been picked up by Gu Jiao. After he woke up, the Gu family asked about his situation and found that he was an orphan with nowhere to go. They made a prompt decision to force Xiao Lulang to marry Gu Jiao, saying that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Their daughter saved your life, so why don't the two of you get married to save her reputation? Although it was called marriage, it was more like marrying into the family. The shabby house they were living in was given by the Gu family and the land they farmed was also given by the Gu family. This wasn't because the Gu family was benevolent, but because they wanted to smoothly get rid of Gu Jiao, this little jinx, and not give others a reason to gossip. When Gu Jiao got married, she didn't know that Xiao Lulang was a cripple. After she found out, she began to dislike him and turned her head to be infatuated with the town's little husband Qin. This matter was known by everyone. Xiao Lulang also heard about it, but he didn't get angry at the previous host. The villagers all felt injustice for Xiao Lulang, saying that it was a flower stuck in cow dung. Xiao Lulang was the flower and the cow dung was her. No wonder Xiao Lulang turned a blind eye to her sorry state. The relationship between the two of them was like fire and water. Gu Jiao opened the closet door and planned to change her wet clothes. Then she tore off a piece of cloth to bandage her wound. Sadly, she found that there wasn't a single clean piece of clothing in the closet. Gu Jiao was thinking about whether or not she should go next door and borrow some cloth from her cheap husband. Suddenly, she heard a delicate voice from outside the door. "Big brother Xiao, are you there?" Gu Jiao walked out of the room and saw a small woman wearing a large purple flowery coat. The small woman's hair was combed into a shiny bun and she was wearing makeup. In her arms was a basket. The basket was covered with a flowery cloth, so people couldn't see what was inside. Gu Jiao quickly found this person from the previous host's memories. It was the young widow of Qingchuan village, Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang was their neighbor. She usually liked to go to their house when the previous host wasn't there. Occasionally the previous host would bump into her a few times. The previous host was stupid and suffered a lot under the hands of Xuaningxiang. "Oh, isn't this Ningxiang's sister-in-law? What are you doing in my house in the middle of the day?" Gu Jiao walked out with wet clothes and a head full of blood. Xuaningxiang was startled. After a while she recognized that it was Gu Jiao. She said with disappointment, "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao smiled and knocked on the door. "This is my house. Is it strange to see me? What are you disappointed about?" Xuaningxiang choked. She was obviously disappointed that she didn't see Xiao Lulang. Xuaningxiang looked at Gu Jiao again. This person was still the same person, but she looked a little strange. She was not as wooden as before. Her eyes were full of spirit. Even if her body was wet, she didn't make people feel that she was in a sorry state. Instead, there was an invisible aura around her. She must be seeing things. How could a fool change? Xuaningxiang raised her chin and said, "I'm here to look for Big Brother Xiao." Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "How old are you? You're still calling me Big Brother? I think it's more appropriate to call you Big Aunt." "You." Xuaningxiang was angry. Of course she wasn't old. Compared to Gu Jiao, she was a few years older. "Get out of the way." Xuaningxiang was too lazy to pay attention to her. "What if I don't get out of the way?" Gu Jiao blocked her. Xuaningxiang didn't put Gu Jiao in her eyes at all. She raised her hand and pushed towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao smiled coldly. She grabbed Xuaningxiang's wrist and pulled Xuaningxiang to the ground. Xuaningxiang fell flat on her face along with the basket. She even lost one of her front teeth. Ouch. Gu Jiao shook her head. The small body was really weak. If it was in her previous life, even the agents at the base would lose half their lives from her fall. But now this shrew only lost one of her front teeth. It was really like going back to before liberation. Even her combat strength had been reset. While Gu Jiao was dissatisfied with her fighting strength, she didn't know that Xuaningxiang was in so much pain that tears were coming out of her eyes. This little fool, when did she become so strong? Look at how she fell, even her bones were about to shatter. At this moment Xiao Lulang walked out with a cold expression. Xuaningxiang saw him as if she had seen her savior. She cried weakly, "Big brother Xiao, she bullied me." Gu Jiao said unscrupulously, "So what if she bullied you? If you dare to come to my house again, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Xuaningxiang felt wronged. "Big brother Xiao." Ningxiang saw, "Why are you here?" Xiao Lulang interrupted her. Xuaningxiang was stunned. "Ah? That, last time you helped me read the letter. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Didn't you run out of food at home? I dug up a few sweet potatoes and brought them to you." As she spoke, she went to look for the basket that fell on the ground with her. Xiao Lulang said, "No need," Ningxiang saw. "There's still corn flour at home. You can take it back and eat it yourself." Xuaningxiang bit her lip. "But, I told you to take it back, didn't you hear me?" Gu Jiao picked up the basket and fiercely stuffed it back into Xuaningxiang's arms. Xuaningxiang was angry. Do you want to eat my fist again?" Gu Jiao sneered. Xuaningxiang was afraid that this fool would go crazy again. She looked at Xiao Lulang, hoping that Xiao Lulang would do something. However, she saw that Xiao Lulang didn't have any intention of sticking up for her. She angrily stomped her feet and left with the basket. Gu Jiao looked at her cheap husband with a smile. "I didn't know that a little cripple like you would be so popular with women." Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao indifferently, then went back to his house with his crutch. Her wound hurt again. Gu Jiao held her head and went back to her house. She sat on a stool and touched her wound. It was a big cut. Although it wasn't too deep, if it wasn't disinfected in time, it would most likely get infected. But this was ancient times, where would she get those disinfectants? If only my medicine box was still here. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Gu Jiao felt a sharp pain in her head. This time it was so intense that she fainted. When she woke up, she saw that there was an extra box on the table in front of her. Chapter 3. The box wasn't big and looked very shabby, as if it had been knocked down hard somewhere. It was uneven and the paint was peeling off. Those who didn't know would think that it was picked up from a garbage dump. However, it was this small shabby box that made Gu Jiao's heart feel infinitely familiar. Gu Jiao opened the box in a daze and saw the medicine inside. Her brain immediately buzzed. It can't be, right? Her medicine box. Why is it here? I'm not dreaming, right? Gu Jiao pinched herself. It really hurts. It's not a dream. The box was also real, and the medicinal herbs inside were all genuine goods at a fair price. Gu Jiao remembered that the medicine box was by her side when the plane accident happened. Could it be because of this that it came here too? But why is it so shabby? Where's the blinding gold? In the past, when the small medicine box was still shining with golden light, Gu Jiao found it ugly. Now that it had become tattered, Gu Jiao felt that it was even uglier. However, Gu Jiao couldn't resist the warm feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but hug the box tightly in her arms. I won't think you're ugly anymore. I'll treat you well in the future. Gu Jiao wiped the small medicine box. Fortunately, it was only broken on the outside and the things inside were not damaged. Gu Jiao took a few pieces of gauze and a bottle of saline from the medicine box. She disinfected the wound and applied an antibacterial ointment to herself. Then she took 2 anti-inflammatory pills. She thought that she would need to bandage the wound, but later found that it wasn't necessary. After treating the wound, Gu Jiao was a little hungry. She put the medicine box in the cabinet and planned to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. But before that, she needed to change into clean and dry clothes. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She walked through the living room and knocked on Xiao Yulong's door. What is it? Xiao Yulong's cold voice came from the room. Gu Jiao said, I want to borrow your clothes. The clothes in the wardrobe haven't been washed. I don't have anything to change into. Xiao Lulang did not respond for a long time. Just when Gu Jiao thought that Xiao Lulang would not lend her his clothes, the door opened and Xiao Lulang handed her a set of dry gowns. The material of the gown was not very good, and the color was a little old, but it was very clean. If it was in her previous life, Gu Jiao would never wear a man's clothes. However, the situation was more important than her. If she didn't wear this, would she have to wear the moldy clothes in her wardrobe? After changing her clothes, Gu Jiao washed her dirty clothes and went to the kitchen. The kitchen was very clean. Xiao Lulang must have cleaned it. The rice jar was empty, but as Xiao Lulang said, there was still half a jar of cornmeal. Not only that, Gu Jiao also found 2 eggs and a handful of spring onions in the cupboard. Gu Jiao took out the eggs and made 2 cornmeal omelets. She sprinkled the chopped spring onions and left a little bit of flour paste. She had her cook a small pot of cornmeal soup. Gu Jiao brought the cooked food to the living room. Xiao Yulong's door was not closed. In her memory, the 2 of them always ate separately. When Xiao Lulang cooked, he would leave a bowl in the pot for the original owner. However, the original owner would eat at the Gu family's house most of the time. Gu Jiao paused but still knocked on Xiao Yulong's door. What is it? Xiao Yulong's cold voice came from the room. Gu Jiao said, I made dinner. Do you want to eat together? Gu Jiao rarely cooked. Even if she did, she wouldn't cook for him. Therefore, he planned to wait for Gu Jiao to come out before cooking for himself. Xiao Lulang looked at the closed door suspiciously. I'm not eating. I'll eat first. Gu Jiao wanted to wait for him, but she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She almost fainted on the ground. She had to replenish her energy as soon as possible. Gu Jiao had just sat down and hadn't picked up her chopsticks when the door creaked open. Xiao Lulang walked out. Xiao Lulang wasn't here to eat. But when his eyes inadvertently fell on Gu Jiao, he suddenly paused. When he gave Gu Jiao a robe, he gave her one that he couldn't wear. But it was still too big for Gu Jiao. Her thin body made the robe look empty and she looked a bit clumsy. It was probably to make it easier for her to work. Her hair and sleeves were rolled up, revealing a white and slender neck. Her wrists were very thin. She didn't have her usual arrogance. She just sat there quietly and seriously ate the food in her bowl. It didn't seem like her. Xiao Yulong's eyes paused for a moment, but in the end he coldly looked away. At this time Gu Jiao found him and said to him, You're here. Sit down and eat. Gu Jiao had another set of chopsticks in front of her. It could be seen that she wasn't just randomly shouting. She really made food for Xiao Lulang. However, Xiao Lulang didn't move. Gu Jiao understood what he was worried about. The previous host didn't have a good relationship with him, so if she suddenly made food for him, it would make people suspicious. But Gu Jiao couldn't explain that she wasn't the same person as before. Thinking about it, Gu Jiao said, We don't have much firewood left. If we don't eat now, we'll have to waste more firewood. It was unknown if it was because these words touched Xiao Lulang, but Xiao Lulang finally sat down across from her. When the previous host first met Xiao Lulang, she had been stunned by his appearance, otherwise she wouldn't have picked him up. The previous host's dislike of Xiao Lulang was because of his legs, but Gu Jiao didn't think so. The previous host was stupid, but Gu Jiao wasn't stupid. There were some things that the previous host couldn't see through, but Gu Jiao could understand it after looking through her memories. Xiao Lulang was deliberately angering the previous host. He didn't want to consummate with the previous host and didn't want the previous host to get close to him. Actually, it was good that she also had the same idea. Don't look at how she teased him. If she really wanted to do something with him, she wouldn't be able to do it. Gu Jiao quickly finished eating. She took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen and carried a basket out. Xiao Lulang didn't ask her what she was going to do and she didn't say anything. It was always like this between them. Who would have thought that when Gu Jiao walked to the door, she would suddenly turn around and say, "I didn't lie to you just now. The firewood really is almost gone. Before it gets dark, I'll go to the back mountain to chop some firewood. It might rain later, so if I don't come back, remember to put away your clothes." Xiao Lulang deeply looked at her. The previous Gu Jiao wouldn't see the change in the weather and wouldn't tell him where she was going. After Gu Jiao went out, there was only Xiao Lulang left in the room and the table of food that he didn't know if he could eat. Their family was poor, so even if Xiao Lulang didn't like Gu Jiao, he wouldn't refuse food. He knit his brows, picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of green onion egg pancake. Chapter 4. Gu Jiao went out to chop firewood. On one hand, she was really lacking firewood. On the other hand, she wanted to go into the mountains to find something to fill her stomach. Although her family wasn't so poor that they couldn't eat, it wasn't far off. If Xiao Lulang ate alone, he might be able to last a few days, but if she added in, it would be a bit difficult. It was now late autumn and the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. It wasn't just because there was no pollution. Gu Jiao felt that the sky above her was especially blue. It was a blue that she had never seen before. The air was also very fresh and it made her feel relaxed. She inexplicably came here. She didn't know if those lunatics at the research institute would miss her. They would probably be gritting their teeth and blaming her for suddenly disappearing without giving them the latest research results. But on the surface she was a medical doctor from M University, but she was actually a special agent. She entered the organization when she was 8 years old and everything after that was just a cover for her true identity. Of course, she didn't plan on licking blood from the blade for the rest of her life. She had an agreement with the organization that this would be her last order and she would leave after finishing it. Unexpectedly, the plane had an accident. Now that she thought about it, the plane crash was too much of a coincidence. But there was no point in talking about it now. She was already dead and there was no way she could go back and take revenge. There should be no one who would feel sad about her death. Her parents divorced when she was 8 years old. Then they formed their own families and had new children. She had always been extra. In a sense, her fate was quite similar to that of the original owner. The previous host's parents passed away early, so the previous host was extra in the Gu family. Now that the previous host was dead, no one would feel sad for her. Gu Jiao gave a self-deprecating smile as her eyebrows turned cold. Because she was worried that it would rain, Gu Jiao didn't go too deep into the forest. But even so, she still found a lot of good things. There were fungi, mushrooms and wild wood ears growing on tree stumps. The wood ears were fat and thick, almost covering half of the tree stump. Gu Jiao picked the big ones. This area had obviously been cut down by the villagers. There were many tree stumps like this and there were also many wood ears growing here. Gu Jiao picked them one by one and soon the basket was heavy. Seeing that she was almost done, Gu Jiao stopped in time. She chopped some firewood and tied the firewood to the basket with a rope. She carried the basket on her back and prepared to go down the mountain. However, just as Gu Jiao turned around, she suddenly felt a squelch under her feet, as if she had stepped on something. Then she heard a muffled groan. It was very soft and weak. She blinked her eyes and slowly moved her legs away. I can't be that unlucky. She took a deep breath and looked down. She saw an old man with a white beard who had fainted from being stepped on by her. Gu Jiao. No, how could someone be lying in the gutter? Was it a coincidence that she stepped on it? Gu Jiao's conscience was very good, so she stepped over him. However, in less than 2 seconds, Gu Jiao came back expressionlessly. Let me say this first. I didn't save you out of conscience. Cluck cluck cluck. In a tightly tied cloth bag beside the old man, a pheasant flapped its wings and cried out. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at the cloth bag casually. The cloth bag stopped moving instantly. Then she looked at the old man with a white beard in front of her. There was a big footprint left by Gu Jiao on his face, and it was very horrible to look at. Looking at his clothes, he looked like an ordinary villager. However, there was an indescribable aura of dignity between his eyebrows. Gu Jiao put down the firewood on her back and started to take his pulse. She studied Western medicine in school, but later on, in order to carry out a very special mission, she hid in the family of a national healer for 5 years, under the pretext of learning from him. Judging from his pulse, there was no illness in his body. Gu Jiao speculated that he had caught a cold and suddenly had a high fever. He accidentally fell into the gutter and dislocated his left arm. Gu Jiao took out her small medicine box from the basket on her back and put an ice pack on his forehead. Then Gu Jiao reattached his arm, chopped a piece of firewood, tore off his clothes and fixed his arm. After doing all this, Gu Jiao took his temperature again and found that it was still high, so she injected him with a fever-reducing injection. Not far away there was a small grass shed for the villagers to rest in. Gu Jiao moved him there. The fever was gone and he was about to wake up, so Gu Jiao got up and went down the mountain. Before leaving, Gu Jiao left her umbrella with him. "I won't treat people for free." After saying this, he took the bag of pheasants with him. Gu Jiao had just reached home when the rain started to fall, and it soon became a torrential downpour. The mountains were far away, and the village's grass shed was all shrouded in the rain. Gu Jiao went directly to the kitchen. Xiao Lulang had already cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, wiped the stove and put away his clothes. Gu Jiao put down the firewood and the cloth bag, opened the cupboard and looked and wondered, "You finished eating?" She had left quite a lot. She didn't expect that the boy who looked so thin, to have such a big appetite. Was he really at the age of puberty? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and found a cage to put the pheasants in. Gu Jiao separated the small firewood and the big firewood, and picked out the ones that needed to be chopped. When she finished chopping the firewood, it was already evening. The rain hadn't stopped and the house was wet and cold. She found a brazier and planned to light a fire for herself. Suddenly thinking of something, she walked in front of Xiao Liulang's room and gently knocked on his door. "Do you want to warm up?" she asked softly. There was no response from the room. She called out again, but there was still no response. Gu Jiao saw that the door was ajar, so she gently pushed it open and looked inside. She saw that under the dim light of the oil lamp, the thin figure had already fallen asleep on the old table. He was also holding an unfinished book in his hand. The book was clearly yellow and the cover was cracked. It was covered with oil paper. It was very hard for a scholar in the countryside, especially for someone like Xiao Lulang. He had been oppressed by the Gu family and the original host for a long time, so he couldn't even go to a private school. He had to rely on himself to learn. Gu Jiao hesitated and then quietly walked over. She took a cotton coat from the cupboard and put it on him. Xiao Lulang woke up in the middle of the night. He hadn't slept well for the past few days, so he didn't think that he would fall asleep on the table. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was an extra cotton coat on him. His brows furrowed as a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He frowned as he looked at the book in his hand. Suddenly he heard a crackling sound. He turned his head and saw that there was a brazier on the ground. The cold room was suddenly warmed by the light of the fire. Xiao Yulang's eyes fell on the brazier as he revealed a thoughtful expression. There was only one brazier in the house. After giving it to Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao didn't have one. Gu Jiao hid the medicine box and quickly crawled under the blankets, wrapping herself up like a small cocoon. Perhaps it was because she had made several trips during the day, but her small body was very tired. Even though it was a bit cold, she quickly fell asleep. Gu Jiao hadn't dreamed for many years, but tonight she had a dream. She dreamed that a doctor came to town and Xiao Lulang went to him to treat his leg. In the end, the doctor's pharmacy had a medical dispute and many people were injured. Xiao Lulang was lame in one leg and couldn't run as fast as others. In an instant, his other leg was injured. Although this injury didn't take Xiao Yulang's life, it caused him to miss the exam in 3 days. "Jiao Jiao, Smiley-een, that's because I gave you an injection to reduce your fever. What else? A certain big shot, serious, my arm hurts. Jiao Jiao, Smiley-hee, that's because you fell and dislocated your shoulder. Anything else? A certain big shot, Shanine, my face hurts. Jiao Jiao." Chapter 5. In her previous life she often heard the elderly say that if you had a dream at night, you would forget everything when you turned over in the morning. However, Gu Jiao didn't know how many times she had turned over, but when she woke up, the details of the dream were still clear in her mind. However, it was just a dream, so Gu Jiao didn't really take it to heart. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there were a few stars in the sky. It seemed like today would be a sunny day. Gu Jiao couldn't remember the last time she woke up so early. Although she worked in the research institute in her previous life, those who knew her well knew that she was a complete night owl. Most of her research and surgeries were scheduled in the afternoon. As for the missions given to her by the organization, she rarely had to work in the morning and rest in the morning. Gu Jiao was wearing her own clothes today. Xiao Lulang probably didn't know that after Gu Jiao brought the brazier into his room last night, she had been drying her clothes around the brazier for a while. However, her movements were very light, so she didn't wake Xiao Lulang up. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get some water to wash up. Xiao Yulang's door was open, but he was no longer in the room. She thought that she had woken up early, but unexpectedly, someone had woken up even earlier than her. Gu Jiao walked around the house, but there was no sign of Xiao Lulang. She only noticed that a bucket beside the water tank was missing. Gu Jiao looked at the half-empty water tank, rubbed her chin and didn't say anything. The bolt on the front door was still locked. Xiao Lulang had left the kitchen through the back door and locked it from the outside. This way outsiders couldn't come in as they pleased. However, if Gu Jiao wanted to go out, she could open the front door and walk out. After Gu Jiao washed up, she went back to her room to apply some ointment and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. The small medicine box was filled with top-notch medicines from the research institute. Needless to say, the effects of the medicine were obvious. The wound that was still bloody yesterday almost didn't feel any pain today. Xiao Lulang hadn't returned yet, so Gu Jiao distributed the last bit of cornmeal. This was the last of their food reserves. Gu Jiao had to think of a way to sell the pheasants she brought back to town in exchange for some food for her family. However, the original owner had never left the village, so Gu Jiao didn't know how to get to the town. It would take some time for him to wake up. Gu Jiao took a broom and swept the backyard, the central room and her own room. Xiao Lulang was not there, so she did not enter his room. Yesterday's clothes were only half washed, and there were still a few pieces in the wardrobe. Gu Jiao carried them all out and put them in the wooden basin in the backyard. There were soap pods in this dynasty. The original owner had seen them on a peddler's stretcher, but the villagers were poor and couldn't afford them. They used soap pods picked from trees. Gu Jiao smashed the soap pods and spread them evenly on the clothes. She kept hitting them with a wooden stick until a fragrant foam came out. Then she began to scrub them repeatedly. The soap pod's ability to remove dirt was not as good as imagined, but Gu Jiao's obsession with washing the clothes was very strong. Finally, Gu Jiao rubbed a small hole in the doo-doo. Gu Jiao. When Gu Jiao finished washing the clothes, the half tub of water was almost used up. At this time, the noodles had woken up. Gu Jiao made some cornmeal buns and steamed them in the pot. Xiao Lulang still hadn't returned. There were 2 wells in the village. The old well was at the end of the village and was closer to them, but it was almost dry. Gu Jiao guessed that Xiao Lulang would go to the new well at the entrance of the village to fetch water. That place was only a few dozen steps away from where Gu Jiao had fallen into the water yesterday. A normal person would be able to make a round trip in less than 15 minutes. Xiao Yulang's legs were inconvenient, and he had to carry a bucket of water. Gu Jiao calculated that he would have returned in 30 minutes. Gu Jiao stood in front of the stove and looked in the direction of the front door. In the end, she opened the door and went out. Gu Jiao found Xiao Lulang behind a large locust tree near the old well. Xiao Lulang was surrounded by several fierce villains. The bucket of water had fallen to the ground and the well water was splashed all over the ground. The villains each had 2 chicken feathers on their heads. Were they the ancient version of punks? Gu Jiao recognized that this group of villains were not only from the village, but also from the neighboring villages. They committed all kinds of crimes all day long. They didn't commit murder or arson, but they did bring disaster to their neighbors. Xiao Yulang's crutch was taken away by a little villain. The villain was young and from the side of his face, he looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. However, he was very arrogant. He pushed Xiao Lulang to the ground and pointed his crutch at Xiao Yulang's face. "How many times have I warned you? You're not allowed to appear in front of me again. Are you fucking deaf? Hurry up and get out of Qingchuan village for me." The little villain was clearly still in the puberty stage, and his voice was somewhat familiar. The little villain's crutch came down towards Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao didn't have time to think carefully. She took 2 or 3 steps forward, raised her hand to block Xiao Lulang, and kicked the little villain's butt. "Oh. Who the fuck dares to kick me?" The little villain was kicked like a dog eating shit. He turned his head and was about to curse, but he suddenly choked. Gu Jiao didn't care if he choked or not. She went forward and took the crutch from his hand. She held his hand behind his back and strangled the crutch to his neck. The little villain was very uncomfortable from being strangled. He immediately shouted, "Sister! Sister! What are you doing?" Gu Jiao was stunned. The villains on the side saw that their boss was being bullied and they all rushed towards Gu Jiao. The little villain angrily shouted, "All of you fucking stop for me. This is my sister." The villains were stunned. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao remembered who this little villain was. He was the youngest son of the Gu family's second branch, Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Xiaoshen was 13 years old this year. He was the youngest of the Gu family's grandchildren and the only one who was truly close to the original owner. He didn't dislike the original owner for being a fool, nor did he dislike the original owner for being ugly. The reason was that Gu Xiaoshen was too much of a fool. He wasn't willing to study properly and fooled around all day. His brothers and sisters always scolded him and his parents always beat him. Only the original owner would foolishly hold his hand and use the candy she saved to coax him. Xiaoshen knew how to fight. Xiaoshen was really strong. Gu Xiaoshen knew that Gu Jiao was like this because she was stupid, but he wasn't a smart person. He felt that whoever was good to him, he would be good to them. "Sister! Sister! I'm in pain." Gu Xiaoshen cried out in grievance. Gu Jiao let go of him. She put her right hand behind her back and used her left hand to pull him up. She softly asked, "Why are you bullying your brother-in-law?" "Brother-in-law?" Gu Xiaoshen suspected that he had misheard. "Didn't you tell me to beat him?" "Meh." Gu Jiao was confused. "That's right." Gu Xiaoshen looked at Xiao Lulang and lowered his voice. "You told me that you didn't want this little cripple anymore. You told me to drive him away so you could be with little husband Qin." He thought that his voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it. Xiao Yulang's eyes were cold. The villains didn't want to watch. Gu Xiaoshen said, "Sister, you can't have forgotten, right? You told me that yourself." Gu Xiaoshen wouldn't lie to her. It seemed like the original owner really did say something like this. But the original owner didn't remember it, but her brother didn't forget a single word. "I just casually said it." "You took it seriously?" Gu Jiao's teeth hurt. "Then what do we do now?" Gu Xiaoshen realized that he had done something wrong. He stood there with his head down like a little quail. Chapter 6. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the crutch on the ground with her left hand. She walked over to Xiao Lulang and handed it to him. Xiao Lulang calmly took the crutch and stood up. He went to pick up the bucket on the ground. "You go." Gu Jiao said to Gu Xiaoshen. "Oh." Gu Xiaoshen eagerly walked over and picked up the bucket before Xiao Lulang. "Go get water." Gu Jiao said to Gu Xiaoshen. "Go get water." Gu Xiaoshen said to one of his thugs. The thug's mouth twitched and he grabbed the bucket to get water. Xiao Lulang walked back expressionlessly. He didn't say a word the whole time. Gu Xiaoshen waited until he was far away before he spoke again. "Sister, what's going on? You don't hate him anymore? And sister, how did you become so strong? What was that move just now? Do it for me one more time. I'll do it again later." Gu Jiao glared daggers at him. Gu Xiaoshen resentfully shut his mouth. "Boss, the water is here." The thug carried a bucket full of water and walked over quickly. "Hurry up and bring it back to my sister." Cough. Under Gu Jiao's oppressive gaze, Gu Xiaoshen took the bucket. "Okay, give it to me. You guys can leave. Then we'll go to the neighboring village to fight." "Fight what?" "Get lost. Get lost." The thugs left. Gu Xiaoshen looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. "Sister, don't be angry. If you don't hate him, I won't bully him anymore." "Do you often bully him?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Xiaoshen scratched his head. "Not often. Just 3 or 4 times a month. 5, 6, 7, 8 times?" The more they talked, the softer Gu Xiaoshen's voice became. He had a bad memory and did not even know how many times he had bullied her. "Let's go back," Gu Jiao said. "Hey." Gu Xiaoshen giggled and followed behind Gu Jiao with a bucket of water. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's stiff right arm. "Sis, is your arm injured?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. "You're fine? You're bleeding." Gu Xiaoshen put down the bucket of water and grabbed Gu Jiao's arm. He pulled up her sleeve and saw that her right wrist was covered in blood. Did I hit you with the stick just now? I already said I'm fine. Gu Jiao pulled her hand back. Also, what happened to your head? I hit it before I fell into the water. The wound was hidden in her hair. How could this brat's eyes be so sharp? Gu Xiaoshen wanted to ask more, but Gu Jiao had already walked away without looking back. Sis, wait for me. When Gu Xiaoshen followed Gu Jiao home, he was surprised to see a young scholar at the door. The other party was wearing a long gown. He looked gentle and refined, but there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. Who are you? What are you doing at my sister's house? Gu Xiaoshen asked with his hands on his hips. The other party didn't even look at Gu Xiaoshen. He only coldly stared at Gu Jiao. Did you let someone bully Brother Xiao again? You evil woman. You dare to insult my sister? Gu Xiaoshen put down the bucket of water and raised his fist to punch that person. Even though he was only 13, he was really good at fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the #1 villain in the area. It was impossible for a weak scholar to be his opponent. Xiaoshen. Gu Jiao called out to him. At almost the same time, Xiao Lulang also changed his clothes and came out of the room. My classmate. Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao and her brother. His classmate disdainfully snorted and walked over to support Xiao Lulang. He also took the heavy cloth bag from his hands. Let's go. Gu Xiaoshen saw that Xiao Lulang had brought the cloth bag and couldn't help but be surprised. Where are you going? Could it be that he was scared of him and really wanted to leave? His classmate didn't want to talk to Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Jiao didn't ask and silently walked into the room. When she passed by Xiao Lulang glanced at her slightly stiff right hand. Gu Jiao used her sleeve to wrap her hand so that the blood flowing down her wrist couldn't be seen. But when she entered the room, she suddenly heard Xiao Yolang's cold voice behind her. I'm going to town. Treating your leg? Gu Jiao subconsciously asked. Xiao Lulang was a little surprised. For some reason, Gu Jiao thought of that dream. She really didn't believe it, but, do you have an exam in 3 days? Gu Jiao looked at him. Xiao Yolang's eyes flashed with even more surprise, but he still nodded. His classmate said in an angry voice, why are you telling her this? Be careful that she won't let you go. Did you forget that you missed the exam last time because of her? And your leg, if she didn't lock you up at home, you wouldn't have missed Dr. Zhang. Gu Jiao turned to look at Gu Xiaoshen. She didn't remember these things. Gu Xiaoshen pointed at his nose and said, do you know how to speak? What do you mean my sister won't let him go? My sister is sick and he just got married, so how could he leave my sister behind? Speaking of this, Gu Jiao had an impression. Not long after she got married, the original owner did get sick, but it wasn't a real illness, it was just an act. This was because someone told her that Xiao Lulang left and wouldn't come back. She would be a young widow like Xuaningxiang. She didn't want to be a young widow, so she locked Xiao Lulang up. What she didn't know was that Xiao Lulang missed the exam half a year ago because of this, as well as the only chance to treat his leg. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Yolang's leg. That actually, Brother Xiao, let's go. The carriage is still waiting at the entrance of the village. His classmate interrupted Gu Jiao and pulled Xiao Lulang towards the entrance of the village without looking back. I want to eat osmanthus cake. Gu Jiao suddenly walked out and looked at Xiao Lulang. Li Ji's osmanthus cake. I only eat it. If you don't buy it for me, I won't let you in. I'll even burn your books. Evil woman. His classmate gritted his teeth and helped Xiao Lulang sit in an old carriage at the entrance of the village. Brother Xiao, don't listen to her. Li Ji is an old shop and their osmanthus cake is hard to buy. By the time you buy it, Dr. Zhang will have already left. He is a doctor from the capital and is better than the doctors in town. Only he can treat your leg. You can't be dragged down by that evil woman. That's my sister ordering her around like this. Gu Xiaoshen gave Gu Jiao a thumbs up. Gu Jiao held her forehead. Do you know where the market is? Gu Xiaoshen nodded. I know. Why are you asking this, sister? Do you want to go? What are you going to do? Sell chickens. Chickens? Sister, where did you get chickens? Pheasants. She didn't say that she forced herself to pay for the treatment. Gu Xiaoshen naturally thought that his sister caught them herself. Sister, I found that you have changed, you have become better than before. It's not that she is not stupid, she is better than before. In Gu Xiaoshen's heart, he never treated the original owner as a fool. Gu Xiaoshen told her the direction of the market. The market and the medical center were both in the town, but one was in the west and the other was in the east. Gu Xiaoshen insisted on going with her, but Gu Jiao refused. The Gu family didn't like Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Jiao being too close. They said that Gu Jiao was stupid and would make him stupid. Gu Jiao went back to her room and opened the small medicine box. She took out iota 4 to clean the wound and applied some antibacterial ointment. She was hungry. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Chapter 7. After Xiao Lulang arrived in town, he was immediately dragged to the clinic by his classmate. There was a long line outside the clinic, all of them looking for that godly doctor. The two of them stood at the end of the line. His classmate stood on his tiptoes to look. It's not too late, we should be able to get in line. I'll give you the fare later. Xiao Lulang said. His classmate patted his chest. You and I are from the same school in town, why are you being so polite? Alright, are you hungry? He went out in a hurry and didn't eat anything. Xiao Lulang didn't eat either. He took out a clean little bag from his wide sleeve and opened it to reveal 3 beautiful cornmeal steamed buns. Where did these steamed buns come from? Xiao Lulang felt that these steamed buns were a bit familiar. His classmate said, I took them from your stove, they were just steamed when I went. Xiao Lulang frowned. How many did you leave? His classmate said strangely, isn't there a total of 3? You made the steamed buns yourself, don't you remember? Xiao Lulang pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a while he said, why didn't you leave one for her? His classmate was startled. You mean that evil woman? Why leave one for her? Hasn't she harmed you enough? Moreover, she doesn't eat the food you make. His classmate picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, his eyes instantly widening. Brother Xiao, why are the steamed buns you made today so delicious? Xiao Lulang walked out of the line. His classmate was stunned. Brother Xiao, where are you going? It's almost your turn. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything and just walked forward with his head lowered. His classmate looked at the long line that almost reached the alley and anxiously stamped his feet. He said to the woman behind him, Auntie, we're going to the toilet, we'll be right back. He caught up to Xiao Lulang. What are you doing? Osmanthus cake, Xiao Lulang said as he walked through the alley and came to Li Ji's shop. Li Ji was a century-old shop. The number of people lining up here was no less than that of the medical hall. His classmate became anxious. Are you crazy? He really bought osmanthus cake for that evil woman. Do you know that Dr. Zhang only sees patients for half a day? By the time you buy the osmanthus cake, it will be too late. Xiao Lulang was a stubborn person. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. 2 hours later, Xiao Lulang bought Li Ji's osmanthus cake. I hope Dr. Zhang hasn't left yet. His classmate pulled Xiao Lulang to the clinic. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the clinic, they found that the long queue had disappeared. There was only a group of people who were watching the fun, as well as a group of dignified soldiers. His classmate looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Uncle, did something happen here? Why are all the patients gone? The middle-aged man said, just now, a lunatic rushed into the clinic and said that the doctor in the clinic had killed his wife. He took a knife and slashed randomly. The people inside were all injured. Did you see the auntie at the entrance? She was the last one to go in. Just as she entered, that lunatic came. She was lucky and ran out, but she also fell and broke her head. Wasn't that auntie the one who was behind them in the queue? If they hadn't left, then the last one to go in would have been Xiao Lulang. With Xiao Yulang's legs, there was no way he could have run out. Then he was most likely one of the people who had been slashed. On the way back, the two of them didn't say a word. The sky gradually darkened, and the carriage moved along the quiet path, the wheels creaking. At this time, the carriages in town were unwilling to go to the countryside. They spent 20 copper coins to rent a mule cart. It didn't have a carriage, only a simple black canopy that leaked air from the front and back. The two of them were so cold that their hands and feet were stiff. Suddenly, a thin and weak figure entered Xiao Yulang's line of sight. Xiao Yulang's gaze froze. This was a fork in the road. In front was the road back to the village. In the west was the road to the market. On the small path from the market, Gu Jiao was carrying a heavy basket and was panting as she walked. The afterglow of the setting sun had already scattered. She was covered in the last bit of twilight, her bones were thin. She raised her hand to wipe her sweat, revealing the bandage on her wrist. There were traces of blood on the bandage. Stop the carriage. Xiao Lulang said. The carriage driver stopped the carriage. Why do we have to stop the carriage? His classmate asked in confusion. Then he saw Gu Jiao walking over on foot. Gu Jiao didn't notice them and treated it as an ordinary mule cart. She didn't look up. She turned around and walked past the carriage. Come up. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth to say. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment. Sitting next to Xiao Lulang was the classmate from the day before. His classmate still had a face of disgust, but he didn't say anything like not allowing Xiao Lulang to talk to him. "Come up," Xiao Lulang said again in a cold voice. He was clearly a 16 or 17-year-old youth, but he had a calmness and aura that didn't belong to his age. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment before going up. She sat across from Xiao Lulang and put the basket on her back on the ground. Xiao Lulang looked at the basket and said, "You went to the market?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I went to sell 2 chickens and bought some rice and flour." She also did some other things. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply as if he saw something, but he didn't say a word. His classmate looked at Gu Jiao with a strange expression. This stupid woman also knew how to do business? Gu Jiao didn't seem to notice his gaze and asked Xiao Lulang, "What about you? Did you see the doctor in town today? You still want to talk about it? It's all your fault. If you didn't want to eat osmanthus cake, how could we miss Dr. Zhang's consultation?" His classmate wouldn't tell her that because he went to buy osmanthus cake for her, Brother Xiao avoided a disaster. "That is really regretful." Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and muttered. She said regretful words, but it made people feel that she didn't regret it at all. Could it be that she already knew about the medical center? Impossible. With her personality, how could she be so calm after knowing that she accidentally saved Brother Xiao? Last time she saved Brother Xiao and forced him to marry her. If she saved him again, wouldn't she go to heaven? His classmate sneered, "I ate the osmanthus cake. I won't let you off so easily." Gu Jiao calmly said, "Oh." His classmate's punch landed on cotton. After that they didn't say anything else. A very tasteful carriage came towards them. His classmate's mind shook and he sat up straight. "Quickly look. That's the principal's carriage." "What principal?" Gu Jiao asked. His classmate said, "Tianxiang Academy's principal. Brother Xiao is going to take the exam in 3 days. The principal is from the capital and was once the head of the capital's 4 great scholars. He's very knowledgeable. His results from 20 years ago have never been surpassed by anyone. Getting a word of advice from him is better than studying for 10 years. If I could become his disciple, how good would that be? But I heard that the principal hasn't accepted any disciples for many years. I've been in the academy for half a year and haven't even seen the principal's face." His classmate chattered on. He was so excited that he forgot that he was talking to the person he hated the most. In the carriage, the principal, who was dressed in a white uniform, sat respectfully at the side. In the main seat was an old man dressed in cotton clothes. The old man's left arm was wrapped in bandages and he held a small broken umbrella in his arms. His face was faintly visible with a large footprint from who knows where. This appearance made the principal speechless. He also didn't know and he didn't dare to ask. He respectfully bowed. "Why did you suddenly leave the mountain? Why didn't you tell me so that I could send someone to pick you up?" Chapter 8. The roads in the village were not easy to travel on, especially the road leading to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's house. There were too many potholes and it was easy for the wheels to get stuck. The mule carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. "Brother Xiao." His classmate jumped off the carriage and helped Xiao Lulang down. He also helped Xiao Lulang down with his bag. After Xiao Lulang stood still, he turned around and looked at Gu Jiao. He saw Gu Jiao lightly jump off the carriage and carry the basket on her back. Xiao Lulang looked away and said to his classmate, "You can go back. You don't need to send me off." It was indeed late and the carriage driver was a bit impatient. His classmate said, "Okay, I'm leaving. Don't forget about the exam in 3 days. The academy is not on holiday that day, so I won't come to pick you up. Remember to go." Xiao Lulang lightly nodded and took the bag. The road at night was not easy to travel and they did not have a lantern. Gu Jiao did not move and silently waited for Xiao Lulang. His classmate coldly glanced at her and pulled Xiao Lulang away. He whispered, "Brother Xiao, do well in the exam in 3 days. If you pass, you will be able to live in the academy. You won't be bullied by that evil woman anymore. You don't need to worry about the treatment of your legs. I will continue to inquire about Dr. Zhang. Also, eat the osmanthus cake yourself. Don't let that evil woman take advantage of it." Gu Jiao was sweating when she came back from the market with the basket on her back. But it was all dried on the mule carriage. Her red face was now pale from the cold. It was a bit eye-catching under the moonlight. Xiao Lulang glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. His classmate still wanted to say a few more words, but he was interrupted by Xiao Lulang. Got it. You go back. His classmate opened his mouth, but Xiao Lulang no longer paid him any attention. With one hand holding the bundle and the other holding the crutch, he turned around and headed back home. Gu Jiao followed behind. Gu Jiao maintained a perfect distance from him so that he would not feel too close. However, if he fell, she would be able to catch him in time. However, Xiao Lulang was very familiar with this road and nothing happened all the way home. It was already dark and all the doors were closed. Only Xuaningxiang came out to pour the bathwater. She was stunned at the door for a while. Xiang, why don't you come in? What are you looking at? Inside the room, Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law was lying on the hospital bed and asked her in a hoarse voice. Xuaningxiang blinked in a daze and said, No, nothing. She must have seen wrongly. How could Xiao Lulang be with that little fool? Although they were husband and wife, they were more enemies than enemies. Gu Mansion. Today it was the first branch's turn to cook. Madame Zhou and her daughter Guyu brought the hot dishes to the main room and set the table. In the Gu Mansion, women did not eat at the table. Only old Master Gu, his eldest son Gu Zhanghai, his second son Gu Changlu, and his 3 grandchildren were at the table. Old Madame Wu brought her 2 daughters-in-law and granddaughter Guyu to eat in the kitchen. Old Master Gu was the village chief, and he was more successful than most of the villagers who only knew how to dig for food in the fields. Most people only saw meat a few times a year, but the Gu family could eat meat twice a month. Today was the day to eat meat. Pork belly stewed with cabbage. Even the soup exuded a strong meaty aroma. But there was not much pork belly and each person could not finish it with 2 chopsticks. Gu Zhanghai and Gu Changlu each took a piece, but under their father's imposing manner, they did not dare to have any ideas about this bowl of meat. They turned their heads to take pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables. Old Master Gu did not eat much himself. He only took a small piece for Gu Shaoshun and Gu Ershun, and gave the rest to Gu Dashun. Gu Shaoshun counted carefully. There were a total of 5 pieces and all of them were big. Why is he eating all of it? Gu Shaoshun muttered bitterly as she ate. Gu Ershun said softly, That's because eldest brother is a scholar. Our family depends on him. When he said this, he could not help but glance at the meat in Gu Dashun's bowl. He was greedy. He was really greedy. But he was already used to this kind of treatment. There were so many men in the family, but only eldest brother was good at studying. This year, eldest brother was admitted to the county school, and his achievements were higher than grandpa's. Tiske, Gu Shaoshun rolled his eyes. My brother-in-law is also a scholar. Why didn't you ask him to eat meat? How is that the same? Eldest brother was admitted to the county school. How can he compare with him? My brother-in-law just did not take the exam. The 2 brothers were about to argue, but old Master Gu slammed his chopsticks on the table, and the 2 of them immediately shut up. When old Master Gu was angry, not to mention the 3 grandchildren, even Gu Zhanghai and Gu Changlu were a little stunned. The house was eerily quiet. Second brother, have you read the book I gave you? There are annotations on it. Read it carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. The person who spoke was Gu Dashun. He was the only one who dared to speak up against old Master Gu's anger. His voice was clear and his tone was calm. He was neither fast nor slow, and he really had the demeanor of a scholar. Old Master Gu found this golden grandson pleasing to the eye, and his anger quickly dissipated. Gu Ershun was flattered and smiled. Then I'll thank eldest brother in advance. Old Master Gu had taught all 3 of his grandchildren, but only Gu Dashun passed the exam. Later on, old Master Gu could not teach Gu Dashun anymore, so he sent Gu Dashun to a private school in town. Private schools were too expensive, and the Gu family could only afford the best one. Gu Ershun dreamed of being like Gu Dashun. Old Master Gu said sternly, Don't disturb your eldest brother these few days. He has to take the exam. Gu Ershun nodded respectfully. Got it, Grandpa. Gu Shaoshun did not want to stay any longer. He finished his food in a few bites and left. He wanted to go out, but he could not leave through the front door of the central room or the back door of the kitchen. Madame Wu was not as easy to deal with as old Master Gu. Gu Shaoshun decided to climb over the wall. But halfway up he was caught by Madame Lu. Gu Shaoshun. Get down here. Gu Shaoshun was pulled down by Madame Lu. Madame Lu slapped his head and scolded in a low voice, Your grandparents are here. Do you want to die? Don't hit my head. Gu Shaoshun said impatiently. It's so late. Why are you going out? My sister hasn't come to eat for a day. I'm going to see her. Madame Lu snorted. It's good that she doesn't come. What are you going to see? You're already married, but you still go to your maternal home every day. What's wrong with you? Gu Xiaoshen curled his lips and said, Third uncle and third aunt didn't say that before they died. My grandparents promised third aunt that my sister would take in a son-in-law from our family. That surname Xiao is a live-in son-in-law. My sister is still a part of our family. Madame Lu could not win against him, so she pinched him hard. Gu Ershun was obedient but useless. Gu Xiaoshen was neither obedient nor useless. She had given birth to these two children in vain. Gu Jiao bought rice and noodles at the market. She didn't expect that Xiao Lulang would also buy rice and some steamed buns. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to heat up the steamed buns. It was Xiao Lulang who started the fire. Gu Jiao didn't argue. When she went out, the injury on her wrist wasn't serious. But she did something at the market and her wound tore. Fortunately, she felt that it wasn't safe at home, so she brought a medicine box with her and bandaged it on the spot. The two of them didn't mention the 3 steamed buns from this morning. Xiao Lulang didn't explain and Gu Jiao didn't ask. Let's eat here. Swarm. Gu Jiao said. She was so cold that she was still shivering. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and sat down on the small stool next to Gu Jiao. It was the first time the two of them were so close to each other. They were so close that he could clearly see the birthmark on Gu Jiao's left cheek. In the past, Gu Jiao would cover it with a thick layer of makeup. But today she was barefaced and didn't hide it at all. Xiao Liulang's beautiful lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Just as she wouldn't ask about his matters, he wouldn't ask about hers. They were two unrelated people, so there was no need for them to be involved. The steamed buns didn't have much taste, but Gu Jiao had been hungry all day, so she wasn't picky about it. Gu Jiao was a bit choked from eating, so she went back to the kitchen to drink some water. When she returned to the kitchen, Xiao Lulang was no longer there. There was a bag on the small stool. Gu Jiao opened it to take a look. It was osmanthus cake. Chapter 9. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Xiao Liulang's exam. Gu Jiao woke up early in the morning. She made noodles, steamed a basket of porcelain steamed buns, and cooked a pot of wild mushroom soup. The wild mushrooms were picked on the mountain. The first time she picked them, she had already finished them. These were picked yesterday, so there were still a lot left. She planned to carry them to the market later to sell them. In fact, she also picked wood ears, but fresh wood ears were poisonous. They had to be dried before they could be eaten. While waiting for breakfast, she went back to her room to take medicine. The wounds on her wrist and the back of her head were already healed. She was almost out of medicine, but the ointment was more durable. There was still more than half of it left. On the other side, Xiao Lulang also woke up. Gu Jiao knew that he studied until late last night, so she didn't wake him up in the morning. Unexpectedly, he still woke up so early. In fact, he could have slept a little longer. The ox cart to town didn't leave so early. Gu Jiao set the table and filled half a bowl of wild mushroom soup for him. She was worried that he would go to the exam hall to find the toilet, so she didn't fill it to the brim. But Gu Jiao didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Xiao Liulang's eyes were a little bit bitter when he inadvertently glanced at her. The exam would take a whole day, so Gu Jiao filled it with steamed buns and water. After pausing for a while, she thought of something and stuffed 10 copper coins into the bag. Xiao Lulang watched her as she stuffed the copper coins into the bag. His eyes moved, but he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao handed the bag to him. I've already paid for the carriage. I've also told the driver to send you directly to the academy. Okay. Xiao Lulang responded. He took the bag and walked out with his crutch. Gu Jiao looked at his little crippled leg and resisted the idea of sending him to the village entrance. He probably wasn't happy about it either. When Xiao Lulang arrived at the entrance of the village, second Uncle Luo's ox cart was already parked under the locust tree. There were quite a few people sitting on it. They were all villagers who were selling their vegetables and eggs in town. When the villagers saw him, they all smiled and greeted him. Xiao Lulang was a scholar. He usually looked cold, but he didn't put on airs. Every family would come to him if they wanted to read or reply to a letter. Although Gu Dashun was also a scholar, Gu Dashun stayed in the private school during the day and studied hard at night when he returned home. The villagers rarely disturbed him. There was one last seat on the ox cart, which should be reserved for him. Just as he was about to go up, he felt a figure flash past and block his path. The other party pressed down on the ox cart with one hand and supported another figure behind him with the other. Shunzi, hurry up. They were Mrs. Zhou and her son from the main branch of the Gu family. Mrs. Zhou blocked Xiao Lulang completely, not giving Xiao Lulang a chance to get on the ox cart. On the ox cart, an auntie said, Shunzi's mother Lulang came first. Gu Dashun paused in his movement to get on the ox cart. He turned his head and looked past his mother to look at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yulang's eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. Mrs. Zhou snorted indifferently. I'm going to take the exam straight. So what if he came first? Can he delay my straight exam just because he came first? Everyone in the village knew that Gu Dashun was a promising person. He was admitted to the county school a while ago and was a scholar. They heard that he didn't even need to kneel when he saw the county magistrate. Although Xiao Lulang was a good lad, he wasn't as important as Gu Dashun's future. If Gu Dashun became rich, not only would he bring glory to the Gu family, but the entire Qingchuan village would also benefit from his glory. No one said a word. That. Second Uncle Luo said embarrassedly, Lulang he is also going to take the exam. Last night, when Gu Jiao came to find Second Uncle Luo, she explained clearly to him that Xiao Lulang was going to take the exam at the academy. Xiao Yulang's legs were inconvenient, so she asked him to send him there. She even gave him 2 extra copper coins for this. Second Uncle Luo was puzzled. The Gu family's little fool who didn't get along with Xiao Lulang, spoke and acted as if he was a different person. But before he could ask more, Gu Jiao left. When she heard that Xiao Lulang was also going to take the exam, Madame Zhou didn't take it to heart. How could Xiao Yulang's exam compare to her son's? But Gu Dashun looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment. You are also going to Qinxiang Academy? Yes. Xiao Lulang replied indifferently. When Xiao Lulang first came to the village, he was already a scholar. At that time, Gu Dashun was also a scholar. Later on, Gu Dashun passed the county-level exam, while Xiao Lulang was still a scholar. Gu Dashun didn't think much of Xiao Lulang. You haven't been to the private school for half a year. Gu Dashun shook his head. His meaning was obvious. Xiao Lulang couldn't pass the exam. Second Uncle Luo, who originally wanted to persuade some villagers to give Xiao Lulang a seat, silently swallowed his words. Since he couldn't pass the exam, then there was no need to trouble himself. Second Uncle Luo took out his money bag. Going to the market was 2 copper coins and going to a slightly better place was 3 copper coins. Gu Jiao gave him 2 more, so it was a total of 5 copper coins. While Second Uncle Luo counted out the copper coins and returned them to Xiao Lulang, Gu Dashun was pushed onto the ox cart by Madame Zhou. But before he could sit down, a bone-thin hand suddenly reached out from behind him, grabbed his collar and pulled him down from the ox cart. Gu Dashun was 2 years older than Xiao Lulang. He was already 19 this year. He was a sturdy young man, but he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Madame Zhou was scared to death. She quickly went to help Gu Dashun. Who is it? She cursed and turned around. Then she saw the thin and small Gu Jiao with everyone else. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold, revealing an unruly chill. Everyone was stunned. Gu Jiao, are you crazy? Madame Zhou was wondering who was so bold, but it turned out to be this little fool. Take the copper coins back. Gu Jiao ignored Madame Zhou. She only looked indifferently at Second Uncle Luo, whose hand was frozen in midair. She frowned impatiently. I booked the ox cart last night. If you want to go back on your word, then refund everyone's money. What do you mean? Madame Zhou asked. Literally, Xiao Lulang can't get on the ox cart today, so no one is allowed to get on the ox cart, Gu Jiao said. What right do you have? An auntie snorted. Gu Jiao slowly took out a sickle from behind her back. Because I'm a fool? Fools only do stupid things? Everyone's faces turned pale when they saw the sickle. Madame Zhou, who wanted to rush up and pull Gu Jiao's hair, was too scared to go forward. No one understood what was wrong with Gu Jiao. Why would she make things difficult for the Gu family, who had always been close to her, for Xiao Lulang, whom she had long disliked? Even Xiao Yulang's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. If you want to invite old Master Gu, then hurry up and go. Gu Jiao said as she blew on the sickle that she had polished until it was shining. Madame Zhou really wanted to go. But she was stopped by Gu Dashun. It was useless to reason with a fool. It would be bad if the exam was delayed. Although Xiao Lulang would also miss the exam, Xiao Lulang couldn't pass the exam in the first place. He was different. In the end, Second Uncle Luo thought of a way to let Madame Zhou spend money to buy one of the villagers' vegetables. That villager gave his seat to Gu Dashun. Gu Jiao didn't care whose seat Gu Dashun bought. However, in order to prevent any accidents on the way, Gu Jiao followed along with the sickle on her back. There was no extra seat for her in the ox cart. She dragged her thin and small body and walked for more than 10 miles on foot, safely sending Xiao Lulang to the examination room. Chapter 10. After Xiao Lulang entered the examination hall, Gu Jiao carried her basket and left. She was going to the market to sell the wild mushrooms and the dried wood ears in the basket, and to do something else while she was at it. Tianxiang Academy's reputation spread far and wide. There were many people who came to take the exam. Some were locals while others were foreigners like Xiao Lulang. Everyone who took the exam had a recommendation letter from a village school, county school or government school. They were then separated into their respective examination halls. Because of their different grades, Xiao Lulang and Gu Dashun were assigned to different examination halls. Xiao Lulang was in the last row. Tianxiang Academy's entrance was very high. Most of the people who came to study were at least elementary scholars. It was not easy to become an elementary scholar these days. For Gu Dashun to pass the exam before he was 20 was already very rare. Xiao Lulang was only 17. He was the youngest among all the candidates. He was also the most handsome one. Unfortunately, he was a cripple. The candidates looked at him strangely, but it did not last long. They began to fill in the exam papers. The poetry exam in the morning and the classics exam in the afternoon. The candidates who were able to come here had a lot of knowledge in their stomachs. It was not difficult for them to compose a few poems on the spot. The difficult part was the classics exam in the afternoon. The classics exam questions were all from the original texts of the 4 books and 5 classics. The candidates had to strictly use the 8-part essay. The 8-part essay consisted of breaking the question, accepting the question, beginning, middle, back, and binding. Metaphors were not allowed. One had to use the tone of a saint. The annotations could only come from the Cheng and Zhu school of thought. It was very restrictive for the candidates. In addition, the questions were very difficult. After a day of examination, the candidates' faces were all green. When Xiao Lulang came out, his classmates had already been waiting outside the examination hall for half an hour. Lulang, here. He waved at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang walked over with his walking stick. His classmate said, "I just heard a lot of people complaining that the scripture questions are tricky. Sai, it's your bad luck. The questions this time were set by the dean himself. If you hadn't taken the exam with me, it wouldn't have been so difficult. It's all that wretched woman's fault." Xiao Lulang glanced at him and frowned. His classmate continued, "Oh right, she didn't bully you these few days, right? I was so worried that you wouldn't be able to come today." Indeed, he almost couldn't make it. Xiao Lulang paused. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he raised his head and looked ahead. The examination had just ended, and there was an endless stream of people on the street outside the academy. A slender little figure was leaning against the wall with a small basket on his back. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he looked a little absent-minded. From time to time people walked past her. Because of her face, all kinds of gazes were thrown at her, but she did not care at all. She was not angry, not annoyed, not shy, not embarrassed. Soon his classmate saw Gu Jiao and frowned. "Why is she here? Don't tell me she's here to find trouble with you. Tell me honestly, did you run away from home today?" Actually, Xiao Lulang wasn't sure if Gu Jiao was here to find him. He only knew that she was leaning against the wall, and it was obvious that she was waiting for someone. Probably because there were too many examinees coming out, it finally attracted Gu Jiao's attention. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked over. Among the sea of people, she saw the handsome young man. She smiled and walked towards Xiao Lulang. "The examination is over," she said. Xiao Lulang nodded. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "Not really." Gu Jiao pulled her little ears and said, "Didn't you go to the market? Why didn't you go home?" Xiao Lulang saw that her basket was filled with wood ears and wild mushrooms, so he knew that she would go to the market. But the market would close at noon at the latest. "I happen to have something to do nearby," Gu Jiao said. "What could have happened to you?" Her classmate rolled his eyes. However, Gu Jiao's words reminded him of something. He finished class early today and went to the medical center. He found that Dr. Zhang was there again, and he even saved someone who was about to die. "Are you sure it's Dr. Zhang?" Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. Dr. Zhang also suffered some superficial injuries from the medical dispute last time. In fact, Dr. Zhang was not the one who saved the murderer's family member. He was completely implicated. But in the end he was provoked, so he said that he would never come back again. Her classmate said firmly, "Of course. I saw that person being carried in with my own eyes. His body was covered in blood, his neck was crooked and he was not breathing. Other than Dr. Zhang from the capital, who else could save him?" Gu Jiao silently looked at the little ant on the ground and didn't say a word. Her classmate continued, "Dr. Zhang can even save that kind of person, so he must be able to cure your leg. You don't have to worry about this. I'll ask when Dr. Zhang is going to make a house call." "When are you going?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Her classmate looked at her with disdain. "Why should I tell you?" Gu Jiao was speechless. They had dinner in town. Her classmate insisted on bringing Xiao Lulang to try the yangcha noodles near the academy, saying that it had the taste of their hometown. After dinner, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao took a mule cart back to the village. This time Xiao Lulang asked for a carriage. Night had completely fallen. There were no oil lamps in the carriage, but the bright moonlight seeped in. Gu Jiao sat across from Xiao Lulang. She stretched out her long legs and stretched her toes. She bought new shoes. They weren't embroidered shoes like the daughters of rich families, but a pair of cheap cloth shoes. They were pure black with no extra color, but surprisingly they looked very good on her feet. She looked very obedient as she played with the shoes. Her eyes were like broken stars. The mule cart was still parked at the entrance of the village. After the two of them got off the cart, Gu Jiao followed behind him at a distance. The news of Gu Jiao falling out with Gu Dashun because of Xiao Lulang had already spread throughout the village. Xuaningxiang specially waited at the door. In the end she saw the two of them walking in the night, one in front and one behind. Could it be that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her last time? Were these two really together? "Idiot Gu." A voice broke the silence. Xuaningxiang turned and went back into the house. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang stopped outside their house and turned to look at the young man who was walking quickly towards them. It was Gu Ershun from the second branch of the Gu family. Gu Ershun and Gu Xiaoshun were both born of the Lu family. However, compared to his own twin brother, Gu Ershun had always been closer to Gu Dashun, his cousin. Gu Jiao only glanced at him indifferently before looking away. She unlocked the door and entered the house with Xiao Lulang. Gu Dashun strode over and stood at the door with his hands on his hips. He said angrily, "Idiot Gu, I think you've turned the sky upside down. How dare you treat eldest brother like this? Do you know that you almost delayed eldest brother's exams? You even embarrassed eldest brother in front of the entire village." Don't listen. Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold and was about to close the door. Gu Ershun saw that she was ignoring him and became angry. He stepped into the house and held the door with one hand. "You dare? Grandfather told me to come find you. Hurry up and kowtow to eldest brother and admit your mistake. Otherwise I'll beat you to death." Gu Jiao impatiently pulled her little ears. "Annoying. Did you hear that? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about." He was halfway through his words. Gu Jiao lifted her leg and sent him flying out with a kick. Chapter 11. Gu Ershun was stunned by Gu Jiao's kick. Although his status in the Gu family was not as high as Gu Dashun's, he was still spoiled by the Lu family. She could not bear to let him do farm work and only let him study in the house like Gu Dashun. Only the heavens knew if he was studying, but it was true that his body was delicate. He lay on the ground and did not move for a long time. What was wrong with this little fool today? She dared to kick him? He really wanted to rush up and give her a slap, but he would not admit that Gu Jiao's kick had scared him. You. Just you wait." He left these harsh words and ran away while clutching his stomach. Gu Jiao locked the door and turned to enter the house. She immediately saw Xiao Lulang standing in the living room and looking at her. His gaze was full of scrutiny. She thought for a moment and said calmly, "He fell out of the house by himself." Xiao Lulang, the Gu family had been waiting for Gu Ershun to bring Gu Jiao back for a lecture, but only Gu Ershun came back. His face was covered in dirt and he was clutching his stomach, as if he had been beaten up by someone. The Lu family hurried forward. "Ershun, what happened to you? Where's that girl?" Gu Ershun exaggerated what had happened in front of Gu Jiao's door. "I kindly advised her to come over and make things clear. She wanted to apologize to eldest brother, but she didn't listen and even kicked me. I treated her like a younger sister and did not fight back." The Lu family's scalp exploded when she heard this. Little wench. Raised by a whore. She even kicked her own brother. In contrast, the Zhou family was much calmer. That girl even dared to touch Dashun, what more a mere Ershun. But she still had some doubts in her heart. This girl was a little strange recently. Preposterous. Mrs. Lu was angry that her son was slapped. She rolled up her sleeves and slapped Gu Xiaoshen. You go. Teach that little B*tch a lesson. Stand up for your brother. I'm not going. Gu Xiaoshen rolled her eyes at Gu Ershun. Who knows what he did? Gu Ershun said confidently, I didn't do anything. I'll talk to her nicely. Who knew that she would kick him? I think she's a fool, a lunatic, and a jinx. Were you scolding? Gu Xiaoshen stood up like a ruffian. Gu Ershun hurriedly hid behind Madame Lu. You're still speaking up for that little jinx. Who's your real brother? Mrs. Lu was so angry that she wanted to hit Gu Xiaoshen. But old man Gu was there, so she didn't dare to hit his grandson. She turned her head and gave her man a look. Say something. How could Gu Changlu dare to say anything? No one asked that girl when she didn't come to eat for a few days, but now she knew how to criticize him. He didn't want to go. It wasn't because he felt injustice for Gu Jiao. Moreover, he was the most cowardly of the three brothers. When Old Third was in trouble, he was by Old Third's side. If he had pulled Old Third in time, perhaps Old Third wouldn't have died. But the flood was too fierce. He was scared and left Old Third behind. He didn't dare to tell anyone about this. Only Old Man Gu knew. He had always felt a little guilty about the third branch. Changhai. Old Man Gu called his eldest son. Go over there. Gu Changhai hesitated for a moment and said, Father Jiao's brain isn't working well. I think we should just let this matter go. If it gets out of hand, the villagers will gossip and say that we're mean to Old Third's flesh and blood. Mrs. Lu was furious. How can we just let it go? You didn't hurt Deshun, did you? Didn't you see how badly Ershun was kicked? Gu Ershun clutched his stomach, feeling wronged. The little jinx's kick was really not light. He was still in pain. Old Man Gu's face darkened and he hesitated. Gu Changhai said softly, Father, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for Deshun's reputation. In the end, the one who got kicked was Gu Ershun, not Gu Dashun. Gu Dashun was just pushed by Gu Jiao in front of everyone, so he felt a little embarrassed. But Gu Dashun wasn't injured and he didn't miss his exams. It wasn't worth it to ruin his good reputation just to vent his anger. Gu Dashun also reacted at this time. Scholars valued reputation the most. Otherwise, the Gu family wouldn't have forced Xiao Lulang to submit. He couldn't be muddle-headed on this matter. He said gently, Forget it, grandfather. Younger sister is stupid. If we argue with her, it will make us seem unreasonable. Mrs. Lu was so angry that she fell backwards. Why didn't you say this earlier? If you really don't argue, you should have stopped Second Shun when he went to catch her. Old Man Gu was very satisfied with his eldest grandson's words. You're a reasonable person. You should learn from your eldest brother. Don't argue with a girl all the time. You're losing your status as an elder brother. The last few words were naturally directed at Gu Ershun. And you don't go out and cause trouble. You'll ruin your eldest brother's reputation. Gu Xiaoshen didn't escape. Gu Xiaoshen didn't take it to heart at all. Gu Jiao didn't know that the Gu family was in a mess because of her. She made a small fortune in town today and bought a lot of things. Of course, she also used up a lot of things. She was short of 1 anesthetic, 2 blood-clotting agents, sutures, and other medicine for external injuries. Gu Jiao took the salt, star anise, fennel, and some other ingredients to the kitchen. She boiled water while she was at it. Finally, she used the firewood in the stove to light a brazier. She gave the brazier to Xiao Lulang. It was close to the 12th lunar month, so the nights were still very cold. She could sleep early, but Xiao Lulang had to read by the light. In addition, his injured leg couldn't catch a cold. The door was left ajar. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. It's me. Xiao Lulang responded. Gu Jiao pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Lulang was bent over the table, copying a book. There was only a small oil lamp beside his hand. The light was very dim. Gu Jiao put the brazier on the ground and walked over to adjust the oil lamp to the brightest. She thought for a moment, then went to her room to grab the oil lamp. It's too dim. It hurts my eyes. Xiao Yulong's eyes moved. You can use the brazier. I won't be cold after I sleep, Gu Jiao said. After a pause, she seemed to think of something and said, Can I come to your room to warm up before I sleep? Xiao Lulang nodded. He sat up straight and continued to copy the book at hand. Gu Jiao knew that he earned money by copying books for others. Although he didn't earn much, he still earned 2 taels a month. However, the Gu family wanted to take 1 tael from him. They called it paying for the food of the original host. The original host didn't know that she paid for her meals at the Gu family. She thought that the Gu family was really good to her. To be fair, Xiao Lulang only had a bad attitude towards the original host. This was because the two of them didn't have a good relationship. It wasn't that Xiao Yulang's character was bad. Gu Jiao smiled and said, "You don't have to give the Gu family any more money. I'll eat at home in the future." Xiao Yulang's hand that was holding the brush paused. Gu Jiao took the mattress and clothes that hadn't dried yet. Her movements were very light and her breathing was very quiet. If it wasn't for Xiao Lulang glancing at her several times, he probably wouldn't have noticed that there was another person in the room. When the clothes were done, she suddenly said to him before leaving, "Right, what's your classmate's name?" "Fenglin," Xiao Lulang said. Xiao Lulang copied books until midnight. When he got up, he found that Gu Jiao had finished drying his clothes and neatly stacked them on the chair. He picked up the clothes and was about to put them in the cabinet when he saw a new pair of shoes at the bottom. Chapter 12. Ever since there was no nightlife, Gu Jiao woke up earlier than a chicken every day. Before dawn, she carried a bucket of water out the door. She went to the ancient well at the entrance of the village to fetch water. The villagers all woke up early. At this time, there were already a few aunts and young wives fetching water by the ancient well. Everyone was stunned when they saw her. The news of Gu Jiao causing a ruckus on the ox cart had spread throughout the village. Everyone knew that she had pulled Gu Dashan off the ox cart. She was a fool after all. When her illness acted up, she even harmed her own cousin. But why did she come to fetch water so early in the morning? The little fool never did any work and would only wake up when the sun was high up in the sky. Gu Jiao ignored everyone's gazes and calmly went to the ancient well. She put the bucket down to fetch water and carried it home with a shoulder pole. Everyone only came back to their senses when she walked far away. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The little fool just now didn't look foolish at all. She looked very good when she fetched water and walked very well. After Gu Jiao finished fetching water, she steamed a basket of meat buns. She bought a piece of cured meat yesterday and soaked it in water before going to bed. The excess saltiness was soaked out, but the flavor of the cured meat was just right. The smell of the meat buns wafted out. The dog next door was craving for them. Gu Jiao took 2 buns up the mountain. Most of the wood ears had been picked by her, but there were still a lot of wild mushrooms. In fact, the villagers could see these ingredients when they went up the mountain to cut firewood, but most people didn't dare to pick them. First, they couldn't tell the difference between poisonous mushrooms. Second, they didn't know how to remove the poison in fresh wood ears. After Gu Jiao finished picking the mushrooms, she went directly to the market. The eastern part of the town was a relatively wealthy and prosperous area. The best medical centers and restaurants were there. The yamen and the academy were also there. In contrast, the western part of the town was much more complicated. There were markets, workshops, gambling houses, brothels, all sorts of things. Gu Jiao arrived at the market and randomly found an open space to set up a stall. The woman next to her still remembered her and smiled at her. "You're here. Do you still have the mushrooms you picked last time? My grandson likes it. Can you give me some more?" The auntie sold sweet potatoes. The price of sweet potatoes was not comparable to the price of the mushrooms on the mountain. However, Gu Jiao did not care. She nodded and handed the basket to her, letting her take it herself. The auntie grabbed 2 handfuls and put in 2 big and red sweet potatoes for her. Not long after, the aunt on the other side also came over and said with a smile, Can I exchange some radishes with you? I want to stew some for my family too." Gu Jiao nodded nonchalantly and signaled her to do it herself with her eyes. Therefore, the aunt used her 2 big radishes to exchange for Gu Jiao's 2 mushrooms. After that, a few more hawkers came and one after another used their own side dishes to exchange for Gu Jiao's mushrooms. This scene was seen by the 2 men in the tea stall diagonally across the street. "Shopkeeper Wang, are you talking about her?" The one who asked was a well-dressed man in his early 30s. He had strong facial features and a tall figure. A middle-aged man in his 40s next to him said, "Second master, it's her." The second master looked at Gu Jiao and knit his brows. Such expensive mountain products, but she exchanged them with such cheap vegetables. Is she stupid? Someone even put rotten food inside, but she didn't say anything. She's really stupid. This? Shopkeeper Wang was speechless. He always felt that she wasn't stupid. She just didn't care. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The second master asked. "When she saved the patient, I was right next to her. I saw with my own eyes that she sewed up that deep and long wound. I won't make a mistake." Shopkeeper Wang gestured as he spoke. What shopkeeper Wang didn't say was that he had actually seen her twice. The first time was at this market, so he knew that she would come here to do business. How old is she? The second master knit his brows. No matter what, he couldn't believe that she was the doctor that brought the dead back to life. She was too young and too poor. She also had that birthmark on her face. But shopkeeper Wang wouldn't lie to him. Last time, the medical disturbance had a great impact. Not only did they offend Dr. Zhang, they also made the main hall of the capital very dissatisfied. The second master's position was in jeopardy. He urgently needed a doctor to support the situation. The second master said, "You go and ask her where her master is. I'm willing to hire her master for a large sum of money." This girl's medical skills couldn't have come from nothing. Hiring her master would be more reliable than hiring her. Shopkeeper Wang also felt that this method was feasible. He turned around to ask, but unexpectedly, just as he took a step, a young man fell down. He happened to fall in front of a chicken stall, scaring away all the chickens in the cage. "Ah, my chicken. My chicken." The old man selling the chicken hurriedly went to catch the chickens. The scene was in chaos. Shopkeeper Wang and the second master's eyes fell on the young man's body. They were both stunned. The young man had symptoms of chest tightness, cyanosis, and shortness of breath. These symptoms were almost the same as the symptoms of the patient who had died in their medical hall. But it was more aggressive and urgent. That patient had at least made it home, but this young man was about to suffocate to death. This was an incurable disease. Even if their medical hall's doctor came, they wouldn't be able to cure him. At this critical moment, a small and thin figure came out of the crowd. She arrived in front of the young man and tore open his clothes. Then she took out something and stabbed it into his chest. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Was she trying to kill him? The next second, Gu Jiao pulled out the needle and a small stream of air leaked out. Everyone saw that the young man who was about to suffocate to death had his chest suffocated and his breathing returned to normal. Shopkeeper Wang was dumbfounded. Do we still need to ask her master? Ask my ass. If their medical hall had such a doctor, that person wouldn't have died that day. The second master decisively pushed shopkeeper Wang aside and stood up. He personally walked over to Gu Jiao. "You're saying that you want me to be your medical hall's doctor?" After hearing the second master's words, Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. "Which medical hall are you from?" The second master smiled and said, "In Clear Spring Town, only our Tongfu Hall can be called a medical hall." She rubbed her chin. The second master thought that the other party wouldn't agree so easily. He was already prepared for the other party to put on airs. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao would say, "You came just in time. I was just about to go find you. I can cooperate with Tongfu Hall, but I'll say it first. I'll only see patients once a month." Once? The second master was stunned. "No, you're agreeing? You're not going to be pretentious? Raise the price?" "No, once. She'll only see patients once a month." "I'm very busy," Gu Jiao said seriously. "Busy? Selling vegetables?" The corner of the second master's mouth twitched as he looked at her basket. To be honest, he really wasn't satisfied this time. However, doing business was all about gradual progress. First, enter his Tongfu Hall's door. Later, when they were familiar with each other, they could slowly haggle. The second master said, "Okay. Once it's just once." Gu Jiao stared at him as if the next thing was the most important thing. "Also, I have another condition." After class, Feng Lin rushed to the medical hall without stopping. After the medical disturbance incident, the medical hall's business was a bit bleak. The clerks were listlessly arranging medicinal ingredients in the lobby. "Is Dr. Zhang here?" Feng Lin stopped the clerk and asked. The clerk said, "Dr. Zhang returned to the capital." "Then when will he come again?" Feng Lin asked politely. "I'm not sure," the clerk said. "Can you help me ask?" "My friend's leg has been injured for half a year. Only Dr. Zhang can cure him." Feng Lin persevered. The shop assistant looked at him impatiently. "To be honest, Dr. Zhang won't be coming again. If you really want to find him for treatment, you can go to the Huichun Hall in the capital to find him. However, his consultation fee is very expensive." "How much?" Feng Lin asked. 10 taels. "What? 10 taels?" Feng Lin was stunned. Even if he and Xiao Lulang worked together, they still wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. Chapter 13. Feng Lin left in disappointment. Just as he was about to walk out of the lobby, he heard a polite voice in front of him. Young master, are you here to see an illness? Feng Lin was stunned for a moment and looked at the other party. It was a young man in luxurious clothes. His aura was somewhat strong, but his attitude was very gentle. Feng Lin did not recognize him. You are... The staff recognized him and wanted to salute him, but they were stopped by the second boss with a look. Oh, I'm from Rejuvenation Hall. The second boss said pleasantly, Young master, are you feeling unwell? Feng Lin shook his head. No, I'm not sick. I'm here to see my classmate. May I know your name, young master? My name is Feng Lin. Feng Lin cupped his hands. My surname is Hu. The second boss returned the salute. So it's Dr. Hu. The other party said that he was from the medical center, so Feng Lin naturally thought that he was a doctor here. The second boss did not correct him. He smiled and said, Then may I ask where your classmate is feeling unwell? Feng Lin sighed. His leg was injured half a year ago. We found many doctors, but none of them can cure him. I think that only Dr. Jianghu from the medical center can cure him. But I heard that Dr. Jianghu will never come to the medical center again. Who said he won't come? The second boss coughed lightly and said, If he comes, he'll come tomorrow. The consultation fee, fixed price, 100 copper coins. Cough. All the staff in the room choked. Feng Lin also choked. 100 copper coins? Is it expensive? The second boss blinked and hurriedly said, I said it wrong. It's 10 copper coins. Feng Lin, the staff. No matter how stupid Feng Lin was, he knew that it was very expensive to see a doctor. Not to mention Dr. Jianghu from the capital, even a barefoot doctor from the countryside could not be dismissed with 10 copper coins. Didn't you say that Dr. Zhang's consultation fee is 10 taels? He asked doubtfully. The second boss's expression did not change. It's cheaper to see a doctor. Cheaper? By so much? Our medical center business is not good and it's off-season. Feng Lin, the employees were speechless again. Feng Lin immediately went to the village and told Xiao Lulang about the consultation. The consultation fee is only 10 copper coins, and the cost of the herbs will be calculated separately. Their business is not good now, so I guess the cost of the herbs won't be too expensive. The business of the medical center had indeed been affected, but it was still hard to believe that it had suddenly become so cheap. Feng Lin excitedly said, I've asked Manager Wang about it and Manager Wang said the same thing. This matter can't be fake, so just wait patiently. I happen to be on holiday at the end of the month. I'll go with you. Even the date had been set. It seemed like it was true. 3 days later, the results of the exam came out. Gu Dashun came in second place. This time the examinees came from all over the world. There were hundreds of them, and there was no lack of children from wealthy families among them. They had hired teachers since they were young, and their learning conditions were much better than Gu Dashuan's. Even so, Gu Dashun was still able to come in second place. It was really a great honor for the Gu family. Especially since the questions this time were personally set by the headmaster. The entire academy was spreading the news that the headmaster was going to come out of seclusion and recruit a personal disciple from this batch of examinees. Gu Dashun felt that his chances were very high. How did Lulang do in the exam? Old man Gu asked. Gu Dashun smiled. He also got in. He also came in second place, but it was from the bottom. There were a total of 100 examinees this time, and Xiao Lulang was ranked 99. Thinking about how he had left Xiao Lulang so far behind, Gu Dashun could not help but feel proud. However, he said, he didn't go to a private school for half a year. He studied hard at home. It's already very good that he could get such results. He studied hard for so long and almost didn't get in. It's clear that studying requires talent. In this aspect you are much better than Lulang. It was rare for old man Gu to say so much. Originally he did not dare to have too many expectations for Gu Dashun, but now that the results were out, he felt that Gu Dashun would definitely get in next year's fall quarter examinations. Old man Gu was very happy. He sent his second son to town to get 2 pounds of pork belly. Today it was the second branch's turn to cook. Madame Lu knew that most of the pork belly she brought out would go into Gu Dashuan's stomach, so she secretly hid 2 pieces in a jar. Mother, you hid the meat. Gu Shaoshan rushed in with sharp eyes. Madame Lu was so scared that she trembled and almost knocked the jar over. She turned around and hit Gu Shaoshan. Keep your voice down. What are you shouting for? Gu Shaoshan raised his eyebrows and said, I want to eat meat. I won't give it to you. Mrs. Lu turned her back and held the jar tightly. Gu Shaoshan snorted, if you don't give it to me, I'll tell Grandpa and Grandma that you hid the meat. You. Madame Lu raised her fist in anger. Other people gave birth to sons to enjoy life, but she gave birth to sons to make herself angry. Madame Lu also knew that Gu Xiaoshen would really do something like that. She painfully opened the jar and cut a small piece for him. Gu Xiaoshen did not even have the chance to taste it before it was gone. Why did you only give me half a bite? There are 2 big pieces in the jar. That's for Ershun. Of her 2 sons, only Ershun was willing to study. Madame Lu hoped that Ershun would be successful in the future so that she could benefit from him. She could not count on Xiaoshen. If he did not come back to squander money in the future, she would be praying for Buddha. Gu Xiaoshen wanted to give some meat to his sister, but he couldn't really snatch his mother's jar. So, when his mother was not paying attention, he opened the lid, grabbed a few steamed buns and ran away. Little beast. Madame Lu was furious. Steamed buns were also good food. Usually only Gu Dashun can eat steamed buns. They only eat Korean noodles. Madame Lu was so angry that she picked up a stick and chased after him. However, Gu Xiaoshen ran away quickly and disappeared. Gu Xiaoshen ran to his sister's place in one breath. His hand was scalded by the steamed buns. Sister. He rushed into the kitchen, but he suddenly smelled something and froze. He sniffed. It smells good. Sister, what are you cooking? Pheasant. She sold 2 of the 3 pheasants last time. She raised the remaining one for a few days and killed it today. What are you holding? Gu Jiao looked at his hand. Steamed buns. Gu Xiaoshen lowered his head. He wanted to give his sister something delicious to eat. Who would have thought that his sister would eat chicken? These steamed buns were a bit inferior. Gu Jiao took a bowl and asked him to put the steamed buns in. She also brought a basin of cold water. Put your hand in. Gu Xiaoshen did not ask why and obediently did as he was told. His hand did not hurt as soon as it was soaked in the water. Eat here. Gu Jiao said to him again. Gu Xiaoshen was surprised. I left a bowl for you. I was thinking about how to send it. Now that you're here, I don't have to make a trip. Gu Jiao said as she opened the cupboard and took out a bowl of chicken. She poured it back into the pot. Gu Xiaoshen looked at the bowl of chicken. He knew that his sister did not say those words just because he came. She really did leave a bowl for him. There was a whole drumstick in the bowl. He saw it all. Gu Xiaoshen suddenly felt a little sour at the tip of his nose. He came behind Gu Jiao, bent down, and pressed his forehead against Gu Jiao's back. He rubbed against it and said, Sister, how can you be so nice? Tell me, could it be that you're actually my biological mother? Gu Jiao. Chapter 14. Gu Jiao finally understood why the previous host and Gu Xiaoshen could play together. The 2 of them had the same level of intelligence. Gu Jiao made a pheasant stewed with mushrooms today. Although the pheasant was delicious, the meat was firmer than poultry. She used a large iron pot to stew it for 4 hours before it was tender. She also made a refreshing salad of black fungus and shredded radish. The main dish was white rice and corn pancakes baked on the iron pot. Although Xiao Lulang only scored last, Gu Jiao still attached great importance to it. That was why she killed the pheasant to celebrate Xiao Lulang. But she would not say this out loud. Go and call your brother-in-law to eat. She took off the pancake and said to Gu Xiaoshen. Yes. Gu Xiaoshen ran off. Xiao Lulang had just finished copying a book. When some outstanding examinees became a high scholar or a grand scholar, the books and notes they used would be borrowed by the bookstore and then copied and sold to other examinees. These books were more expensive than normal books, but there were still many examinees that rushed over. Xiao Yulong's writing was very pleasing to the eye, so the books he copied sold the best. Brother-in-law. It's time to eat. Gu Xiaoshen poked her little head in from the crack in the door. It was good to have thick skin. She had clearly bullied him half to death a few days ago, but now she was so intimate. Xiao Yulong's expression was as cold as before. He did not show any joy at Gu Xiaoshen's change in attitude. Of course, he also did not use Gu Xiaoshen's past ignorance to give Gu Xiaoshen a hard time. Gu Xiaoshen suddenly felt that she was quite comfortable with her brother-in-law. The 3 of them sat down to eat. Gu Xiaoshen picked up a piece of mushroom first. In his impression, his sister didn't cook, so this was his first time tasting his sister's cooking. He didn't expect it to be so delicious. He picked up another piece of chicken. Heavens! It was so delicious that he wanted to cry. Gu Jiao scooped out 2 big chicken drumsticks, one for Xiao Lulang and one for Gu Xiaoshen. The chicken drumstick was also stewed and the meat was juicy. Gu Xiaoshen felt like she was going to ascend to heaven after taking a bite. Xiao Lulang was very calm. But if Gu Jiao knew how much he used to eat, she probably wouldn't think so. The two of them quickly finished their bowls of rice. When Gu Xiaoshen went to scoop the rice, he saw that Xiao Yulong's bowl was also empty. He said, "Brother-in-law, I'll scoop a bowl for you too." Okay. Xiao Lulang did not refuse. He didn't know if he didn't refuse his kindness or if he didn't refuse the call of brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoshen quickly went to get more rice. This was the most comfortable meal Gu Xiaoshen had ever eaten. The taste was good and the atmosphere at the table was good. Although his sister and brother-in-law didn't say anything, he could say something. The three of them were eating happily. After the meal, Xiao Lulang helped Gu Jiao clean up the dishes, and Gu Xiaoshen went to the backyard to chop firewood. After entering the kitchen, Xiao Lulang suddenly put a money bag next to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Household expenses," he said. Xiao Lulang gave Gu Jiao 2 taels of silver. He earned it by copying books for more than a month, and he only had about 10 copper coins left. But he was almost done copying the book, and he should be able to sell it in town in 2 days. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the money bag on the stove. She took it and put it away. After cleaning up the kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the entrance of the village to fetch water. Gu Xiaoshen took her shoulder pole. "Sister, you rest. I'll do this kind of rough work." He carried the shoulder pole and left. Gu Jiao wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. At this time, everyone was eating in the house and no one came out to fetch water. Gu Xiaoshen occupied the ancient well by himself. While he was fetching water, 2 strong men rode their horses towards him. They stopped beside Gu Xiaoshen without saying anything. The 2 men dismounted from their horses. Gu Xiaoshen felt a biting cold murderous aura. He was a little ruffian in the village, and he immediately saw that the 2 men practiced martial arts. All the ruffians in the surrounding villages were no match for them. "Are you from this village?" one of the strong men asked. "Oh, yes. What can I do for you?" Gu Xiaoshen asked in a daze. "We are here to look for someone." The strong man showed a broken umbrella and asked fiercely, "Have you seen this umbrella before?" Why hadn't he seen it before? That was his sister's umbrella. Gu Xiaoshen felt bad. "Have you seen it before?" The strong man narrowed his eyes dangerously. I. Gu Xiaoshen stuttered. What did his sister do? Why did such a scary person come to look for her? "Boy." The strong man stretched out his rough hand and gently pressed Gu Xiaoshen's shoulder. "I advise you to tell the truth or I will ask someone else." This man was so strong that he couldn't move half of his body. Gu Xiaoshen gritted his teeth. "It's mine." The strong man was stunned. He exchanged a look with his companion. The strong man withdrew his hand and asked suspiciously, "Your umbrella? Are you sure?" Gu Xiaoshuan's legs were actually starting to go soft, but he stubbornly said, "Of course I am sure it's my own umbrella. There is a mark on the handle of the umbrella with the word, Shao written on it. I carved it myself." The last few words were true. He was bored at that time, so he carved his name on his sister's fan, but he only knew how to write the word, Shao. Of course, the strong men knew that there was a word on the handle of the umbrella, so when he said this, most of the strong men believed him. "So, the person who went to the back of the mountain that day was you?" "Was me." "The person who stepped on our master's face was also you?" "Yes." "Our master's arm was fixed by you?" "Yes." "Was all me." "The needle on his butt was also pricked by you?" Gu Xiaoshen almost staggered and fell. "Sister, my dear sister, why did you go and prick people's buttocks for fun?" Gu Xiaoshen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Yes, yes, yes. Was all me. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Other than me, Gu Xiaoshen, who else would do such a thing?" Gu Xiaoshen felt that he was going to be beaten to death here today, but the pain he imagined did not come. He carefully opened his eyes to take a look and saw the 2 burly men take a big step back and bow deeply to him. "Benefactor. We finally found you." "Gu Xiaoshen, sister." "Sister." Gu Xiaoshen ran into the kitchen as if he was reincarnated. "I think I'm in trouble." "Lower your voice, your brother-in-law is studying." Gu Jiao made a shushing gesture at him. Gu Xiaoshen told Gu Jiao everything that happened at the entrance of the village with a long face. "Sister, what should we do now?" "What benefactor? Are they trying to blackmail me?" "So that's what happened." Gu Jiao remembered what happened on the mountain that day and nodded thoughtfully. "You didn't ask who they were." Gu Xiaoshen drooped his little head. "I forgot to ask." "Have they left?" Gu Jiao asked. "Not yet." Gu Xiaoshen cried. Gu Jiao put down the broom. "Okay, you wait for me here." "Sister, don't go." Gu Xiaoshen pulled her. "It's okay." Gu Jiao smiled and walked towards the entrance of the village. Gu Xiaoshen did not know what his sister said to the two men, but they left obediently. The next day at dawn, a carriage drove into the village and stopped outside the Gu family's gate. An elegant middle-aged man came down from the carriage. The first branch was cooking today, so Madame Zhou and Zhou Yue got up early. Zhou Yue carried a basket and went to the field to cut the pigweed. When she opened the door, she saw a middle-aged man about to knock on their door and a big carriage behind him. Zhou Yue had never seen this before and was stunned. The middle-aged man said with a pleasant face, "Excuse me, is this Gu Li Zheng's house?" Zhou Yue turned and ran into the house. Mother. Someone is looking for grandfather." The one who came out was Gu Zhanghai. Gu Zhanghai was the eldest son of the old man Gu. He occasionally went to the government office with the old man Gu, so he was more knowledgeable than most people in the village. The other party's background was not small. Gu Zhanghai politely said, "My father is washing up, you are?" The middle-aged man smiled. "I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy. Today I came here to deliver the admission document to young Master Gu." Didn't they go to town to get the admission document by themselves? How could they trouble the academy to deliver it personally? Sure enough, De Shun did too well in the exam. Gu Zhanghai felt his back straighten. He proudly shouted into the house, "De Shun, the academy is here to deliver the admission document to you." Chapter 15. For Gu Dashun to be able to study so well, in addition to being very smart, he was also very hard-working. He woke up earlier than Madame Zhou and Gu Yui and was currently studying in his room. Hearing his father call him, he put down his book and walked out. "Father, what's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the middle-aged man outside the door. He vaguely felt that the other party's face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. But he was sure that the other party's clothes and bearing were not ordinary. He didn't know why he had come to their house. "Father, what did you say just now?" "I was studying and didn't hear clearly." He turned to Gu Zhanghai and said. Gu Zhanghai pointed at the middle-aged man and smiled. "This is the steward of Tianxiang Academy. He came to deliver your admission document." Admission document? Gu Dashun had the same doubts as Gu Zhanghai. The academy had already informed them that the results would be released 3 days after the exam and the admission document would be released on the 7th day. They had to go to the east gate of the academy to get it. There were still 3 days before the 7th day. Why did he come out already? And delivered himself to their door? The middle-aged man also reacted at this moment. He smiled and said, "So there is another candidate in your house. But I'm afraid that Master Gu has misunderstood. The document in my hand is not for this candidate, but for another young Master Gu." Gu Zhanghai said strangely, "Only De Shun is a candidate in our house." The middle-aged man maintained a decent smile. "I didn't quite understand what I said just now. May I ask, is young Master Gu Xiaoshen here?" The father and son were stunned. Gu Zhanghai found his voice after a while. You must be mistaken, right? Gu Xiaoshen didn't take the exam." Gu Xiaoshen was a scoundrel. Scoundrel. He wouldn't take the exam even if he had 8 lifetimes. Even if he took the exam, he definitely wouldn't be able to. The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "I didn't make a mistake. It is Gu Xiaoshen. He was personally recommended by my master. He entered the school without taking the exam." Gu Zhanglu, who had just woken up, heard his son's name. He walked over and said, "What's wrong with Xiaoshen? Did he get into trouble again? Bastard. I'll go beat him up right now." Gu Changlu had just woken up and looked really sloppy, but the middle-aged man's smile didn't change at all. "My master accidentally fell down the mountain. Fortunately, young Master Gu saved him. In that case, this matter is settled. I'll have to trouble the 2 masters to hand over the admission documents to young Master Gu. He will enter the school in 4 days. Our family can't afford 2 sets of tuition fees," Gu Zhanghai suddenly said. Gu Changlu was still confused. He didn't know what was going on. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Dashun and then at Gu Zhanghai. This time, there was no smile in his eyes. "It's written on the document that all tuition fees are waived. In addition, I've also prepared the books and school uniform. Please pass them to young Master Gu." His own father and second uncle did not notice, but Gu Dashun did. The other party addressed him as this examinee, but addressed Gu Xiaoshen as young Master Gu. Moreover, he got second place in the exam, but the other party didn't even know that this was his house. Gu Dashuan's expression didn't look too good. He wanted to ask the other party and the master's identity in detail, but the middle-aged man handed a mahogany brocade box to Gu Changlu and left directly in the carriage. Gu Changlu was still in a daze. Eldest brother, that person? Did he say that Xiaoshan can also go to school? The whole family knew about this during breakfast. When did you go up the mountain? Who did you save? Why didn't you tell us? Madame Lu asked a series of questions. How would I know? I just saved him. His sister didn't allow him to tell others, so he could only take the blame. But he didn't expect the result to be like this. How could he go to school? Since there's no tuition fee, let Xiaoshan go to school. It'll save him from causing trouble outside all day long. Gu Changlu said. If he leaves, who will do the work in the field? Madame Zhou was dissatisfied. It was true that they didn't need money, but if there was one less person to work in the field, they would be the ones tired out. Gu Dashan looked at Madame Zhou. Mother, it's a good thing to have more scholars in the family. After school I can help out with the work. How can we let you do it? Madame Zhou vetoed. Her son was born to study, not to dig for food in the field. Madame Lu didn't like to hear this. So her son was a noble and her son was a lowly one? However, Gu Xiaoshan was indeed useless. If second Shun was stopped from studying, Madame Lu would argue back. Xiaoshuan's temperament needs to change. At least he needs to be able to sit still like second Shun. Gu Dashan spoke again. His words struck a chord in everyone's heart. Yes, with Gu Xiaoshuan's poor temperament, could he study well? They didn't want to offend the teacher and implicate Gu Dashan. How about we let second Shun study? Madame Lu asked. Second Shun was smarter than Xiaoshan, and also more disciplined than Xiaoshan. If he were to study, he would definitely be able to become a scholar. In fact, Madame Zhou still didn't agree. She felt that second Shun only looked studious. In fact, there were several times when De Shun explained problems to him, but he didn't learn at all. He wasn't cut out for studying. Madame Lu was whimsical and kept dreaming of becoming a scholar's mother with second Shun. But this time, the men in the family didn't object, so Madame Zhou didn't say anything. During the whole process, no one asked for Gu Xiaoshuan's opinion. 3 days later, Xiao Lulang and Gu Dashan each received their admission papers and uniforms. The books were prepared by himself. Gu Xiaoshan knew that he didn't have any, so he specially prepared new books for him. But now they were all Gu Ershuan's. Gu Jiao carried a small basket and sent Xiao Lulang to town. As usual, she first sent him to the academy, then walked to the market. Xiao Lulang changed into a brand new uniform. Gu Jiao had seen other people wear this uniform, such as Feng Lin and many other students from the academy. But no one was like Xiao Lulang. He was tall, his clothes were whiter than snow, and his features were picturesque. He was like a stranger, like a jade and a peerless young master. After a while, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his feet. Seeing that he was wearing the new shoes she bought for him, Gu Jiao curved her lips. Does it fit? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded slightly. Gu Jiao handed him the crutch and went out with him. When they arrived at the village entrance, second Uncle Luo's ox cart was already waiting. There weren't many people going to town today. Other than the two of them, there were only Gu Dashan and Gu Ershan. The two of them also put on their uniforms. To be honest, the members of the Gu family weren't ugly. In fact, Gu Dashan was better looking than most of the men in town. But when he stood next to Xiao Lulang, he was immediately reduced to dregs. Xiao Lulang didn't do anything, but he was like a painting, exuding an elegant and scholarly aura. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had told Gu Xiaoshan that he had saved someone from the academy. Thus, the two of them knew that the person going to the academy today should be Gu Xiaoshan. However, when the two of them saw Gu Ershan, who was wearing a uniform that was obviously one size too small, appear on the ox cart, they didn't show much surprise. It was as if they had expected the Gu family to do such a shameless thing. Gu Jiao sneered. Xiao Lulang rummaged through his bundle and realized that Gu Jiao had stuffed him with another copper coin. This time it was 20. Gu Ershan rolled his eyes at the two of them. The ox cart quickly arrived near the academy. Stop here. We'll walk there ourselves, Gu Dashan said. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao sat at the entrance of the academy. After Xiao Lulang entered the academy, Gu Jiao carried the basket and went to the market. Chapter 16. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. The students who entered this year were split into 4 classes. In order of results they were Qinzi Class A, Qinzi Class B, Earth Class A, and Earth Class B. Gu Dashun got second place and naturally got into Qinzi Class A. Xiao Lulang got second last and got into Earth Class B. As for Gu Xiaoshun, this backdoor entrant, he was also assigned to Earth Class B. Originally, Gu Dashun was wondering what kind of important person Gu Xiaoshun had saved, but in the end he just got into the worst class. It seemed that the other party didn't have much of a say in Tianxiang Academy. That's Earth Class B, you can go. Gu Dashun gave Gu Ershun directions, then turned and headed towards Qinzi Class A. Gu Ershun had dreamed of going to school like Dashun since he was young. Now that he finally got his wish, he was overjoyed. But thinking that he was in the same class as Xiao Lulang, he was a little unhappy. Although he didn't know what Qinzi Class A and Earth Class B meant, but Xiao Lulang got second last, what kind of class could he be in? When he got back, he had to find the master that Gu Xiaoshun had saved and get him to transfer him to Gu Dashun's class. Gu Ershun thought this as a matter of course, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this idea. He looked at the students with disdain and was about to walk in with his chin raised. Suddenly the teacher spoke. "Who are you?" Gu Ershun said, "I'm a new student, Gu Ershun." The teacher heard this and didn't look at him anymore, calmly saying, "Where did you come from? There's no such person in the class, get out." Gu Ershun was stunned. All the students looked at him. Gu Ershun's face flushed red. Has Gu Xiaoshun arrived?" The headmaster interrupted him. The classroom was very quiet. "Has Gu Xiaoshun arrived yet?" The headmaster asked again. The students began to whisper among themselves. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Ershun were obviously related, but the headmaster didn't even ask. The students began to whisper among themselves. When they looked at Gu Ershun again, there was a hint of thought-provoking in their eyes. Gu Ershun could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to look for Gu Dashun, hoping that Gu Dashun would be able to solve this problem for him, but unexpectedly, Qinzi Class A had already started their lessons. Gu Ershun had nowhere to go. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. After the lesson ended, Gu Dashun was called out by the headmaster of his class. "Headmaster Qin." Gu Dashun bowed respectfully. Headmaster Qin thought for a moment and asked him, "Do you know about your brother's enrollment?" Gu Dashun nodded. "I know. A steward of the academy personally sent my brother's enrollment document to the village. May I ask, what happened?" Headmaster Qin frowned. Gu Xiaoshun was enrolled, but Gu Ershun came. "Do you know about this?" Gu Dashun looked at Headmaster Chen's expression and felt that something was wrong. His eyes flashed and he lowered his eyes. "I don't know. I left first. Those two are my second uncle's brothers." "I understand. You can go to class first," Headmaster Chen said. "Headmaster, my brother?" Gu Dashun looked at Headmaster Chen with an uneasy expression. Headmaster Chen waved his hand. "It's okay. It's your second uncle's family business. It has nothing to do with you. Go to class. You did well in the exam this time. The headmaster thinks highly of you." Gu Dashun went to class. He looked at the corridor. Gu Ershun was timid. He would not talk nonsense. After Gu Jiao went to the market, she went directly to her previous stall. Everyone seemed to know that she was going to sell mountain goods here. They had already reserved a seat for her. Gu Jiao brought freshly picked mushrooms and sun-dried black fungus today. "Can this be eaten? Didn't you say it was poisonous?" The woman selling sweet potatoes asked while holding a piece of black fungus. "I sold it. It's edible," Gu Jiao said. After being exposed to the sun, the black fungus no longer had tannic acid and porphyrin. It would not cause any poisoning. The woman selling sweet potatoes believed her. "Can I exchange sweet potatoes with you?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." More than half of the black fungus and mushrooms in the basket were exchanged by the nearby vendors with side dishes. The remaining small part was really sold to passers-by. Gu Jiao grabbed the basket with one hand. The heavy basket was filled with radishes, sweet potatoes, winter melons, and pumpkins. However, she easily grabbed it. Everyone was stunned as they watched her walk out of the market. Gu Jiao did not go back to the village. Instead, she went to a gray alley. Xuaningxiang also came to the market. Her mother-in-law's legs were cold again. She did not have money to go to the medical center in town. She could only come to the market to buy some herbs. After buying the herbs, she was about to go back. However, she accidentally saw a familiar figure. She looked at the person to make sure that she was not mistaken. She could not help but feel more confused. Why is she here? Why did she go to that kind of place? Behind that alley was not a good place to go. Xuaningxiang knew that there were gambling houses, brothels, and illegal workshops. Xuaningxiang could not figure out why Gu Jiao went there. Was she deceived or? Xuaningxiang frowned and hurried to catch up. However, as soon as she passed through the alley, Gu Jiao disappeared. Opposite her was a big gambling house. On the left was a brothel. On the right was something unknown. From time to time, shrill screams could be heard. Some people fell out with bruises all over their faces. After that, they vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Xuaningxiang was frightened. She turned around and wanted to go back. However, she was blocked by a few ruffian men in the alley. Yo, where did this little girl come from? She's so pretty. Isn't that right? Play with us for a while? The two men in front of Xuaningxiang said as they stretched out their hands. Although the two behind did not make a move, they also smiled wretchedly. The four of them surrounded her so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Xuaningxiang wanted to scream, but one of the men covered her mouth. It seemed that this was not the first time that these four people had done this. They cooperated very well. One of them covered her mouth while the other two held her up. Then everyone began to touch her all over. Xuaningxiang could not scream or move. She fell into despair. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind them. Hey, move aside. The few of them were having fun. When they suddenly heard a woman's voice, they were secretly happy. Did someone send themselves to their door? However, when they turned around, they saw a little girl with red spots on her face. Not only was her face ugly, but she was also skinny. It was obvious that she was not growing well. The few of them immediately lost their interest in pressing her down. The man who covered Xuaningxiang's mouth shouted, "Move aside." I said move aside. Her voice was not loud and her tone was careless. However, for some reason, everyone's heart was filled with a strange chill. Cheat, it was still the man who covered Xuaningxiang's mouth. He smiled disdainfully and let go of Xuaningxiang. He walked towards Gu Jiao. He threw a punch at Gu Jiao. Xuaningxiang could not bear to watch and closed her eyes. Crack. Ah! The sound of bones breaking and a pitiful cry shocked everyone. Gu Jiao did not give anyone a chance to react. She grabbed the second man's collar and fiercely threw him against the wall. He fainted on the spot. The remaining two people threw themselves at her, but before they could even touch the corner of her clothes, she kicked them in their vitals. They lay on the ground and could not get up. However, at this moment, the first man who fell to the ground suddenly struggled to get up. He grabbed a brick and threw it at the back of Gu Jiao's head. Chapter 17. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Ah! Xuaningxiang screamed. Gu Jiao turned around and kicked the man away. Xuaningxiang was dumbfounded. She didn't understand how Gu Jiao did it. After beating the man up, Gu Jiao left with the basket on her back. She didn't even look at Xuaningxiang. It made people think that she only beat them up because they were in her way. Xuaningxiang recovered from her shock and stood up while trembling. You wait. Gu Jiao continued to walk forward. Xuaningxiang wanted to chase after her, but her clothes were torn by the men. If she walked out like this, they would see her naked body. She was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and fidgeted with her hair. She took out her cotton-padded jacket from the basket and threw it on Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang was stunned. She looked at the jacket and then looked at Gu Jiao. Aren't you cold? Give it to me if you don't want to wear it. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Wear it. I'll wear it. Xuaningxiang quickly put on the jacket. Gu Jiao's jacket was a little thin, especially around the chest area. It made Xuaningxiang panic. Xuaningxiang bent down to pick up the herbs on the ground. She whispered to Gu Jiao, "Just now, thank you." She didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. She also didn't expect Gu Jiao to save her. Her feelings were a little complicated, but no matter what, her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. It was also at this moment that she was sure that Gu Jiao was different from before. Are you not stupid anymore? She asked cautiously. Gu Jiao didn't answer her. She's still a fool. Otherwise, why would she save him? He had bullied her in the past. Gu Jiao. Suddenly, Xuaningxiang saw blood dripping from Gu Jiao's left hand. You're injured. Gu Jiao said indifferently, It's not my blood. She wasn't lying. It really wasn't hers. However, she thought of something and wiped the blood off with a handkerchief. Xuaningxiang turned around and looked at the four bastards on the ground. They didn't bleed, so where did the blood on this girl's hand come from? What was she doing just now? The two of them left the alley. Gu Jiao looked at the sky. Xuaningxiang suddenly grabbed her sleeve and looked at her pitifully. Can I go back to the village with you? Gu Jiao frowned. She didn't want to go back to the village. Xuaningxiang felt that it was reasonable for Gu Jiao to refuse. After all, she didn't have a good relationship with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had saved her because they were from the same village. There was no need for her to take her back to the village. Xuaningxiang silently withdrew her hand. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I have to go to the academy first." Xuaningxiang's eyes lit up. She raised her head and asked, "Can I go with you?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She turned around and walked towards the east of the town. Xuaningxiang tried to follow her. When she saw that Gu Jiao didn't chase her away, she was happy and followed her. Xuaningxiang had her feet bound. Women with bound feet walked slowly. Gu Jiao scratched her head in annoyance, but she still stopped and waited for her. When the two of them arrived at the academy, classes had just ended. Xiao Lulang walked out with his bag of books. He was stunned when he saw Gu Jiao in the alley across from him. He walked over with a normal expression and asked, "Are you also nearby today?" "Yes." Gu Jiao answered vaguely. Xuaningxiang was shocked. The distance from the market to here was at least 7 or 8 li. This. How could this be called nearby? Xiao Lulang finally saw Xuaningxiang beside Gu Jiao. A trace of surprise flashed through Xiao Yulang's eyes. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how the two of them were together. Furthermore, Xuaningxiang was wearing Gu Jiao's clothes. Second Uncle Luo's ox cart was already waiting in the alley. He had told him in the morning to pick them up at 5 in the morning. The three of them got on the ox cart. Gu Jiao sat in the middle of the two of them. Xuaningxiang used to have a good impression of Xiao Lulang, but after that terrible incident, she still had lingering fears of men. She didn't even greet Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't care about Xuaningxiang's attitude towards him. He just felt that it was a bit strange, but he didn't ask. Gu Jiao gave her cotton-padded jacket to Xuaningxiang. She only had a thin jacket on. She didn't feel cold when they were on the road, but once she sat down she felt a bit cold. Xiao Lulang looked down at his school uniform and couldn't help but hesitate. If he gave it to her, their relationship didn't seem that good. If he didn't give it to her, she would freeze. Just as he was hesitating, he saw Xuaningxiang weakly lean towards Gu Jiao. She used her body to warm Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang, after the ox cart passed through the alley, they saw Gu Dashun waiting there. Gu Ershun had already been driven home, so Gu Dashun was the only one waiting for the ox cart. Gu Dashun didn't care about Xuaningxiang on the ox cart. He only looked at the expressionless Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. When he thought of how calm they were in the morning, he suddenly felt that they had already guessed that this would be the outcome from the beginning. But they didn't say anything. They just watched as Gu Ershun was driven out. They even almost caused him to be suspected by the teacher. Whose idea was it? Xiao Yulang's? Or this little fool's? A light breeze blew. Gu Jiao gently parted the hair covering her face. She didn't mind revealing the birthmark on her face. Gu Dashun had never seen Gu Jiao like this before. No, he had actually seen it before. It was on the morning of the exam. She had pulled him down from the ox cart. At that time she was just as calm as she was now. But at that time he was in a fit of anger and didn't notice. What exactly happened to this little fool? She suddenly changed her personality. She suddenly stopped coming to the Gu residence for meals and suddenly got along with Xiao Lulang. "Are you thirsty?" Xuaningxiang took off the water bag from her waist and handed it to Gu Jiao. Even Widow Shui, who always didn't get along with her, became her friend? Gu Dashun frowned deeply. The ox cart arrived at the village. Gu Dashun jumped off the ox cart. Gu Jiao didn't fight with him. She just sat on the ox cart and looked at him with a faint smile. "Remember to send Xiaoshun to school tomorrow." Gu Dashun clenched his fists. After returning home, Gu Jiao felt particularly cold today. Her hands and feet were ice cold. At night her period came. People in the countryside didn't have enough nutrition, so their periods came late. She was already 14 years old, but this was her first time having her period. She didn't know if it was because she had fallen into the water a few days ago, but the cold air was too strong. In addition to the wind today, her stomach hurt very badly. She had been in the organization for many years and was already used to all kinds of pain. But she couldn't tolerate this kind of pain during her period. Xuaningxiang came to return Gu Jiao's clothes. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Gu Jiao sitting on a chair with a pale face. She immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Gu Jiao lightly said. This woman who could kill 4 men with one punch during the day was now so weak that she couldn't even stand up. How could it be nothing? Xuaningxiang looked at her hands covering her stomach and said, "Ah, you're having your period?" Gu Jiao didn't have the energy to pay attention to her. Xiao Lulang heard the commotion in the room. He walked over and asked, "What happened?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything, but Xuaningxiang said, "Her period came. It hurts very badly. Do you have brown sugar at home? Boil a bowl for her." Xiao Lulang suddenly froze. Xuaningxiang didn't think too much about it. She thought that since the two of them had been married for half a year, they must have already consummated their marriage. There was nothing that couldn't be said. Chapter 18. Xiao Lulang awkwardly went out. There was no brown sugar at home and the market was closed at this time. If he wanted brown sugar, he could only borrow it from someone else's house. Xiao Lulang never borrowed anything from others, let alone the brown sugar that women drank when they had their period. He stood under the eaves and his cheeks were a bit hot. But after taking a few deep breaths, he still got up and went to the east side of the village. Aunt Zhang. He knocked on the Zhang family's door. Aunt Zhang opened the door and saw him. She smiled and asked, "It's Lulang. It's so late. What's the matter?" "Came to borrow some brown sugar." Xiao Lulang pretended to be calm as he said. In the countryside, brown sugar was a rare thing. Most people didn't have it. Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law had just given birth and was in confinement. Xiao Lulang heard her ask Uncle Luo to bring her brown sugar from the market. "Why do you need brown sugar? Is the Gu girl pregnant?" Aunt Zhang asked. Xiao Yulang's cheeks were hot again. "No, no." "Ah, then you're having your period?" I didn't expect Lulang to be so caring. There were rumors in the village that the couple had gotten back together. Aunt Zhang was a bit skeptical at first, but now she believed it. Aunt Zhang went back to the house and filled a bowl with brown sugar for him. She joked, "It's a good thing that a woman has her period. It means that she'll be able to give birth to your baby soon." Xiao Lulang didn't know how he left. He brought the brown sugar water to Gu Jiao's room. Xuaningxiang had already gone back. Gu Jiao was lying on the bed feeling a bit weak. He walked into the room and put the brown sugar water on the table. "Drink it first. Call me if it's not enough." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Even though he walked very quickly, Gu Jiao's sharp eyes noticed that his ears had turned red. Gu Jiao chuckled and drank all the brown sugar water in the bowl. She didn't expect the brown sugar water to be so effective. Her body warmed up and she felt much more comfortable. She quickly fell asleep. That night she had another dream. She dreamed that she woke up late the next day. Xiao Lulang went out alone and met Gu Xiaoshan at the entrance of the village. The two of them went to the academy together and entered the same class. Gu Xiaoshan was not a stingy person. He slept through the entire first morning of class and left a very bad impression on others. When it was time to split the dormitory, no one was willing to stay with him. Only Xiao Lulang stood up. The two of them were assigned to the westernmost dormitory. That room had been in disrepair for a long time. As soon as the two of them entered, the roof collapsed. Xiao Lulang was seriously injured and Gu Xiaoshan was also slightly injured. The next day Gu Jiao really woke up late. Because of her previous experience, Gu Jiao was much calmer this time. Xiao Lulang wasn't there. He should have gone to school. She went to second Uncle Luo's house to ask. She learned that Xiao Lulang went to the academy with Gu Xiaoshan. She decided to go to the academy. Second Uncle Luo's ox cart went to town. She walked there and arrived at the academy at noon. Gu Xiaoshan was sleeping on the table until the students in front of him poked him with a pen. "Hey, it's time to eat." Gu Xiaoshan rubbed his eyes and sat up. "Ah, it's time to eat?" The surrounding students looked at the creases on his face from the books and all burst out laughing. Who in the class didn't know that Gu Xiaoshan got in through connections? He got in through the back door. It was just that no one expected this guy to be completely ignorant and incompetent. Even the worst class in Tianxiang Academy didn't have such a loafer. Everyone looked at Gu Xiaoshan with a trace of disapproval. Soon their class teacher Zhang came over. Teacher Zhang said, "Today we'll be splitting the dormitories. For people to a room. You guys discuss among yourselves and then come to me to get your keys." There were 26 people in Earth Class B, which meant that each room would only have 2 people. Everyone quickly split up. Xiao Yulang's desk mate had 2 friends in the class who had known each other since childhood. He called Xiao Lulang along. Gu Xiaoshuan's side was much more bumpy. No one was willing to share a room with him, so he was successfully left alone. There was also a student who had applied for leave yesterday and had just started school today. Because he didn't know everyone, he was also left alone. But it was obvious that this student also disliked Gu Xiaoshan. I don't want to share a room with him." Then I'll stay by myself. Gu Xiaoshen crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. Of course he couldn't stay by himself. That student who was left alone wouldn't want to stick to the wall and sleep, right? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, I'll switch with you. That student was moved to tears and thanked him several times. He was just short of calling him dad. Gu Xiaoshen grinned, brother-in-law, you don't have to live with me. It's not that I don't want to live with you, I just feel that. Xiao Lulang took the keys from teacher Zhang's hands and walked away expressionlessly. Gu Xiaoshen smacked his lips and followed reluctantly. All the good rooms had been picked, and the one that was left was the most remote one. The two of them carried their bags and walked forward. Halfway through, a servant ran over with sweat all over his forehead. Which one of you is Xiao Lulang? Xiao Lulang stopped and turned around to say to him, I am. The servant panted, your family is here. She's waiting for you outside, saying that it's urgent. She wants you to go see her immediately. Xiao Lulang was an orphan, so the only person who could be considered as his family was her. Xiao Lulang paused and said to Gu Xiaoshen, it's your sister. My sister is here? Once he heard that it was Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen became energetic. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find my sister. The dormitory was actually only a few steps away. It wasn't impossible to see her after putting the things in. But she said that it was urgent. Xiao Lulang quickened his steps. He carried his bag and walked with Gu Xiaoshen to the entrance of the academy. There were people coming and going on the street, and she was wearing inconspicuous clothes, but Xiao Lulang still recognized her at a glance. She stood in the cold wind and her small face was a bit red. Perhaps because she didn't like noise, she frowned from time to time. Sister. Sister. Gu Xiaoshen excitedly ran towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at him and quickly looked away to see Xiao Lulang behind the crowd. Xiao Lulang was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Xiao Lulang was startled. Gu Jiao smiled. Xiao Lulang averted his gaze and walked towards her in large strides. Sister, why are you looking for us? Gu Xiaoshen asked. Oh, it's nothing. Gu Jiao said casually, I just came to have a meal with you. After she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Lulang looking at her suspiciously. She adjusted Gu Xiaoshuan's collar and said seriously, it's your first day at school. I'm worried about you. The two went to a nearby noodle restaurant and had 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. It was the same restaurant where Feng Lin took Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao to eat last time. Xiao Lulang didn't enjoy the food very much. Gu Jiao said, isn't this noodles from your hometown? You don't like it? It's not as good as yours. These words came out of his mouth. After saying it, Xiao Lulang was stunned. Gu Jiao was also stunned for a moment. Then she looked at him and smiled. Okay, I'll cook for you tonight. Gu Xiaoshen had a big appetite. After he finished one bowl, he wanted to eat another bowl. But for some reason he suddenly felt full. What did I eat to make me full? Chapter 19. After dinner, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshen returned to the academy, only to be told that their dormitory had collapsed. When did it collapse? Xiao Lulang asked. The student said, it collapsed not long after you left. Many people saw you go to the dormitory and were worried that you would be buried inside. They were going to go, but Xiao Yolang's expression froze. Gu Xiaoshen ran over to see the collapsed dormitory, only to see broken walls everywhere. The floor was cracked by the beams. Thinking of what would happen if this thing fell on someone's head, he was so scared that he patted his chest. Fortunately, my sister came to eat with us. Otherwise we would both be buried alive. Including the time at the clinic, this was the second time. Every time, it was because of her that they were able to avoid an unexpected disaster. Xiao Lulang looked in the direction that Gu Jiao left, revealing a thoughtful expression. Tianxiang Academy's dormitory had always been tight. This time they had recruited a total of 101 students, which was the largest recruitment effort. Therefore the academy had no extra dormitory, so they could only let the two of them continue to stay off campus. Because the dormitory fees were included in the tuition fees, they generally wouldn't be refunded if they didn't stay. However, considering that this wasn't a problem for the students, the academy took the initiative to cover Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshuan's daily transportation expenses. Gu Xiaoshen didn't care. He didn't like the Gu family, but he didn't seem to love the academy that much either. It was the same everywhere. Brother-in-law, are you happy? Gu Xiaoshen asked Xiao Lulang in a low voice on the way back to the classroom. Why would I be happy? Xiao Lulang asked back. Because you can go back and sleep with my sister. Gu Xiaoshen didn't know what to say. He was 13 years old this year. It wasn't true that he didn't understand, but it wasn't true that he understood very well either. In his opinion, a man was supposed to sleep with his wife in his arms. As for what he was supposed to do after sleeping, he had no idea. So he was not the least bit ashamed when he said this. Xiao Lulang choked. Don't talk nonsense. He wasn't spouting nonsense. Brother-in-law could go back and sleep with his sister. The two of them entered the classroom. Mathematics was in the afternoon. Mathematics was not included in the imperial examination, and only 8 parts were taken. Thus, the imperial court did not place much importance on mathematics. The reason why this subject was established was entirely the principal's idea. The principal hoped to cultivate talents for the Zhao country. Xiao Lulang had just sat down when teacher Zhang called him out. The dean is looking for you. Xiao Lulang went to the dean's Zhongjing hall. Just as he walked to the door, he bumped into Gu Dashun, who had just come out of the Zhongjing hall. There was still a smug look on Gu Dashun's face that had yet to fade. As soon as he saw Xiao Lulang, he frowned. What are you doing here? Xiao Lulang ignored him. Leaning on his walking stick, he walked past Xiao Lulang. Gu Dashun frowned. Xiao Lulang was also looking for the dean? On the first day Gu Dashun entered the school, Teacher Qin told him that the dean admired him very much. Then he secretly hinted that the dean had plans to choose a direct disciple from this batch of students and told him to work hard. Of course he had to work hard. He was so talented. If he had a literary master like the dean to guide him, he would not have to worry about not being able to pass the imperial examinations. He had not slept at all last night. He had written an article and had brought it to Teacher Qin in the morning. At noon, Teacher Qin had brought it to the dean again. The dean had called him in and asked him a few questions about the article. He had answered them all very well. He could see that the dean was very satisfied. He thought that the matter of the disciple should be in the bag. But he did not know why Xiao Lulang was also here. Was it because of the dormitory? He had heard that his and Gu Xiaoshuan's dormitory had collapsed at noon. If he could encounter such an unlucky thing, it was obvious that he was not fated. Thinking of this, Gu Dashun sneered and arrogantly returned to the classroom. In the Zhongjing hall, the dean pointed to the 8-legged essay on the desk and asked Xiao Lulang, "Did you write this article yourself?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang said. The dean's sharp eyes fell on Xiao Lulang. The young man looked to be no more than 17 years old. His face was still young, but there was a calmness between his eyebrows that did not belong to people of his age. He was lame, but he seemed to be more noble than any healthy student. "Why did you not answer the first 2 questions?" the dean asked. Outsiders only knew that this student was at the bottom, but they did not know that he had handed in 2 of the 3 exams. He should not have been accepted, but the article was too amazing. Originally, the student named Gu Dashun's article was not bad, but it was good for a new student. Compared to Xiao Yulang's, it was immediately overshadowed. Xiao Lulang did not answer the dean's question. What a stubborn child. The dean sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go to class." Xiao Lulang bowed like a student and turned to leave. Behind the curtain, an old man in plain clothes walked out. "Teacher." The dean immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The old man in plain clothes picked up Xiao Yulang's article. After he finished reading it, he shook his head. "This student of yours has a strong evil aura." After Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang said their goodbyes, they went to the nearby market. The market in the eastern part of the town was similar to the market in the western part of the town, but it was a bit more expensive. But the market was already closed, so if she wanted to buy things, she could only go to a store or the market. Gu Jiao bought 5 caddies of white flour from the shop, cut 2 caddies of high-quality pork belly, and weighed 2 caddies of salt. She spent more than 100 copper coins in total. When she passed by a cloth store, she remembered that when she was collecting clothes for Xiao Lulang a few days ago, his inner clothes were torn. She went in and bought a new set of clothes. She also asked the shopkeeper for some small steps. If there was something that could be repaired, she would repair it. Although she had never repaired clothes before, she had sewn up hearts before. If she treated the cloth as a piece of human skin, it should be easy to sew. After Gu Jiao put all the things she bought into her basket, she prepared to return to the village. When she walked out of the store, she noticed that there were a lot of soldiers on the street. The people on the side were whispering to each other. "What's going on?" "I heard that a patient from Leprosy Mountain ran away. The government is searching the streets." "Ah, a leprosy patient. That's bad. Isn't that right? Don't go out for the next few days. Don't be careless and run into one. Once this disease spreads, there's no cure for it. In ancient times, leprosy was an incurable disease. After being infected, they would only be sent to Leprosy Mountain to wait for death. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered something. Xiao Liulang's elder brother seemed to have passed away because of leprosy. After the soldiers finished searching one street, they went to the next. Gu Jiao returned to the village. Gu Jiao didn't care about what happened on the street. After returning to the house, she went to make yangchun noodles. When she was kneading the dough, there was a loud bang outside the door. It seemed that something had hit her door. Gu Jiao wiped her hands with a dry cloth and walked over to take a look. She saw an old lady collapsed in front of her house. Chapter 20. The old lady was lying on her side on the ground. Her disheveled hair covered her face and her clothes were dirty. Gu Jiao's first thought was that she was a villager from this village. She might have just returned from the fields and fainted in front of her house for some unknown reason. The loud sound just now was caused by her head smashing against the door. Her forehead was bruised and bleeding a little. Gu Jiao had encountered scammers in her previous life, but none of them had risked their lives. The old lady had really fainted. Gu Jiao squatted down and wanted to see which family she was from so that she could send her back. However, as soon as she turned the old lady's body over, Gu Jiao realized that something was wrong. There were symmetrical light-colored skin lesions and light red spots on her face. The borders between the spots were blurry, and there were also spots on the back of her hands. Gu Jiao frowned slightly. This was clearly, "Sister, we're back." At that moment, Gu Xiaoshen was carrying an old book bag. He ran towards Gu Jiao like he was flying. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. Her eyes were sharp. "Don't come over." Gu Jiao had never spoken to Gu Xiaoshen in such a stern tone. Gu Xiaoshen was stunned. "Sister." He took 2 more steps forward. "I said don't come over." Gu Jiao's tone was even colder. This time Gu Xiaoshen didn't dare to move at all. He stood about 10 steps away from Gu Jiao in a daze. He saw Gu Jiao and naturally saw the old lady lying in front of Gu Jiao's house. His intuition told him that this old lady had something to do with this. He asked, "Sister, who is she?" "I don't know. You should go back to the Gu clan first." Originally she had planned to ask Gu Xiaoshen to come over for dinner, but now that something like this had happened, the safety of the family could not be completely guaranteed. She could not harm Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Xiaoshen was unhappy, but since his sister said so, he would go back first. "Well, brother-in-law, I'll leave first." He turned around and said to Xiao Lulang behind him. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Xiao Lulang was back too? Not only Xiao Lulang, Feng Lin also came along. Feng Lin helped his desk mate with his homework, and his desk mate gave him a basket of pomelos as a token of gratitude. He gave half of it to Xiao Lulang. He was worried that Xiao Lulang could not carry it, so he sent it back to the village. As for Gu Xiaoshen, he always bullied Xiao Lulang. Feng Lin was also a little worried that Xiao Lulang would go home with him, so he wanted to keep an eye on them. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin both noticed the old lady lying on the ground at this time. "You'd better not come over," Gu Jiao said to the 2 of them. Feng Lin frowned strangely. "She's dead? You didn't kill her, did you?" What are you talking about?" Gu Xiaoshen could not stand this pretty boy who always slandered his sister. Feng Lin snorted. "Did I say anything wrong? Something must have happened to that old lady. Otherwise, why wouldn't she let us go?" Xiao Lulang walked over with a cold expression. "Don't come over," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang still walked over. He actually saw that something was wrong from afar. When he walked closer to take a closer look, he was finally certain of his guess. When Feng Lin saw him walk over, he quickly followed. Why are you all going over, sister?" Gu Xiaoshen anxiously scratched his head. Feng Lin came to Xiao Yulang's side and looked at the old lady with red spots all over her face. He had a bad feeling. "Brother Xiao, this is leprosy." Xiao Lulang frowned. Feng Lin's body swayed and he almost fell. This old lady is a leper." Feng Lin was so shocked that he stuttered. Leprosy was one of the most terrifying infectious diseases. It was said that as long as one person in a village was infected, the whole village would be infected. Moreover, there was no cure for this disease. Those who got it could only wait for death. In the previous dynasty, there was a tragedy where tens of thousands of people died because they did not pay enough attention to leprosy. When the current dynasty's first emperor ascended to the throne, the first thing he did was to build Leprosy Mountain. All the lepers were sent to the mountain for centralized management. You touched her? Xiao Lulang calmly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded her head. However, she had only touched her once. Her skin was not damaged, so the chances of her being infected were not high. However, other people might not think so. If other people knew that Gu Jiao had been in contact with a leper, they would definitely send her and the patient to Leprosy Mountain. Leprosy Mountain was a place where once someone went up, they would never be able to come back down. Feng Lin pulled Xiao Lulang a dozen steps away and said in a frightened voice, "You heard what she said. She touched that leper. You must immediately send her away. Otherwise, your entire village will be infected." Xiao Lulang frowned. Feng Lin stomped his feet and said, Brother Xiao, what are you hesitating for? Haven't you always wanted to get rid of that evil woman? She was the one who touched the leper. There is an 80% to 90% chance that she was infected. According to the Imperial Court's laws, she should be sent to Leprosy Mountain. This is a legitimate opportunity to get rid of her. Feng Lin had thought about it. Xiao Lulang was a scholar. If he really did something like abandoning his wife and children, it would ruin his reputation. The current situation was simply a timely reign. He could not only preserve his reputation, but also get rid of that evil woman. No one will be sent to Leprosy Mountain, Xiao Lulang said calmly. Feng Lin was stunned. Xiao Lulang walked towards Gu Jiao with his walking stick. Bring me a dry cloth. Gu Jiao did not ask any questions. She went into the room and brought out a clean cloth. Xiao Lulang took the cloth from her hand and squatted down in front of the old lady. Realizing what he wanted to do, Gu Jiao said, I'll do it. No need. Xiao Lulang wrapped the cloth around the old lady's face, blocking her mouth and nose. Carry her inside. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Brother Xiao. Feng Lin stopped him. Gu Xiaoshan had heard most of the story. It turned out that the old lady was a leper from who knows where. His sister was afraid that he would be infected, so she did not let him go. But was he, Gu Xiaoshan, such a disloyal person? Gu Xiaoshan ran over to help his sister and brother-in-law carry the old lady into the backyard. Feng Lin anxiously stomped his feet. Crazy. You're all crazy. Then he also gritted his teeth and entered the room, taking the risk of being infected. Chapter 21. They placed the old lady on a straw mat in the backyard. It was a good thing that their backyard was big enough, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to fit a leper who had to keep a distance from them. What do we do now? Gu Xiaoshan looked at the old lady on the ground and asked. Let's go wash our hands first. Gu Jiao said. The three of them washed their hands with clear water and soap. After that, Xiao Lulang went into his room and wrote down a prescription. Gu Jiao stood behind him and softly asked, What is this? When Gu Jiao came here, although she inherited the memories of the previous host couldn't read, so she didn't recognize the words of this dynasty. Prescription. Xiao Lulang said. What word is this? Gu Jiao pointed at the first word on the prescription and asked. Earth. Xiao Lulang read, Earth, bone, skin. What about this? Gu Jiao continued to point. Sephora flavescens, bramble mustard, xanthoxylum. Xiao Lulang read the prescription as Gu Jiao pointed at it. Gu Jiao's expression was very serious, as if she was really learning how to read. Although it was a bit inappropriate, Xiao Lulang didn't think too much of it. How do you have a prescription for leprosy? Gu Jiao asked in a puzzled voice. Xiao Lulang paused and said, My older brother was also infected with leprosy. There was a barefoot doctor who gave him a prescription that was handed down from his ancestors. I personally saw my brother get better after drinking it. His brother had leprosy. The original host had heard him mention it by chance. The original host was stupid and didn't understand what leprosy was, so she didn't take it to heart and didn't mention it to anyone. Feng Lin knew about this matter. It was precisely because Xiao Liulang's elder brother had contracted leprosy that he was despised by the villagers that he had to leave his hometown and come to Qingchuan town to study. Along the way, the two of them bumped into each other. After asking for his identity, Feng Lin found out that the other party was his neighbor when he was young. However, Feng Lin's family had moved away. After not seeing each other for many years, both of them had changed a lot. If it wasn't for their names, Feng Lin wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Since he's getting better, why did he pass away? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang lowered his gaze and said, The news of him contracting leprosy was leaked, and he was taken to Leprosy Mountain by the soldiers. Not long after, he died of illness on the mountain. So that was the case. Gu Jiao nodded and said, Is this the prescription your brother used to treat his illness? Xiao Lulang nodded and said, her symptoms are very light right now, similar to my brother's. If she is treated properly, there might be a chance to cure her. Gu Jiao already understood the prescription. It was the right medicine, but the effect was very slow. It could only slow down the development of leprosy. It was still difficult to cure it. However, Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Feng Lin took the prescription and said, I'll go get the medicine. Xiao Lulang reminded him, remember to go to different pharmacies. Feng Lin paused for a moment and suddenly understood, I understand. They couldn't let anyone see that this was a prescription for leprosy, otherwise they would be exposed. I'll go too. Gu Xiaoshen said. What are you going to do? Feng Lin didn't want to go with him. Gu Xiaoshen raised his eyebrows and said, I'm going to prevent you from reporting it to the authorities. Don't think that he didn't hear it. This guy just urged his brother-in-law to send his sister to Leprosy Mountain. Feng Lin rolled his eyes. If Xiao Lulang didn't touch the old lady, he would definitely report it to the authorities. However, Xiao Lulang had already touched the old lady. If he reported it to the authorities, wouldn't he be arrested together with Xiao Lulang? No matter what, Gu Xiaoshen was very determined to follow him, so Feng Lin had no choice but to bring him along. It was impossible to take the ox cart. If the news was leaked, it would be dangerous. The two of them walked to the major pharmacies in town. About 2 hours later, they bought all the medicine and a medicine jar. Gu Jiao took the medicine to the kitchen to boil it. While waiting for the medicine, Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang, why did you come back? I heard that Gu Dashun moved to the dormitory. Xiao Lulang told Gu Jiao about the collapse of the dormitory. As expected, Gu Jiao thought to herself. However, there was a surprised expression on her face. Fortunately, you're fine. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. The backyard was too cold. Gu Jiao tidied up the small room where the grains were stored. She moved a bamboo bed inside and covered it with cotton wool. It could barely be considered a bed. You guys can go out. I'll feed her, Gu Jiao said to them. Sister, you have to be careful, Gu Xiaoshen said worriedly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Gu Jiao sent them out and quietly took out the small medicine box hidden in the basket. Xiao Yulong's judgment was correct. This patient was indeed in the early stages of leprosy. Moreover, she belonged to the rare type of leprosy. There were few skin lesions and it was not very contagious. As long as the symptoms were treated correctly, she could completely recover without any sequelae. However, her coma was not caused by leprosy. It was caused by excessive fatigue. Her clothes were torn and her shoes were broken. Gu Jiao could not help but think of the soldiers she met in town. Could it be that she was the patient who escaped from Leprosy Mountain? After the old lady regained consciousness, Gu Jiao took out chlorodiphenylsulfone and rifampicin from the medicine box and fed them to her. She also added a special medicine from the research institute. As for the bowl of Chinese medicine, she also fed some to the old lady. However, the old lady seemed to dislike bitter medicine and spat it out with a look of disgust. Old lady, where are you from? Gu Jiao tried to ask about the old lady's background so that she could safely send her back. However, the old lady calmly looked at Gu Jiao, snorted, and fell asleep. Gu Jiao tidied up her things and went to the backyard to wash her hands. Sister. Gu Xiaoshen, who had been waiting in the backyard, greeted her. Why did you come out so late? The old lady drinks medicine slowly, so I fed her for a while. Gu Jiao said casually. Cough. Gu Xiaoshen looked around and asked softly, Sister, can she really be cured? I heard that leprosy cannot be cured. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. Don't worry. It can be cured. Gu Xiaoshen had never heard that leprosy could be cured. However, for some reason when his sister said this, he inexplicably believed her. If his sister said it could be cured, then it could definitely be cured. It was getting late. Gu Xiaoshen and Feng Lin should also go back. Before leaving, Feng Lin secretly said to Xiao Lulang, Brother Xiao, I know that you are a chivalrous person and can't bear to leave someone in the lurch. However, I still have to remind you that leprosy cannot be cured. You should take advantage of the fact that no one in the village knows and quickly send her away when she wakes up. He couldn't blame Xiao Lulang for doing something wrong. This was because Xiao Lulang had saved him from the fire at the relay station without even recognizing him. Brother Xiao was such a chivalrous person. Also, pay attention to that evil woman. She has more contact with the patients. If she has a name. Xiao Lulang interrupted Feng Lin. Feng Lin was stunned. He looked at Xiao Lulang in confusion. To be honest, Xiao Lulang was not a person who would warm up after interacting with him for a long time. He always had an unapproachable aura around him. If it wasn't for the fact that he saved his life, Feng Lin would probably think that he was an extremely cold youth. However, he increasingly felt that Xiao Lulang was treating that evil woman differently recently. Brother Xiao, you have changed. Chapter 22. The four of them knew the seriousness of this matter. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all tacitly kept it a secret. Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshen not to come here for the next few days. Although the early stage of leprosy was not very infectious, there was still a certain risk. Gu Jiao didn't go up the mountain to pick mushrooms again. She stayed at home to take care of the old lady for a few days. Probably because she took good care of her, the old lady completely woke up at noon on the third day. She was no longer in a daze, but there seemed to be something wrong with her brain. When Gu Jiao asked her who she was, she looked at Gu Jiao with her eyes wide open. When Gu Jiao asked her where she lived, she still looked at Gu Jiao with her eyes wide open. Could it be Alzheimer's? Do you still remember what disease you have? Gu Jiao continued to ask. The old lady still looked at her with her eyes wide open. Gu Jiao was at her wits' end. It seemed that not only did the old lady not remember who she was, she even forgot about her illness. In fact, it was also good that she forgot. Gu Jiao could prevent her from going out, but she couldn't prevent the villagers from coming. If the old lady accidentally leaked the news of leprosy, she, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshen, who were close to her, would all suffer. As for how to deal with her in the future, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was to cure her and not let anyone find out that she had leprosy. With that in mind, Gu Jiao picked up the medicine bottle and went to boil the medicine for the old lady. She had to take the medicine in the medicine box. Otherwise, the secret of the medicine box would be exposed. When the old lady saw Gu Jiao holding the medicine bottle, she turned her face away in disgust. Gu Jiao vaguely heard a resentful snort. This old lady had a bad temper? The medicine had to be simmered for an hour. While waiting for the medicine, Gu Jiao took out the small medicine box and checked it. She had used a lot of medicine recently and hadn't had a chance to count them. She had to see how much medicine she had left and which she couldn't use anymore. In the end, she was a little dumbfounded after the examination. There was a new bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and a spare antibacterial ointment. There were also a few more bottles of medicine that she didn't remember when she put them in. Gu Jiao looked at the motionless medicine box, rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Near the end of the month, the academy had another exam. Gu Dashun had entered Elite Class A with the halo of being ranked second amongst the freshmen. After that, he did not disappoint and performed exceptionally well. This time he got second place again. Teacher Chen was very happy, but Gu Dashun's face did not show much joy. Teacher Chen thought that he was blaming himself for not getting first place and patiently comforted him. You and Hanji are both outstanding among the freshmen. Hanji is older than you by 2 years and started studying earlier than you. You don't have to worry about your current results. Of course, Gu Dashun was not worried about this. That student called Su Hanji was only slightly more outstanding because he had studied a few years more than him. However, Su Hanji's talent was not as good as his, so he was very confident that he could surpass him. However, his ambition was not limited to this. He wanted to become the direct disciple of the dean. He hoped that the dean would become his teacher. Since the last time he had written many good articles. Teacher Chen had shown them to the dean, but the dean had not summoned him again. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Teacher Chen sensed that he wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Dashun thought for a while and gathered his courage to say, I heard that the entrance exam was set by the dean. Does the dean have any plans to accept a disciple? Yes, he does. Teacher Chen thought for a while and understood. However, it was a pity that the dean did not like Gu Dashun. Gu Dashun saw a trace of pity in Teacher Chen's eyes. His heart sank. Is it Su Hanji? Not him. Teacher Chen shook his head. This matter has not been decided yet. Don't ask. Even if he can't be the dean's disciple, the dean will take time to guide the outstanding students in the academy. How could it be the same? One was to inherit the dean's legacy and be the dean's successor. He would not only get knowledge but also the dean's connections. However, a casual guide would be much weaker. A poor child like him dreamed of soaring to the sky. If he was not outstanding enough, it would be fine. However, he was qualified enough to be chosen by the dean. How could he accept this? Gu Dashun wanted to ask more, but Teacher Chen did not want to say more. Zhongjing Hall. The dean looked at Xiao Lulang with cold eyes and said gently, "Have you thought about it?" Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You want to be third from the bottom?" In this exam Xiao Lulang was third from the bottom. This was not because he improved by one place, but because Gu Xiaoshen was at the bottom. The dean cleared his throat and said, "I won't make it difficult for you. Go back and think about it for a few days. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. I will be at the academy before the new year. When you have thought it through, you can give me an answer." For the dean to say such words, it could be said that he was very sincere. Although the Qinxiang Academy was only a school in a small town, the dean was once the head of the 4 great talents in the capital. His reputation and talent were beyond doubt. If it were not for the misfortune in his family, he would not have left the capital to teach in the small Qingchuan town. He had seen so many students, but Xiao Lulang was the first one that made him want to take him as his disciple. "You want him that much? Are you not afraid that you can't subdue this thorn?" After Xiao Lulang left, the old man behind the screen snorted indifferently. The dean bowed to the screen and said with a smile, "I'm really afraid that I can't subdue him. How about, teacher, take him as your disciple?" There was silence behind the screen. After a while the old man sighed faintly, "You forgot. I said that I would never take another disciple in this life." The young marquis was dead, the imperial college was closed forever, and the teacher's heart was completely dead. After school, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshen sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart to return to the village. When they left the town, they found that there were several checkpoints on the official road, all of which were searching for leprosy patients. The two became even more vigilant. When Xiao Lulang arrived home, Gu Jiao told him about the old lady's situation. "She doesn't remember anything." Xiao Lulang did not think that this was a bad thing, at least not for now. If she did not know, she would not have let it slip. "Did she want to go out?" Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. "She didn't. I told her that she had tuberculosis and could not go out in the wind." The red spots on her face were caused by the cold. Because tuberculosis is contagious, it is best for her to stay in her room to avoid spreading the disease to others. Looking at her, she seemed to have listened to me and was quite well behaved the whole afternoon. Xiao Lulang went to see the old lady in the room. Her situation had improved a lot. The skin lesions had faded a lot. If one did not look carefully, it was almost impossible to see the red spots on her face. What Gu Jiao did not say was that after a few more days of treatment, the old lady's leprosy would no longer be contagious. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. It was also the day that Feng Lin and Dr. Zhang agreed to treat Xiao Yolang's leg. Chapter 23. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang both got up early. Xiao Lulang went to the entrance of the village to get water. Gu Jiao first went to the small house to check on the old lady's condition. The red spots on her face were almost invisible and the skin on the back of her hand had basically disappeared. Although it was still far from a complete cure, her contagious disease had been stopped. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin with satisfaction and turned to the kitchen to boil medicine for her. Looking at the bitter medicine in front of her, the old lady rolled her eyes in disgust. In order to make it easier for her to drink the medicine, Gu Jiao had Xiao Lulang bring some candied fruits from town. The old lady liked to eat candied fruits, but she didn't drink medicine, so she didn't have any candied fruits to eat. Gu Jiao put a bowl of medicine and a small plate of candied fruits on the table at the same time. "So little? Only 3. The old lady was seriously dissatisfied with the amount of candied fruits. "Candied fruits are very expensive. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it," Gu Jiao said as she reached out to take the plate of candied fruits. The old lady glared at Gu Jiao with hidden bitterness. She grabbed the candied fruits in her arms and drank the bowl of medicine bitterly. Because Xiao Lulang had to go to the clinic today, Gu Jiao also had to go, but she couldn't leave the old lady alone at home. It wasn't that Gu Jiao didn't consider bringing the old lady along, but the checkpoint was still there. If the officials recognized the old lady, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Although she wasn't sure if the old lady was the leper patient they were trying to catch, it was better to be safe than sorry. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Jiao called Gu Xiaoshen over. "Sister, you're finally willing to let me in," Gu Xiaoshen said with a face full of excitement. Gu Jiao said, "I'm going to accompany your brother-in-law to town today. You stay at home and help me take care of the old lady. I've already disinfected the house." Gu Xiaoshen didn't understand what disinfection meant, nor did he ask how his sister knew that the disease was fatal. He agreed without any hesitation, Okay. Sister, don't worry. I will keep an eye on her. I've heated up lunch in the pot. You can just bring her a portion. Gu Jiao continued to instruct. Gu Xiaoshen patted her chest and said, Sister, don't worry about me. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao reminded her, if anyone asks, just say that you're a relative of your brother-in-law and came to seek shelter with him. Gu Xiaoshen said obediently, okay. As soon as Gu Jiao and Xiao Luleng left, the thugs who had been following Gu Xiaoshen came knocking on their door. Boss, I've finally seen you. I heard that you went to study. You're still playing Deshen's tricks. Let's go. Let's go do some work. Get lost. I have something important to do. Gu Xiaoshen drove them away without thinking. Although he had been holding it in for too long, he had to do what his sister asked him to do. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Luleng arrived at Huichun Hall, Feng Lin had been pacing back and forth at the door for a while. Originally, he had agreed to meet Huichun Hall at 9 o'clock a.m., but he was worried that there would be too many people looking for Dr. Zhang, so he came at 7 o'clock a.m. Who would have thought that he would wait here for more than an hour? But there was no sign of a queue. He was puzzled when he saw Xiao Luleng and Gu Jiao. His face immediately sank. Why are you here? Gu Jiao smiled faintly. I'm here to take a look. Feng Lin didn't understand. Didn't he hear that this evil woman had taken a fancy to someone else? Why has she been pestering Brother Xiao recently? She even followed Brother Xiao to treat his illness. Brother Xiao was really too much. Treating an illness was such an important matter. Why did he have to bring trouble along? What if he messed up? Feng Lin coldly said, I'm warning you. When we enter the clinic, you are not allowed to speak carelessly or touch other people's things. Don't cause trouble for Brother Xiao and delay his treatment. Gu Jiao responded. She was not impatient or angry. Xiao Luleng frowned and glanced at Feng Lin before walking in with his walking stick. The person who received them was Shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang had also been waiting for a long time. He came over with a smile and glanced at Gu Jiao without leaving a trace. He said to Feng Lin with a smile, Young Master Feng, you're here. This must be young Master Feng's friend, young Master Xiao, right? I'm Huichun Hall's Shopkeeper Wang. Xiao Luleng faintly nodded. Shopkeeper Wang was secretly amazed. This young Master Xiao was too handsome. He was obviously wearing shabby clothes, but he was more refined and elegant than any other young master he had ever seen. This is... Shopkeeper Wang looked at Gu Jiao as if he did not know her at all. Xiao Luleng paused. My wife is from the Gu family. Shopkeeper Wang cupped his hands and smiled. So it's Madame Xiao. Sorry for the disrespect. Shopkeeper Wang, is Dr. Zhang really here? Why is there not a single patient waiting in line? Feng Lin asked. Alas, isn't it because Dr. Zhang's injury has not healed yet, so he can't receive a large number of patients? I didn't release the news and only informed a few patients who were really in a hurry. You're the only one in the morning. The rest will be in the afternoon. Shopkeeper Wang already knew that Feng Lin would ask, so he had already prepared the words in advance. I see. Feng Lin did not suspect anything. Shopkeeper Wang smiled. Young Master Feng, please rest in the lobby. I'll bring young Master Xiao inside to treat Dr. Zhang. Can't I go in? Feng Lin asked. Shopkeeper Wang smiled. I'm afraid that's against the rules. Feng Lin thought for a moment and nodded. All right then, I'll leave Brother Xiao to you. Shopkeeper Wang, you must let Dr. Zhang treat him. Shopkeeper Wang glanced at Gu Jiao out of the corner of his eye and smiled. We'll do our best. After Xiao Luleng and Shopkeeper Wang entered the room in the back row, Gu Jiao also stood up. What are you doing? Feng Lin asked cautiously. Going to the toilet. Gu Jiao said. Feng Lin's face turned red. Go early and come back early. Don't run around. Gu Jiao carried the small basket and went to the courtyard in the back row. When she entered the room, Xiao Luleng had already fallen asleep on the rattan chair. Shopkeeper Wang and the second boss were both there. Miss Gu. The second boss cupped his hands. Gu Jiao's gaze swept across the incense burner on the table and landed on Xiao Liulong's sleeping face. She asked, Is there any problem with this incense? The second boss said with a pleasant expression, It's just a calming incense. It's made by our Huichun Hall and won't harm the body. Is Miss Gu going to treat him now? Yes. Gu Jiao walked over and placed the small basket on the table. Inside it was her medicine chest. However, she didn't intend to take it out in front of them. The second boss actually wanted to ask Gu Jiao why she didn't directly tell him that young Master Xiao was her husband. Or was it that they weren't really husband and wife? However, the second boss was a smart person. When opening a business, one must have more ears and less mouth. In the end, he didn't ask a single question. Chapter 24. Gu Jiao pulled up the screen and examined Xiao Lulang inside. Gu Jiao had observed Xiao Lulang when they were at home and found that his problem was mainly in his ankle. After a careful examination, Gu Jiao was sure of her guess. His ankle had been broken before, but the doctor didn't diagnose it. He thought that he only hurt his leg, so he only treated his leg. But even if he didn't deliberately treat it, his leg was immobilized, so he didn't need to treat his ankle. The ankle grew back by itself, but the broken bones inside were not cleaned up, so he would feel pain when he walked. He had never shown it, so Gu Jiao guessed that it was just a normal ankle joint stiffness which didn't hurt. Now that it was diagnosed, she understood how much restraint he used to endure it. Alas, what a pitiful child. Gu Jiao had done many operations like this in her previous life, so it wasn't difficult for her. It was just that the medicine and consumables hadn't appeared in the medicine box yet. But, thinking of the discovery a few days ago, Gu Jiao decided to wait. Besides, it wasn't a good time for the operation now. His injury needed some treatment first, so it was better to wait until the end of the year when the academy was on holiday. Boss Air and shopkeeper Wang waited outside the screen all the time, not spying at all. Boss Air had planned to let the doctors of Tongchen Medicine Hall observe Gu Jiao's medical skills. But it seemed a bit abrupt to make such a request since it was the first time, so he didn't. Just now Gu Jiao went in and closed the screen. This attitude in itself showed that Gu Jiao didn't want to reveal her medical skills. Thinking of this, Boss Air was a bit glad that he didn't ask to observe. But Boss Air guessed wrong. It was not that Gu Jiao didn't want to reveal her medical skills, but she didn't want others to see her medicine box. Gu Jiao stayed inside for a long time. She examined for 15 minutes and admired the beauty for half an hour. She didn't take off her clothes, no. Gu Jiao put the small medicine box into the basket on her back and walked out with the basket. The second master welcomed her with a polite smile. Miss Gu has been inside for so long, is it because young Master Zhao's injuries are very complicated? Gu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, "It is quite complicated. I need to perform an operation on him." It was true that it was complicated, and it was also true that he was looking at beauties. When he heard about surgery, the second boss was a little dazed. Surgery was a medical skill that was only used on the battlefield, and it was rarely touched by the common people. Firstly, it was too risky. Secondly, it was too demanding on the doctor's medical skills. Even the doctors in their Huichun hall did not dare to use a knife on the wounded. Are you sure? The second boss had a look of doubt on his face. The last doctor in Huichun hall who dared to use a knife on people was already 50 years old, and he was the descendant of a medical family. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. I'll think about the date first. I'll let you know when I've decided. In addition, there are some things that I need to trouble the second boss to prepare. The silver will be deducted from my next consultation fee. It's no problem. The second boss smiled. Huichun Hall was not a place for charity. The patients who came here all had to spend money. The better the medical skills, the more generous the consultation fee. But, are you able to treat all kinds of illnesses? The second boss asked. That's not the case. Gu Jiao said, I'll only know after I see it. It's best if you find some difficult and miscellaneous illnesses for me. Don't waste the number of consultations. Listen, this was confidence. The second boss did not think that she was boasting shamelessly. In fact, anyone who had seen her medical skills had reason to believe that she could bring the dead back to life. Gu Jiao needed to find some medicinal herbs for Xiao Lulang to make a medicinal smoke, so she carried the basket to the main hall. The second boss smiled strangely. Old Wang, with her medical skills, do you think she can treat that person in the capital? That person in the capital? Shopkeeper Wang was stunned and only reacted after a while. You're talking about the young master of the Marquis' estate. The second boss's eyes lit up. That's him. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly waved his hand. No, you can't. You can't. That was the nobility of the capital. In front of them, Huichun Hall was only a commoner. It was not enough to look at. I see that Miss Gu's medical skills are not bad. Second boss, we only have one head. Shopkeeper Wang cruelly extinguished the second boss's thoughts. It was not that he was unwilling to earn money from the Marquis' estate, but that young master's illness was really not easy to treat. If it was not treated well, he would die. Speaking of which, that young master was also pitiful. When the Marquis gave birth to him, she was not even a month old and gave birth in a rundown temple. She did not have a midwife with her, so she found one from a nearby village. Premature birth, poor birth conditions, and the midwife's skills were not good. When the child was born, the Marquis was half dead. To make matters worse, the Marquis was pregnant with twins. After giving birth to the first child, the Marquis's strength was almost exhausted. The second child was held in the womb for a long time, and by the time he came out, his entire body was purple. The young master was the second child, and the one above him was an older sister. The young master was born with a weak illness. He had been taking medicine since he was young and had been soaked in medicine since he was young. In order to treat the young master's illness, the Marquis's estate had sought out many famous doctors over the years. Unfortunately, the young master's illness did not improve. Instead, because of the frequent use of medicine, it caused him to become weaker. It was said that he was hanging on by one breath. If they were unlucky, the young master would die after they gave him a dose of medicine. If the young master really died in their hands, the heads of all the doctors in Huichen Hall would not be enough to pay with their lives. The second boss also understood the stakes, but he did not give up. He was originally an extremely ambitious person. Otherwise he would not have seen the great value of Gu Jiao. Speaking of which, that young master and Miss Gu seemed to be the same age. The second boss said thoughtfully, "How about this, let Miss Gu treat Xiao Yulong's injuries first. If she can really treat him, there is no harm in letting her try at the Marquis's estate." Shopkeeper Wang. When Xiao Lulang woke up, there was an old doctor with a white beard in the room. "You are?" The old doctor smiled. "I am Dr. Zhang. You fell asleep just now. It's my fault for forgetting to remove the calming incense." Xiao Lulang paused. "It's fine. Let me take a look at your leg." "Okay." The old doctor followed Gu Jiao's instructions and went through the procedures. To be honest, he was very surprised. He had seen Xiao Yulong's leg before. With Huichen Hall's current medical skills, it was impossible to treat it. That girl, did she really have a way to make him stand up again? Xiao Lulang took the old doctor's prescription and went to the main hall. Feng Lin stood up with a whoosh. "You're finally out. What did Dr. Zhang say? Is there any treatment for your leg?" Xiao Lulang grunted. "Dr. Zhang said to use the medicine for a period of time and come back next month." In order not to disturb his classes, Gu Jiao did not let the old doctor mention the surgery for the time being. "I told you Dr. Zhang can definitely treat it." Feng Lin was full of joy. However, Xiao Lulang was looking around. Chapter 25. At this moment, Gu Jiao walked over from the backyard with a small basket on her back. "You took so long to go to the toilet." Feng Lin muttered. Xiao Yulong's gaze fell on Gu Jiao. When she came closer, he asked her, "Where are you feeling unwell? Let the doctor take a look." "I'm fine. Let's go," Gu Jiao said. She did not look like she was sick. Xiao Lulang went to get the medicine. When he paid, he found that half a month's worth of medicine was less than one tael of silver. "Is there a mistake?" "No, this is the price," the shop assistant said. "I told you earlier. Their business is not good, so they lowered the price." Feng Lin whispered in his ear. But the price was too low. But other than this, Xiao Lulang could not think of any other reason. It could not be that there was a noble person secretly helping him. The group left Huichen Hall. The second boss personally sent them to the door. When he brushed past Gu Jiao, he smiled and stretched out 5 fingers at Gu Jiao. The medicine fee was 5 taels of silver. "Put it on the tab first." Gu Jiao gave him a domineering look. "Deduct it from the consultation fee." Speaking of which, the second boss had not asked her to treat others yet. She did not know what kind of business he would give her when the time came. "Brother Xiao, I'll send you back," Feng Lin said. Xiao Lulang did not allow him to refuse. "No need. Uncle Luo's ox cart is right there. Go back to the academy and study well. You'll have to take the exam next year." Speaking of this, Feng Lin felt a headache coming on. His knowledge was actually not that good. The teacher always said that his essays were too rigid and did not have enough creativity. It would be fine if he met the conservative examiners, but if he met the new examiners he would definitely fail. Feng Lin sighed. "Alright, I'll go to the academy first. Be careful on your way." Then he glared at Gu Jiao again as if he was worried that Gu Jiao would cause trouble for Xiao Lulang. However, ever since Xiao Lulang said that she had a name, he didn't call her that again. After Feng Lin left, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang did not return to the village immediately. Instead, they went to the shop to buy some things. Gu Jiao bought some candied fruits, peanuts and melon seeds. She found that the old lady was quite easy to coax. As long as she was given something to eat, she could stay in the house for the whole day. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, bought some brown sugar. He had borrowed brown sugar from Auntie Zhang last time and had yet to return it to her. When the two of them carried the things onto the ox cart, second Uncle Luo smiled. "Where are the New Year's goods? It's about time. It's almost the end of the year." The two of them were stunned at the same time. They suddenly realized that it was almost the end of the year. In fact, the two of them were not living in a daze. It was just that they didn't have the habit or plan to celebrate the new year. The New Year's Eve, when the whole family reunited, was always the loneliest day for them. In her previous life, Gu Jiao had left home at the age of 8 and lived in the organization's experimental base. The organization would have a collective holiday on New Year's Eve. In the end, she was the only one left in the empty base. Gu Jiao didn't know much about Xiao Liulang's situation. Perhaps he had been lively before, but it was all gone. She was a lonely soul in a different world and he was a lonely guest in a foreign land. Second Uncle Luo's words left the two of them at a loss. But the two of them didn't say anything. They just silently got on the ox cart with the things in their hands. The ox cart moved slowly. When they arrived at the village, the sky was already dark. Second Uncle Luo drove the ox cart back to his house. Gu Jiao threw everything into her small basket and walked with Xiao Lulang in the direction of their house. Halfway there, they saw that something seemed to have happened in front of their house. There was a group of people surrounding their house. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could trickle through. There were faint sounds of cursing coming from inside. Aunt Zhang, who couldn't leave because she had to feed her 2 grandsons, shouted at the two of them. "Aya Lulang, what took you so long to come back? Something happened at your house." "What happened, Aunt Zhang?" Xiao Lulang asked. "The Gu family came to visit. They're arguing with your great-aunt." "Great-aunt? When did such a person come to their house? Could it be the old lady?" "The old lady had dementia. She would be bullied badly." Gu Jiao turned to Xiao Lulang and said, "I'll go take a look first." Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, "Hurry up and go. Your grandmother isn't easy to deal with." Gu Jiao had been here for so long, but she hadn't seen the original owner's grandmother. She only knew that her surname was Wu. When she was young, she was a shrew. Later, she married Old Man Gu. Old Man Gu was a scholar. Later, he became the village chief. Normally, after Madame Wu married him, she should have restrained herself. However, Madame Wu became more and more arrogant. In the village, Madame Wu was the most difficult person to provoke. That was why Aunt Zhang was worried that Xiao Liulang's great-aunt would be bullied. When Gu Jiao arrived at the door of her house, she found that all the women of the Gu family were there. Madame Wu and her 2 daughters-in-law, Madame Zhou and Madame Lu. Of course, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Ershun were also there. Gu Ershun stood next to his mother. Gu Xiaoshan stood next to the old lady. However, it was a little different from what Aunt Zhang had described. Because it seemed that Madame Wu and the other 2 were the ones being scolded. You. If you have the guts, say what you just said again." Madame Wu put her hands on her hips and pointed at the old lady. The old lady asked someone to bring her a stool. She sat on the stool boldly, crossed her legs and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. While eating, she said casually, "Why should I say it again? Is there something wrong with your brain that you can't understand, or are you deaf?" Madame Wu had been domineering in the village for so many years, but she had never been humiliated like this. It was no wonder that her 2 daughters-in-law invited her to come over and scold her. The 2 daughters-in-law couldn't withstand this old woman's skills at all. "I don't care. He must send the tail of silver to me tonight." Madame Wu couldn't win and began to act shamelessly. The old lady spat the shells of melon seeds all over her face. "Bah! Did he eat your rice or eat your porridge? Even prostitutes are more shameless than you. Not to mention 1 tael of silver, he won't even give a copper coin." She actually compared Madame Wu to those indecent women in the brothel. Madame Wu was about to explode with anger. Madame Wu said, You. The old lady didn't give Madame Wu a chance to speak at all. "Also, don't say that it was my Jiao Jiao who ate it. How much did she eat? How much did you ask from Lulang? My Jiao Jiao originally wanted to take in a son-in-law from the Gu family, but you didn't stop and drove them out. Since they were driven out, it has nothing to do with your Gu family." Madame Wu trembled with anger. That's just a branch of the family. What did she mean by driving them out? If such words spread out, would the Gu family's reputation still be intact? The old lady cracked another melon seed. Oh, you admit that you've separated from the family? Since you've separated from the family, why do you still ask Lu Lang to subsidize you with money? Where's your shame? You used it to pace the wall. Madame Wu was choked and rolled her eyes. Where did this crazy woman come from? Simple, simple, simple. She was so angry. The villagers were about to die of laughter. Madame Wu's mouth had never lost a quarrel in the village, but today she was rebuked like a sawing gourd. The separation of the family was originally the Gu family's fault, but at that time the Gu family claimed that it was Xiao Liulang's idea. Since Xiao Lulang didn't want to live with the Gu family, the villagers couldn't say anything. The villagers also knew that Gu Jiao always ate at the Gu family's house, but they didn't expect that the Gu family actually received money. Gu Jiao was only a 14-year-old girl. How much rice could she eat? But the Gu family asked Xiao Lulang to give them one tael every month. Wasn't this extortion? One tael of silver was enough for the whole family to eat for 2 months. Madame Zhou and Madame Lu only saw that Xiao Lulang didn't give them any money this month, so they came to ask for it. How could they have expected that it would become such an uncontrollable situation? What should they do now? Chapter 26. Her mother-in-law had a loose tongue. After quarreling for a long time, she had been coaxed for a long time. Everything that should be said and should not be said came out in one go. If this went on, the Gu family's background would be exposed by her mother-in-law. The two sisters-in-law exchanged a look and made a decision in their hearts. They couldn't let them argue anymore and had to quickly pull their mother-in-law back. Mother, let's not lower ourselves to her level. Let's go back first. Madame Zhou stepped forward and grabbed Madame Wu's arm. Madame Lu also walked over and grabbed Madame Wu's other arm. Yes, mother, let's not argue with this crazy woman. If they had said so at the beginning, the villagers might have believed them. But after the fight, Madame Wu and her two daughters-in-law had become angry, but the old lady was calm and composed. If someone were to say that she was a crazy woman, it would be Madame Wu. The villagers' expressions of watching a good show completely angered Madame Wu. Madame Wu rolled up her sleeves and spat. You old bastard. Do you know who I am? I'm Li Zhang's wife. Ah. The old lady rolled her eyes. And I'm the emperor's mother. The people around all laughed. This old lady was a bit interesting. She really didn't care about the severity of her words. She wasn't afraid of being beheaded if word got out. Madame Wu herself was a troublemaker, but she met someone who was more skilled than her. Since she couldn't win, she planned to directly attack. I must drive you out of the village today. Before she finished speaking, the old lady poured a basin of cold water over her, and Madame Wu was petrified on the spot. Then the old lady turned around and entered the house. She didn't want the stool or the Gu Shaoshan. She closed the door with a bang and bolted the door. She ran away quite quickly. Everyone laughed until their stomachs hurt. Just now the old lady was so aggressive that they thought she would fight with Madame Wu to the end. But it turned out that she was not blinded by anger. She knew that she could not beat Madame Wu and the other two, so she first splashed Madame Wu's head and then took the opportunity to lock Madame Wu's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law outside. Madame Wu had never been so annoyed before. She found a stone on the ground and rushed up to smash the door. But before the stone could hit the door, a shining sickle flew over with a swoosh and slammed into the door. Madame Wu was shocked and the hand holding the stone instantly froze. If the sickle had been half an inch higher, it would have cut into her hand. Madame Wu was so shocked that she loosened her grip. The stone fell to the ground and hit her own foot. Ouch! Madame Wu screamed. How small could the stone used to smash the door be? She had specially chosen the biggest piece. Madame Wu was in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes. The sickle flew over quickly and so did Madame Wu's foot. It was too much for everyone to take in. It had been a long time since there had been such a big commotion in the village. Everyone turned around and saw Gu Jiao calmly walking forward. She carried a small basket on her back. Her thin figure looked harmless, but there was a murderous look in her cold eyes. Everyone involuntarily shrank their necks and automatically made way for her. God knew how she threw the sickle. If she didn't throw it at the door, wouldn't she have thrown it at the back of someone's head? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill at the back of their heads. Madame Lu was the first to react. She scolded, Jiao, you came back just in time. Hurry up and let the crazy woman open the door. Look at how she smashed your foot. Ha, Gu Jiao sneered, old people have poor eyesight. Second aunt, are you blind at such a young age? Don't you know who moved the stone here and who threw it at her foot? Madame Lu was dumbfounded when she heard this. This girl, how could she be so good at insulting people? If she had pulled Gu Dasan and kicked Gu Shaoshan in the past, she was just being stupid. But scolding her and Madame Wu for being blind in front of everyone was a clear sign of falling out with the Gu family. You stinky girl. How dare you scold your grandmother? Madame Wu rolled up her sleeves and was about to walk forward, but she almost fell to the ground because of the pain. Madame Zhou hurriedly supported her mother-in-law. Mother, be careful. Madame Wu was in pain and anger. She pointed at Gu Jiao's nose and scolded, little beast. Why didn't I drown you in the past? At this time Xiao Lulang came over. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had been going out together frequently recently. The village had long heard that they were back together, but he had never responded directly. So many people still guessed that everything was just wishful thinking of the Gu family's fool. Lulang, look at what your great-aunt and Jianyang have done. Your grandmother is so old. Madame Zhou scolded Xiao Lulang. Unexpectedly, before she finished her words, Xiao Lulang said indifferently, since you are old, don't wander around. Madame Zhou doubted that she had heard it wrong. Are you all right? Xiao Lulang went to Gu Jiao and asked. No. Gu Jiao shook her head and took the sickle from the door. Xiao Lulang said to the door, Great aunt, we are back. The door creaked open. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao went in. Everyone looked at each other. Were they hallucinating just now? Xiao Lulang really talked to Fulgu? And asked if she was all right? Did they really get back together? Xiao Lulang closed the door after entering the room, but he didn't close it tightly. They could hear his unhurried voice. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, report it to the government. I will go to the government office personally to write a complaint. As soon as these words came out, Madame Wu and the other two who wanted to rush in were directly stunned. Could this kind of thing be reported to the government office? Xiao Lulang said it so confidently. He should be able to take revenge, right? The little cripple's heart was so black. Mother, the things of the third branch. Madame Zhou reminded her in a low voice. There was indeed something fishy about the separation of the family. The fields of the third branch and the dowry of the third daughter-in-law were all taken by them. If they really went to the government office, they were afraid that they would be found out. Madame Wu gritted her teeth and left with her two daughters-in-law. The parties involved had left, and the onlookers also went back to their own homes. Gu Erzhan also left. Only Gu Shaoshan went around the village and then went to his sister and brother-in-law's house. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang sat on the chairs in the central room, while the old lady sat on the bench opposite them. She was still sitting with her legs crossed and eating melon seeds. She didn't seem to realize that she should explain herself for stirring up trouble. In fact, it was not only the people in the village who felt that Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were different from what they had imagined. Even the two of them felt that they had misjudged the old lady. She didn't know what to do, didn't know what to ask, and reacted in a dull way. Gu Jiao really thought that she had Alzheimer's. But just now, when she was arguing with Madame Wu, she was like a master who suddenly appeared in the novice village. Have you been pretending these days? Gu Jiao asked. The old lady said angrily, Is this how you talk to your grandaunt? Are you addicted to acting? No, it didn't seem like she was acting. Gu Jiao said to Gu Shaoshan seriously, Come with me. Chapter 27. The novel is updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Gu Jiao closed the door. Tell me what happened today? Gu Shaoshan honestly told her about his nursing experience. In fact, it was nothing. The two of them had nothing to do, so they were eating melon seeds. Gu Shaoshan was tricked by the old lady. Tell me which one of the two unfilial sons is my grandson? This was the old lady's first sentence. It turned out that the old lady really did not remember anything. She woke up in the Gu family in Xiao Liulang's house, so she naturally regarded herself as a member of the family. However, the two of them were a little cold to her. Not only did they not eat at the same table with her, but they also did not allow her to go out for a walk. Were they trying to suffocate her to death? Gu Shaoshan remembered his sister's advice and did not dare to tell the old lady that she actually had leprosy. However, he could not really say that his sister and brother-in-law were her biological grandchildren. In a hurry, he said that she was his brother-in-law's great-aunt and that she came all the way here to seek refuge with him. Gu Jiao did not expect that the old lady did not have Alzheimer's, so she did not give Gu Xiaoshan a set of excuses to deal with her. Then she said, "Why does it seem that your sister is in charge of the family?" I said, "Isn't that right? My brother-in-law married into the family." She asked again, "Why didn't I see anyone else?" I said that you guys split up. Hearing this, Gu Jiao held her forehead. How was she in charge of the family? She and Xiao Lulang had been busy with their own things, and occasionally had a meal together. Xiaoshan, this fool, had been tricked by the old lady. No wonder the old lady did not stop scolding the Gu family. She had understood the enemy's situation thoroughly from Gu Xiaoshan. Then why did she always ignore me when I asked her before? She thought that she was slow to respond. Gu Xiaoshan said, "She said you're unfilial and doesn't want to talk to you." Gu Jiao. Wasn't it just a few fewer candied plums? Gu Jiao came to the central room. Obviously, Xiao Lulang had talked with the old lady. I don't know how Xiao Lulang threatened her. The old lady didn't have the arrogance just now. She was a little listless. "I'm so sleepy after the fight. I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up when the meal is ready." The old lady snorted and went back to her room to sleep. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang paused and said, "Back then the doctor said that the medicine has to be taken according to the prescription for a year, but if the recovery is fast, it will lose its infectivity in a month." He did not forcefully persuade Gu Jiao to keep the old lady. He only told Gu Jiao that she would not pass on the medicine soon. He hoped that Gu Jiao would agree to keep the old lady. Gu Jiao didn't know that this little black sesame rice ball would show pity to strangers. Perhaps the old lady reminded him of his older brother who passed away early. His older brother's death had always been a regret in his heart. He might have thought more than once that if his older brother had not been captured and taken to Leprosy Mountain and had continued to take that prescription, would he have been able to recover in the end? "All right, then we'll let Grandaunt stay for now," Gu Jiao said with a sigh. She didn't plan on chasing her away. But it would be good if she could do him a favor. They would accept her as their grandaunt for now. This was the safest way. Reality proved that their decision was correct because that night, a group of soldiers broke into Clear Spring Village and went door to door to search for the patient who had escaped from Leprosy Mountain. The only guest in the village was the old lady. When they found out that she had only recently come to the village, the soldiers rushed into Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulang's home without another word. When the soldiers came, the old lady had already finished eating and was warming herself by the fire. The husband and wife were still eating at the table. Dinner was quite sumptuous. There was a bowl of fried cabbage with bacon, a plate of green onion omelette, a pot of mushroom soup, a bowl of black fungus salad, and a plate of peanuts that went with wine. Of course, no one drank wine. The fragrance of the bacon and green onion omelette wafted over and instantly made the soldiers' stomachs rumble with hunger. "Officers, is something the matter?" Xiao Lulang asked. The soldiers came back to their senses and stated their purpose. "I heard that an old lady came to your home. Where is she?" Xiao Lulang brought them to the old lady's room. "My grandaunt. She just came from Sioux County a few days ago." As he spoke, he walked forward and took the plate that the old lady did not have time to hide. "You're secretly eating candied fruits again. Didn't I say that you're old and can't eat too many sweets?" The old lady was caught red-handed and turned her face away with hidden bitterness. The soldiers did not have a portrait of a leprosy patient, but their superiors had described her characteristics. They said that leprosy red spots had appeared on her face and the back of her hands. Her complexion was sallow and her spirit was weak. The old lady in front of them, other than her age, was different in every other way. Not only did she not have any leprosy spots, her complexion was rosy and her spirit was unbelievably good. Leprosy could not be cured. There were some prescriptions that could delay the onset of the disease, but it was impossible to make someone recover so well in just 10 days. The soldiers' suspicions were mostly gone. When they saw that Xiao Lulang did not avoid or dislike the old lady, they felt that it was even more unlikely. But the leader did not dare to lower his guard. He went to the kitchen and pointed at the medicine jar on the stove. "Whose medicine is this?" Xiao Lulang said, "It's mine. I have a leg injury. I went to the town's medical center to get this medicine." "Let me see the medicine bag," the other party said. Gu Jiao went to get the medicine bag. The man opened the bag and found Panax noto ginseng inside. Panax noto ginseng was a very common medicinal herb that could promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. People who practiced martial arts were not unfamiliar with it. Panax noto ginseng was also a common medicine for injuries. With these two medicinal herbs, they could be sure that it was not used to treat leprosy. "What is your name?" the man asked. "Xiao Lulang." Xiao Lulang said with a straight face, "If the officials have any doubts about my identity, you can go to Qinxiang Academy and ask the dean to check my household registration." The man frowned. "The dean of Qinxiang Academy? His surname is Li?" "That's right," Xiao Lulang said. The officials exchanged glances and their attitude towards Xiao Lulang became more polite. Generally speaking, there was no need to go to the dean to check household registration. Xiao Lulang specifically mentioned him to tell them that he was someone that Dean Li wanted to protect. Although Xiao Lulang did not want to be the dean's disciple, it did not prevent him from using the dean's authority to intimidate others. When his face was thick, there was no pressure at all. Dean Li's name was very useful. After the officials asked a few more questions, they withdrew and left. However, the officials did not go far. Instead, they sent someone to quietly return and enter Xuaningxiang's house next door. "Is the old lady next door really that brat's aunt?" "Yes." "When did you arrive?" "A few days ago," Xuaningxiang said. "How come I heard that it was 10 days ago?" The official stared at Xuaningxiang's eyes and asked. Xuaningxiang said with a straight face, "Who did you hear that from? How come I don't know that I live next door?" The official looked at the 1-year-old son that Xuaningxiang was holding in her arms. His eyes flashed with a cold light, but he still left in the end. Xuaningxiang's back was soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 28. The old lady did come 10 days ago, but she wasn't in a clear state of mind during the first few days. She didn't remember coming so early, so Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang delayed the old lady's arrival by a few days. This was different from when the old lady went missing in Clear Spring Town. But what Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't know was that when the old lady collapsed in front of Gu Jiao's door, Xuaningxiang heard the commotion. At that time she felt that there was something wrong with that person. "Ah Xiang." Her mother-in-law's voice came from next door. Xuaningxiang composed herself and walked to her mother-in-law's room. "Mother, you're awake? I think I heard someone come into the room just now. Did something happen to second brother?" She already lost one of her 2 sons, so the old lady was most worried about her youngest son, who went to the army. Xuaningxiang said softly, "Second brother is fine. A patient from Leprosy Mountain ran away. The soldiers came to our place to search, but they already left." "Is it a man or a woman? How old are they?" "They didn't say," Xuaningxiang said. "How could a leprosy patient run to our place?" Cough cough. Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law coughed violently and mumbled a few words. Then she fell asleep in a daze. Xuaningxiang closed her eyes. Although she wasn't a good person, Gu Jiao saved her life before. The soldiers' search didn't cause a huge uproar in Clear Spring Village. Everyone went on as usual. Gu Jiao occasionally felt that the old lady had a great background. Otherwise, why would so many soldiers search for her and not reveal any information about her to the public? But when Gu Jiao saw the old lady holding a jar of melon seeds and eating them like a squirrel, she instantly felt that she was thinking too much. Gu Jiao had nothing to do, so she mended all of Xiao Liulang's clothes at home. She was right. It would be much easier to make up for the loss if the cloth was treated as human skin. When Xiao Lulang returned home, he found that his tattered clothes had been mended. He didn't need to guess to know that it was Gu Jiao who mended them. Gu Jiao had never sewn clothes before. At least, he hadn't seen her sewing since he came here. But surprisingly, her sewing skills were quite good. The stitches were fine and even. The only thing he didn't understand was that when other people sewed clothes, the ends of the threads were inside. Why did she leave the ends of the threads outside? The old lady's condition was much better than Xiao Liulang's brother's. Xiao Lulang had asked the doctor how long it would take for his brother to lose his infectivity, and the doctor said it would take a month. Although the old lady had been taking the medicine for less than a month, the effects had already far exceeded a month's time. She was already able to eat at the same table. What Xiao Lulang didn't expect was that the old lady would almost choke him to death the first time they ate at the same table. "I say." The old lady calmly drank a mouthful of keel corn soup. "What's wrong with the 2 of you? I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen the 2 of you in the same room." Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao both choked. "My husband is still young," Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old lady looked at Xiao Lulang from head to toe and nodded. "That's true. He's too young. His body is exhausted." Xiao Lulang was speechless. After Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law suffered at the hands of the old lady, The villagers all wondered if they would find a chance to get back at her. Who would have thought that they wouldn't go out for a few days? In reality, it wasn't that they didn't want to go out. It was that old man Gu didn't allow them to. The matter from last time was very big. Following that, news of it reached old man Gu's ears. Old man Gu was someone who cared a lot about face. He didn't know that Madame Wu and her two daughters-in-law had gone to find Xiao Lulang to ask for money. Before Old Third died, he had promised to take good care of Gu Jiao. Although he didn't say it verbally, the meaning was that he would take care of Gu Jiao for the rest of her life. In the future he would find her a son-in-law. The reason why he went back on his promise was because he believed that Gu Jiao was a jinx. She had already caused Old Third and his daughter-in-law to die. He couldn't let her jinx Deshan and the others. But old man Gu never allowed Madame Wu to ask Gu Jiao and her husband for money. Madame Wu told old man Gu that Xiao Lulang wanted to show filial piety to old man Gu and provide for Deshan's education. Old man Gu believed her. Only now did he know the truth. Old man Gu felt that he had lost all his face. In the future Lulang also needs to study. Don't ask him for money anymore. Madame Wu vomited blood. Madame Wu said, "What can a cripple do? It's just a waste of money. I heard that he failed the exam this time. Why don't you give the money to Deshan? In the future, when Deshan becomes rich, we will definitely take care of him." Her Deshan was going to be a high official in the future. A high official could casually give a meal, and it would be enough for the little cripple's family to live. Old man Gu still wanted to save face. The villagers had almost broken his spine. He couldn't bring himself to ask his grandson-in-law for money again. Old man Gu warned Madame Wu not to bring her daughter-in-law to the Gu family to cause trouble. Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law weren't the only ones who didn't have a good time these few days. Gu Dasan also suffered the first blow in his life. He finally knew who the dean's preferred candidate was. It was actually Xiao Lulang, whom he would never have expected even if he was beaten to death. Not only was Xiao Lulang disabled, he was also uneducated. Other than his face, there was almost nothing good about him. He just couldn't understand. How did this kind of bad student catch the director's eye? Gu Dasan began to recall the change in the director's attitude towards him. At first, the director praised him more than once and even met him alone. But ever since Xiao Lulang went to look for the director no longer paid attention to him. He asked himself if there was anything about his talent that the director was dissatisfied with. Could it be that Xiao Lulang made up something in front of the director to make the director think that he was unethical and develop a dislike for him? It must be like that. Otherwise, why would the director give up on him and go for Xiao Lulang, who was always at the bottom of the list? Who would have thought that such a well-behaved person would be so sinister behind his back? Thinking about how Xiao Lulang snatched away what originally belonged to him, Gu Dasan felt that Xiao Lulang was too despicable. Xiao Lulang, just you wait. That night Gu Jiao dreamed again. Unsurprisingly, she dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Lulang just happened to finish copying the books in his hands and took advantage of noon to send the books to the study room. Unexpectedly, there was a theft in the study room and Xiao Lulang was suspected. Actually, there was an eyewitness at the time and it was Gu Dasan. Gu Dasan saw with his own eyes that Xiao Lulang left before the owner entered the study room. He also knew that Xiao Lulang had never entered the owner's room. However, Gu Dasan refused to tell the truth and insisted that only Xiao Lulang went up to the second floor. Although this didn't directly prove that Xiao Lulang was the thief, it eliminated the other suspects. However, Xiao Lulang wasn't someone to be trifled with. He directly solved the case based on the footprints in the backyard. The incident should have ended there, but because of the investigation a lot of effort was delayed. By the time Xiao Lulang returned to the village, there was a heavy snowfall. On the way, the mule cart skidded into a ditch and disfigured Xiao Yulang's face. The hideous scar followed Xiao Lulang for the rest of his life and left an indelible shadow. Chapter 29. When Gu Jiao woke up the next day, she sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. This time, she wasn't in a daze about her dream, but about her husband's luck. What kind of rebellious young man was this? Was he so unlucky? And this time, it was his handsome face that was ruined. No, absolutely not. The whole thing was because of Gu Dashuan's interference. If he didn't give false testimony, Xiao Lulang wouldn't have delayed his return to the village in order to prove his innocence. In the end, he was caught in the heavy snow and had an accident, ruining his handsome face. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang finished their breakfast, the sky was still dark. The old lady was still sleeping soundly in her room. Gu Jiao gently sent Xiao Luleng out. It will snow today, wear more. Gu Jiao gave him a robe. Xiao Luleng looked at the night sky full of stars. It didn't look like it would snow, but he still took the robe from her. Thank you. Gu Jiao sent him to the village entrance as usual. Xiao Luleng got on the ox cart and Gu Jiao waited by the side with him. Only when Gu Xiaoshen came over in a daze with a bag of books did she turn around and leave. Gu Jiao knew that Xiao Luleng would go to the study room this afternoon, and she also knew that he would be framed, but she didn't remind him not to go. She remembered the details of Xiao Yolang's case clearly, so she knew where the thief went with the stolen goods. I've heated up the food in the pot. Eat it if you're hungry. There's also medicine. If you throw it away, I'll know. Gu Jiao said to the old lady in the living room. Since the old lady wasn't really suffering from Alzheimer's, there was no need to watch over her. Anyway, she was no longer contagious, so she did not have to worry about harming anyone. As for others harming her, it didn't exist. The old lady curled her lips and snorted. Gu Jiao went out with the basket on her back. When she passed by the Gu family's mansion, she happened to bump into Gu Yue, who had come out to wash her face. Good morning, little sister Yui, she greeted. Gu Yue was influenced by her mother and Gu Ershun, so she wasn't close to Gu Jiao. Seeing that Gu Jiao took the initiative to greet her, she didn't say anything and went back into the house. Who's talking? Mrs. Zhou asked from inside. Jianyang, Gu Yue whispered. Mrs. Zhou pushed the door open. Gu Jiao also greeted her. Good morning, Aunt. The morning. Mrs. Zhou boasted that she was the mother of a scholar, so she was more polite than Mrs. Lu. She looked at Gu Jiao, who was carrying the basket on her back, and smiled. Jianyang, where are you going so early? Gu Jiao said with a smile, I'm going to the mountains to pick some mountain products and sell them in town. Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Are you selling mountain products for money? I heard that mountain products are poisonous. I know which ones aren't poisonous. My husband taught me. If she said that she knew the mountain products, no one would believe her. A few days ago, Mrs. Zhou and the other two came to Gu Jiao's house and made a scene. At that time, she saw the things in Gu Jiao's basket. There were melon seeds, candied fruits, brown sugar, and peanuts. How much money was that? This girl must have made a lot of money selling mountain products. Mrs. Zhou's eyes flashed and she said with a smile, Jianyang, can you bring Aunt with you? You can't pick so much by yourself, right? Aunt will help you. Okay. Gu Jiao generously agreed. Mrs. Zhou secretly laughed. A fool will always be a fool. It's easy to coax her. When I recognize all the mountain products, will she still have a chance to pick them? This kind of good thing Mrs. Zhou won't ask Mrs. Lu to come with her. But Mrs. Lu heard it herself, so she came out with a basket. Second aunt, you also go. Okay. Gu Jiao smiled. Gu Jiao and her two aunts went to the mountains to pick mushrooms. In fact, she could pick some fungus and poisonous mushrooms and cheat them to sell them. But it will hurt innocent people. She was not that wicked. She took them to pick some common winter mushrooms, and filled their baskets and baskets with them before she went away, satisfied. Can this really be sold for money? Mrs. Lu asked skeptically. Second aunt, just come with me. It's easy to sell. Gu Jiao said. Madame Zhou wanted to go alone. That way she would be in charge of how much she sold. She could deduct a lot. Unfortunately, Madame Lu also had the same idea. In the end, both of them went with Gu Jiao. Jianyang, this is not the way to the market. On the way, Mrs. Lu strangely asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, At this time the market is about to close. Let's go to the market in the east of town. The price there is higher. When they heard that they can sell it for more money, the two of them stopped talking. When they passed by an alley, Gu Jiao suddenly said, I want to go to the toilet. First aunt, second aunt, wait for me for a while. Go. Mrs. Zhou said. Mrs. Lu curled her lips and muttered, Lazy people shit and pee a lot. Gu Jiao walked through the alley and went to the back door of Huichen Hall. She opened the door and went inside. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao came back. What took you so long? Mrs. Lu was dissatisfied. Gu Jiao faintly smiled. I ate something bad. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly said, Okay, Jianyang, where is the market? Let's go and sell the mountain goods. Otherwise it won't be fresh. Okay. Gu Jiao smiled and nodded her head. Gu Jiao led the two of them to walk forward. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side of the alley. Gu Jiao didn't dodge and bumped into the person. The man was knocked to the ground. Gu Jiao took out her sickle and said, You dare to bump into me? The man was stunned. Miss, who was the one who bumped into who? Gu Jiao didn't care. She held the sickle and slashed at the man. The two of them quickly got entangled in a fight. The man's bag was knocked down by Gu Jiao, but he didn't have time to pick it up. Gu Jiao chased after him with her sickle for a few hundred meters. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu's hands itched to open the bag that fell on the ground. When they saw the shining silver inside, the two of them immediately became greedy. They didn't steal the silver nor did they rob it. They picked it up on the streets. Since they picked it up, it was theirs. The two of them had a tacit understanding and decided to pick it up and leave. They didn't want to leave a single one for the little fool. The two of them scrambled to snatch the treasures, and in order to see who could snatch more treasures, they even had a solid fight. At the academy, Xiao Lulang took the copied books to first-grade restaurant after eating. There were many study rooms in Qingchuan town, but this was the biggest one. Therefore, business was still very good even in the afternoon. Xiao Yulang's copied books were the best to sell. Everyone in the study room recognized him. An attendant greeted him politely. "The shopkeeper isn't here. Can you go to the accounting room on the second floor and wait for a moment?" Xiao Lulang was about to enter when a shop assistant suddenly walked in from outside. "Is it young Master Xiao?" Xiao Lulang turned around. "Does young Master Xiao still remember me?" the shop assistant asked with a smile. "I remember." Xiao Lulang nodded. "You're from Huichen Hall. What's the matter?" The shop assistant said embarrassedly, "It's like this. I gave you a few wrong sets of medicine last time. Shopkeeper Wang asked me to find young Master Xiao. I wonder if young Master Xiao is free now? Follow me to Huichen Hall to get the medicine." Generally speaking, if the wrong set of medicine was taken, it would be sent directly. However, Huichen Hall offered to treat Xiao Lulang for free. It sounded like an apology. There was nothing wrong with it. Xiao Lulang and the shop assistant left. Gu Dashun, who was behind the bookshelf, withdrew his disgusted gaze. Xiao Lulang went to Huichen Hall to get the medicine and have his leg checked. The shop assistant personally sent him back to the academy. However, when the two of them got off the carriage, they heard the students outside the academy whispering. "Did you hear? There was a theft in the study room. The thief is a new student of our academy's Heaven Class A." "A new student of Class A? What's his name?" "Gu Dashun." Chapter 30. This time, Xiao Lulang did not even enter the study room before he was taken away by a waiter from Huichen Hall. After that, he went directly to Huichen Hall to get medicine. The entire Huichen Hall could testify, so naturally no one doubted him. However, Gu Dashun was different. Someone saw him go up to the second floor with their own eyes, and the room of the owner was also on the second floor. At that time, the owner happened to be out, so there was no one on the second floor except for Gu Dashun. Those who had been to the study room knew that the second floor was for nobles other than the accounting room. It was not open to everyone. A poor student like Gu Dashun should not be on the second floor. Gu Dashun cried out, "There was a master who asked me to pick a few books to send up to him. He said that he wanted to discuss poetry with me." Gu Dashun was also an ambitious student. He knew early on that his status as a scholar would bring him a lot of convenience in the future. There would even be people who would come to befriend him, so he did not suspect anything at that time. "Who is this master you are talking about? Call him out." The person in the study room said. Gu Dashun said anxiously, "When I went upstairs, he was already gone. Who among you has seen this master?" The person in the study room asked the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. They only noticed Gu Dashun because Gu Dashun was wearing Tianxiang Academy's uniform. Students of Tianxiang Academy were very eye-catching no matter where they went. However, Gu Dashun's conversation with that master happened on his way to the toilet. There were no witnesses on that part of the road. Therefore, everyone only saw Gu Dashun going up to the second floor with books, but did not see Gu Dashun being invited. This was really terrible. I didn't think that a student from Tianxiang Academy would do such a despicable thing. My family's young master's bag contains a very valuable item. If you take the banknotes, my family's young master won't argue with you, but you must return the letter. Otherwise, we'll report it to the authorities. Gu Dashun had been wrongly accused. The only thing they could do now was to find that old master. However, it was as if the old master had vanished from the face of the earth. They could not find him no matter how hard they tried. Gu Dashun suddenly had an idea. "You said that I stole something, then where is the stolen goods?" "I'm not going to eat it." The head constable narrowed his eyes. "Search his house." Gu Dashun was not worried about being searched. He was not afraid of a crooked shadow. Even if he turned his house upside down, he would not find the stolen goods. In the end, Gu Dasan was slapped in the face. When the bailiffs rushed into the Gu family's house, Madame Zhou and Madame Lu had just arrived home and were digging a hole to bury the silver in the backyard. The bailiffs quickly recognized that these were the official silver that the owner had lost. In Gu Jiao's dream, Xiao Lulang judged that the murderer had climbed in through the window by looking at the footprints on the grass in the backyard and the outer wall. The murderer had committed the crime independently and was 6 feet tall. The right footprint was deeper than the left footprint. He speculated that the murderer's left foot had a slight limp, but it was not serious. Otherwise, he would not have been able to climb up the wall to the second floor. Moreover, the murderer had a certain level of skill. Some of the footprints at the crime scene contained a mixture of lime and sandalwood. This was the sandstone road that only casinos had and was originally used to ward off evil spirits. Therefore, if the thief was not from the gambling house, then he was a gambler. Sooner or later, he would go to the gambling house near the market after taking the silver. Gu Jiao only needed to guard the road to the market. Unfortunately, Gu Dasan was not Xiao Lulang. He could not solve the case and prove his innocence. He could only watch as himself, Madame Zhou and Madame Lu were arrested and sent to prison. Inside the Huichen Hall's accounting room, the second master was leisurely drinking tea. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Shopkeeper Wang glared at him and said, "You're so happy after harming someone?" That's right, the second master was the mysterious master who had tricked Gu Dasan into entering the second floor. The second master smiled and stretched out 3 fingers, not 1 but 3. Shopkeeper Wang shuddered. That girl's heart is really ruthless. She doesn't even blink when scheming against her own family. Shouldn't we be more careful when cooperating with this kind of person? The second master looked at the endless stream of people on the street. What do you know? If you haven't experienced other people's pain, don't easily persuade others to be kind. Shopkeeper Wang did not understand these words. Although he was the second master's subordinate, he did not know much about him. He only knew that he was the legitimate son of the Hu family, but he did not seem to be highly regarded by the old master. The second master smiled faintly and drank a mouthful of tea. I really like this girl more and more. Because this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Lulang did not inquire too much about it. He only knew that Gu Dasan had stolen from someone. As for who he had stolen from and what he had stolen, he did not know. However, he did go to the study room, so the dean still called him to the Zhongzheng Hall to understand Gu Dashuan's situation. When you went to the study room, did you see Gu Dasan? The dean asked. Xiao Lulang said, I saw him, but I left for the Huichen Hall at 4 in the afternoon. I don't know anything about what happened after that. This was the truth. The dean paused, then said, Then did you see Gu Dasan talking with anyone in the back courtyard? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I didn't go to the back courtyard. The dean had a headache and pressed the space between his eyebrows. Okay, I know. You can go back to the classroom first. Xiao Lulang turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, the dean spoke again. Do you think Gu Dasan would really steal? Xiao Lulang said faintly, it doesn't seem to be up to me to decide. Yes, the owner had reported it to the authorities and the Yamen had already filed a case. Whether it was a theft or not, it depended on evidence. However, all the evidence pointed to Gu Dasan. After Xiao Lulang left the Zhongzheng Hall, he was called over by Teacher Chen of Sky Class A for questioning. After Teacher Chen finished his questioning, Teacher Zhang from his own class also asked him about Gu Dashuan's situation. After all this trouble, it was already late. Heavy snow began to fall. It really was snowing. Xiao Lulang looked at the snowy sky and walked towards the entrance of the academy. As soon as he came out, he saw a small, thin figure. She wore an apricot-colored floral jacket and carried a small basket on her back. Her head was lowered and she was playing with the pebbles on the ground with her feet. She looked quite cute. Xiao Yulang's eyes moved slightly and he walked over with his walking stick. Gu Jiao saw him and smiled. School is over? Yes. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, I couldn't wait for you just now, so I asked Uncle Luo and Xiao Shun to go back first. It's okay, I'll go hire a car, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao used her soft fingertips to gently pull on his sleeve. The snow is heavy, it's not safe to go by car. Let's find an inn to stay for the night. Xiao Lulang looked at the white fingertips on his sleeve. Okay. Perhaps because it was almost the end of the year, the inns were all full. The two of them asked a few before they finally found an inn that they could stay in. Xiao Lulang said, Give me 2 rooms. The waiter said, "Sir, there's only one room left." Chapter 31. When they heard that it was the last room, the two of them were stunned. The waiter looked at the two of them in confusion. "What are you two hesitating about? It's not that I want to say this, but it's almost the end of the year, and all the inn's business is quite good. In addition, there's suddenly heavy snow today, so many foreign businessmen are staying in our town. If you two continue to be picky, you won't be able to stay." They had asked along the way, so how could they not know that the room was in an emergency? But this seemed a bit inappropriate. Xiao Yulong's eyebrows showed a trace of hesitation. As for Gu Jiao, she didn't feel conflicted at all. They were legally married, so what if she was sleepy? Besides, it wasn't like she was rushing to sleep with him. There were no more rooms, right? However, she still cooperated and showed the same conflicted expression as him, which made her seem even more obedient. Xiao Lulang was also a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. She lowered her head like a harmless little rabbit, faintly revealing a trace of obedience. At this time, it was a bit unreasonable to drag her thin and weak body to find an inn in the snow. Xiao Lulang calmed down. "Then let's stay." The waiter led the two of them to a room on the second floor. It was not without reason that it was the last room left. Not only was the room small, but it was also very cold. However, considering the heavy snow, the inn gave them a basin of charcoal for free. The room price was 200 copper coins. Usually it was 100 copper coins, but the price had increased during the new year. The waiter put down the charcoal and left. Before he left, he told them that they could eat dinner in the lobby, or they could have the room price delivered directly. Oh, there was even room service. Gu Jiao was quite surprised. However, Gu Jiao didn't eat at the inn. She opened the window and leaned on the windowsill, drooling at a small stall selling osmanthus cakes at the entrance of the small alley across the street. She realized that she had more or less changed from her previous life. For example, she didn't like sweet things or spicy food in her previous life, but she had become very fond of osmanthus cakes and pickled vegetables here. "Want to eat osmanthus cake?" Xiao Lulang was beside her and saw her drooling. Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." Actually, Gu Jiao was not that greedy. At least, she was not as greedy as Xiao Lulang thought. However, after spending some time with him, Gu Jiao realized that it was hard for him to refuse to be obedient. Xiao Lulang led Gu Jiao out of the inn. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier, but the wind had stopped. The snowflakes fell quietly, giving off a sense of tranquil beauty. Xiao Lulang looked even more handsome in the snow. The passers-by simply couldn't take their eyes off him. In the morning, Gu Jiao had reminded Xiao Lulang to bring an extra robe, but she had forgotten to bring it when she went out. In addition, this small body was more sensitive to the cold than in her previous life. Thus, her shivering was not an act. Xiao Lulang walked in front. He turned around to look at her. He paused for a moment, then took off his robe and handed it to her. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him innocently, as if she didn't understand what he meant. "Ah." Xiao Lulang opened his mouth and frowned. However, he seemed to have no choice but to put the robe on her. His body temperature and faint fragrance lingered on the robe. It was warm and pleasant. Gu Jiao's watery eyes blinked. "Thank you." Her voice was also soft and sweet. Even he quivered a little. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything, but Gu Jiao noticed that his footsteps had slowed down. Oh, he even knew to wait for her? The two of them crossed the street and arrived at the stall. Only then did they realize that not only did they sell osmanthus cakes, but they also sold steaming hot glutinous rice balls. Gu Jiao's eyes couldn't lie. They were practically glowing. Xiao Lulang ordered 2 bowls of rice wine glutinous rice balls and sat down with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao asked the boss to give her a poached egg. The boss thought that she wanted to eat it, so he put it in her bowl. However, when the glutinous rice balls were served, Gu Jiao scooped out the poached egg with a spoon and put it in Xiao Yulong's bowl. Their family was poor, so they rarely ate outside. Seeing that Gu Jiao gave the only poached egg to him, Xiao Yulong's eyes flashed with a complicated look. "Boss, give me another poached egg." His voice was low and smooth. In the wind and snow it sounded even colder. The boss was so touched by the couple's affection that he specially cooked the poached egg until it was big and beautiful. Gu Jiao silently poked the yellow poached egg with a spoon. Well, she really just hated poached eggs. After eating the glutinous rice balls and the poached egg, the two of them returned to the inn. Gu Jiao was holding the box of osmanthus cakes in her arms. She had originally gone for the osmanthus cakes, but after a bowl of glutinous rice balls and a poached egg, she couldn't be more full. There was a charcoal brazier in the room so it wasn't too cold. Gu Jiao took off her outer robe and called the waiter to bring a pot of hot tea. The waiter asked if they wanted hot water. Gu Jiao asked for some. After washing up, the two of them prepared to rest. There was only one bed here. It was cold and they couldn't sleep on the floor as it would freeze them to death. There were two quilts. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luleng each used one. After covering them, Gu Jiao understood why they had to prepare two quilts. It wasn't because there were two of them, but because one quilt was too cold. Gu Jiao was too cold to sleep. Her hands and feet were cold. She listened to Xiao Yolang's breathing and knew that he wasn't asleep either. That. Gu Jiao wanted to call him, but she realized that she hadn't formally called him that yet. Of course he hadn't called her that either. It was as if they didn't know what their relationship was. Husband and wife? No. Friends? Also no. Oh. No, this definitely wasn't it. In the end, Gu Jiao decided to reluctantly call him husband. Husband. It was her first time calling him that so she wasn't used to it. Her voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Luleng didn't respond for a long time. He was probably shocked by her calling him husband. After a long time he asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? Are you cold?" Gu Jiao asked. "Are you very cold?" Xiao Luleng asked back. Gu Jiao's voice was soft in the night, with a hint of nasal sound after being cold. Xiao Luleng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still took out half of his quilt and covered it with hers. Gu Jiao followed the principle of, you share, I share, you share. She also covered him with her quilt, and then their quilts were completely shared. The youth's body was boiling hot, like a small stove. Gu Jiao instantly felt much warmer. Xiao Luleng was a little startled. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to kick this uninvited guest out of his quilt. "Husband, I'm not cold." The young girl's voice was soft, with a trace of naivety and satisfaction. Xiao Luleng couldn't kick any more. Chapter 32. Gu Jiao had never shared a bed with anyone in her previous life, not even her female roommates. She thought that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but she soon fell asleep in that reassuring scent. She went to see Zhou Gong, but Xiao Luleng didn't fall asleep so quickly. He looked at Gu Jiao who was lying beside him. The thin light of the snow shone through the window and fell on her face. She was lying on her side, and the birthmark on her face was pressed under her. She was probably really afraid of the cold. Her little face was red from the cold. Her eyelashes were very long, and her facial features were exquisite. If it weren't for the birthmark, she would be a beautiful and refined young lady. Inexplicably, Xiao Luleng felt a trace of regret. But soon, he frowned again and erased this feeling from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Luleng slept very well. He didn't move at all the whole night. Gu Jiao was also quite obedient. Apart from getting closer and closer to Xiao Luleng and hugging Xiao Luleng with her arms and legs, and resting her little head on Xiao Yolang's shoulder, she really didn't do anything else. Gu Jiao slept until the sun rose. When she woke up, Xiao Luleng was already up and sitting by the window reading a book. The sunlight shone through the window, reflecting his handsome face. She didn't know if it was Gu Jiao's imagination, but she felt that he seemed to be blushing a little. "You're awake," Xiao Luleng greeted Gu Jiao seriously, but his eyes didn't look at Gu Jiao on the bed. "And I'm awake. Good morning." Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes and yawned. She had just woken up and was still in a daze. She unconsciously spoke in a lazy and childish voice. Which normal man could stand this early in the morning? Xiao Luleng felt his chest swell and he stood up almost immediately. "I'll go buy breakfast." Then he opened the door and went out, leaving Gu Jiao scratching her head in confusion. The snow stopped in the middle of the night, and the sun was especially bright today. Since it was a rest day in the academy, the two of them hired a mule cart to return to the village after breakfast. When they passed by the village entrance, they heard the villagers who were fetching water from the old well, talking about how it suddenly snowed yesterday. Quite a few people who were returning to the village at night fell and injured themselves. In the neighboring village there was even a mule cart overturned into a ditch. I heard that some people fell and almost lost their lives. Xiao Luleng remembered that she wanted to hire a carriage to go back to the village last night. If she hadn't proposed to stay at the inn for the night, they might have also met with an accident. Xiao Luleng didn't know what to say at this moment. After all, This was already the third time that he had avoided a calamity because of her. The two of them went home. The old lady had woken up and was sitting in the central room, sulking. Yesterday, Gu Jiao thought that things would end early, and that she and Xiao Lulang would be able to return before it snowed, so she only left lunch in the pot. Unexpectedly, the teachers of the academy were so troublesome that they pestered Xiao Lulang until the snow fell. In order to avoid the misfortune in the dream, she could only drag Xiao Lulang to stay in the town for the night. The old lady didn't know how to make a fire. Last night she ate a cold steamed bun and this morning she ate another cold steamed bun. Her teeth were about to fall apart. Gu Jiao was puzzled. How could a poor old lady not know how to make a fire? Are you the old lady of a rich family, or the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao silently took out a bag of candied fruit and a box of osmanthus cake. I'll allow you to eat 2 more today. The old lady said, No. 5. Gu Jiao said, 3. The old lady said, Deal. Holding the candied fruit and osmanthus cake, the old lady turned her back and began to eat. The news of Gu Dashun and Madame Zhou's arrest had already spread throughout the village. Even the neighboring villages had come to watch the show. For the time being, they didn't know what this matter had to do with Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao, so they all went to the old Gu residence to inquire about the news. At noon 2 bailiffs came to the door. They were looking for Gu Jiao. It turned out that after Madame Zhou and Madame Lu were taken to the yamen, they had honestly confessed the origin of the silver under strict interrogation. It had fallen from the person who had fought with the little fool. They had been greedy for it, so they took the silver back to the village before the little fool came back. Ah, so that's how it is. I was wondering why I didn't see the 2 ants when I went back. Gu Jiao said with a look of sudden realization. The bailiffs looked at him. Why did you fight? Gu Jiao said coldly, He hit me. He bullied me. He even scolded me. After being hit and scolded by someone, you chased them down a few streets with a sickle. Girl, you are a hero. If it was someone else who had done this, the bailiffs would have been suspicious. However, they had already learned from Madame Zhou and Madame Lu that Gu Jiao was a fool. A fool's behavior couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, even if they were here, no one would suspect that Gu Jiao had deliberately squatted there to wait for the thief. He had also deliberately chased the thief away and left the silver for Madame Zhou and Madame Lu to covet. Even Madame Zhou and Madame Lu thought that everything was just an accident. Only Xiao Lulang faintly felt that everything was too coincidental. That person could have been the thief. What happened to him in the end? The bailiffs asked. He ran away. Gu Jiao spread his hands. Do you still remember what he looked like? The bailiffs asked again. He looked, Gu Jiao recalled and gestured. The other bailiffs was the yamen's painter. He drew the thief's appearance. Is it like this? Well, Gu Jiao frowned. At this time Xiao Lulang came out with a portrait. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Yes. It's this person. The bailiffs and the painter exchanged awkward glances. A dignified yamen painter suddenly couldn't draw as well as a student. It felt like his rice bowl had been smashed, right? After receiving the portrait, the yamen quickly solved the case. However, Madame Zhou and Madame Lu were not immediately released by the yamen. The reason was that when the yamen's bailiffs came to the Gu family to ask them where the silver came from, they swore that they had sold the mountain goods. The amount was huge. In addition, they lied and refused to pay. It was a crime of embezzlement. Each of them was fined 20 taels of silver and beaten 30 times. As for Gu Dashun, his mother and second aunt had done such a shameful thing. His family was not upright. He was also nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 33. The Gu family had suffered a great loss this time. Their 40 taels of silver were all forfeited. The image that Gu Dashun had painstakingly built was also destroyed this time. For a long time, the Gu family wouldn't have the energy to find trouble with them. Gu Jiao was very happy and ate half a bowl more for dinner. There was some snow in the afternoon, but it wasn't heavy and stopped after a while. It didn't affect walking on the road, but it was a little cold. Xiao Yulong's hands were frozen by the time he reached home. Gu Jiao quickly handed him the ginger soup that she had cooked. Even if he was frozen, he drank the ginger soup at a moderate pace. It was a noble and elegant aura that came from his bones. Gu Jiao looked at him without blinking. What's wrong? He turned his head and asked. Gu Jiao, who was caught red-handed, wasn't embarrassed at all. She smiled and said, It's nothing. You drink, I'll go get the food. Gu Jiao brought out the hot dishes from the pot and called the old lady to eat together. Halfway through the meal, an uninvited guest came to the house. I'll go open the door. Gu Jiao put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'll do it. Xiao Lulang stood up before her with the help of his walking stick. Eat. The old lady said to Gu Jiao. Although the old lady knew that Xiao Lulang was her grandnephew and Gu Jiao was only her granddaughter-in-law, she never favored Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao continued to eat. Xiao Lulang removed the bolt and opened the door. He found that the people standing at the door weren't villagers, but a young master and servant. The young master was dressed luxuriously and had a noble temperament. It was obvious that he was the master of a rich family. Xiao Lulang was a little surprised. Of course, they were also very surprised. They were here to look for Miss Gu, but they never expected that the person who opened the door would be a young man. The young man was dressed in the white uniform of the Tianxiang Academy. He had a clean and refined temperament. His facial features were exquisite and picturesque. In such a remote and desolate place, there was actually such an exquisite young man. The master and servant were both stunned. The young man asked, "May I ask, is this Miss Gu's house? Who are you? Why are you looking for my wife?" Xiao Lulang asked coldly. "My wife." The young master was stunned again. "My surname is Qin. Little husband Qin?" Gu Jiao walked over at some point and looked at the young man outside the door strangely. "Why are you here?" When little husband Qin saw her, he was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. "I should be the one asking you this. Why are you here?" Gu Jiao said, "This is my home. If I'm not here, then where would I be?" "Why are you in Gu?" Little Master Qin suddenly realized something before he could finish his sentence. He was flabbergasted. You are Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and rubbed her chin. "So you still don't know who I am?" The previous host had pestered him for so long, but he didn't even ask about the previous host's identity. Xiao Yulong's face became cold. He coldly looked at little husband Qin and then entered the room without looking back. Gu Jiao, AI, she strangely felt that her husband was angry. Little husband Qin finally realized that Xiao Yulong's legs were broken. He was wondering why such a handsome youth would marry a little fool who didn't follow the virtues of a wife. So he was a cripple. "Why have you come to my home?" Gu Jiao asked coldly. Little husband Qin then discovered another thing. The little fool's eyes didn't seem to have the fanaticism she used to have for him, and the little fool didn't seem to be a fool at all. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, take care. I won't see you out." Gu Jiao was going to close the door as she spoke. Little husband Qin came back to his senses and pressed the door. "I came to ask if you found a letter?" The silver in his bag had been taken by Madame Zhou and Madame Lu, but the letter was not. It had been thrown on the street. The bailiffs didn't find it, so they thought of the Gu family's girl who had returned to the scene. Perhaps she had found it. The bailiffs didn't say that the Gu family's girl was the little fool from Qingchuan village. Otherwise, little husband Qin wouldn't have come to find her. Hearing little husband Qin's words, Gu Jiao was shocked. To be honest, she hadn't expected the owner to be him. In her dream, she only cared about seeing Xiao Lulang. How could she remember what the owner looked like? However, she did pick up that letter. Gu Jiao turned into the room and took out the letter. She walked out of the door and asked him, "Are you talking about this?" Little husband Qin's eyes lit up. "You really did find it? But why didn't you tell the bailiffs?" Gu Jiao spread her hands. "The bailiffs didn't ask. This was true. The bailiffs forgot. Here." Gu Jiao generously gave the letter to him. Little husband Qin hurriedly took the letter. The letter was sealed with wax and there was no trace of tampering. The surprise of finding what he had lost changed little husband Qin's view of her. Maybe she had done those stupid things before because she wasn't smart. But her nature was not bad. She was a good girl who didn't keep the money she found. "Thank you so much," little husband Qin said sincerely. Gu Jiao glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said casually, "Just a verbal thank you?" Little husband Qin was stunned. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "Don't you want something more substantial like silver?" Little husband Qin was petrified. Where was the girl who didn't keep the money she found? A quarter of an hour later, Gu Jiao came into the room with 100 taels of silver. This money was 3 times more than what Madame Zhou and Madame Lu had robbed. And little husband Qin was willing to give it. It was reasonable and legal. "Oh, where is my husband?" Gu Jiao looked at the old lady and asked. The old lady pouted her lips at Xiao Yulang's room. Gu Jiao pushed the door open and entered the room. Xiao Lulang was copying a book with a cold face. Gu Jiao took the money she had extorted. No, she took the money and gently put it on Xiao Yulang's table. Xiao Lulang didn't even look at it. Gu Jiao whispered, "Are you angry?" Xiao Lulang turned around and ignored Gu Jiao. His arrogant look made Gu Jiaming feel bad. Gu Jiao leaned over, bent down and sighed softly in his ear, "Tell me I'm so young. How can I be blind? He is so ugly." Xiao Yulang's eyelashes trembled slightly. They were so close that her breath fell on his earlobe. Gu Jiao whispered, "I didn't know it was his letter. I just picked it up and forgot about it. He just came to me to get the letter, and I extorted 100 taels of silver from him." All the unhappiness in Xiao Yulang's heart disappeared in the last sentence. She even extorted little husband Qin. It seemed that she had really given up. In fact, he shouldn't be angry. They weren't a real couple. He would leave her and leave this place one day. He didn't care about her relationship with little husband Qin before, and he shouldn't care now. However, even he himself couldn't explain why he was so angry just now. Gu Jiao softly coaxed, "Don't be angry. I won't look at him in the future." "Look as you wish," Xiao Lulang coldly said. Gu Jiao smiled and whispered in Xiao Yulang's ear, "He's not as good looking as you." Xiao Lulang. Chapter 34. With the money, Gu Jiao began to think about what to do. The next day Xiao Lulang came back from school and the family of 3 sat in the main room to eat. Although they were a family of 3, they didn't have any relationship with each other, but they were strangely harmonious. The old lady gnawed on a large chicken leg and glanced at Gu Jiao saying, "If you have something to say, say it." Gu Jiao, the old lady's eyes are very good. How did she know that she had something to say? "I want to buy a mountain," Gu Jiao said. "Winter clothes or autumn clothes?" The old lady gave Gu Jiao a speechless look, as if she was complaining that such a small matter was worth wasting time on. "I'm not talking about clothes, I'm talking about the mountain. The mountain behind our village." Gu Jiao always picked wood ears and mushrooms on the mountain and found that there were a lot of good things there. If she bought it, she could pick mountain products, pick herbs, cut wood, and hunt. In short, the whole mountain was full of value. She would definitely not make a loss. Buy it. Unexpectedly, the old lady didn't hesitate at all. When it came to spending money, the old lady was very generous. If it was the original host's grandmother, Madame Wu, she would have jumped up and scolded Gu Jiao, "Little star of death, you spendthrift woman. You even bought a mountain. The money is earned by being generous." In the eyes of most villagers, mountains weren't worth much. At most, they could cut some firewood and pick some wild vegetables. Although there were mountain products and game, no one would buy an entire mountain for these things. Firstly, Gu Jiao knew what was good for her. Secondly, she had the ability to deal with any danger deep in the mountains. Therefore, that mountain in her hands would be a huge treasure bowl. In the past, she would make her own decisions. Xiao Lulang never interfered with any of her decisions. However, ever since the old lady came, the way they interacted seemed to have changed subtly. "Are you talking about the mountain behind second Uncle Luo's house?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Clear Spring Village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. She had her eyes on the mountain in the middle, which was also the mountain that the villagers often went to. Second Uncle Luo's house was at the foot of the mountain. "All right, I'll ask Li Jing later." Xiao Lulang did not hesitate. Gu Jiao scratched her little head. It was her grandfather in the room. She could go and ask him, but she didn't say it to make him busy. After dinner, Xiao Lulang went to the Gu family mansion. Madame Zhou and Madame Lu had been beaten 30 times by the yamen. For the past few days, they had been obediently lying in their room to recuperate. The house had become much quieter. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" The one who opened the door was Gu Shaoshan. "I'm here to look for Li Zheng," Xiao Lulang said. Although he was married to Gu Jiao, he had always addressed the old man as Li Zheng. "Oh." Gu Shaoshan was only surprised that his brother-in-law had come to visit, but he was not surprised by how he addressed him. After all, the Gu family had forced his brother-in-law to get married first and squeezed his hard-earned money. Every sum was a debt. "Master, brother-in-law is here." Gu Shaoshan led Xiao Lulang to Old Man Gu's house. Old Man Gu looked at Xiao Lulang with some surprise. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Xiao Lulang had come to the Gu family mansion after his marriage with Gu Jiao. "It's so late, what's the matter?" Old Man Gu asked. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, I came to ask Li Zheng, how much is the mountain behind second Uncle Luo's house? Why are you asking this? Does anyone from the academy want to buy a mountain? No matter how imaginative old man Gu was, he would never have thought that his own granddaughter wanted to buy a mountain. That mountain cost a lot of money. Moreover, it's not something that anyone can buy. That mountain is not managed by our village, nor by the county government. It's the land of the temple. Temple? Xiao Lulang frowned slightly. He didn't know that there was a temple here. Old man Gu said, that's right, it's a temple. You haven't been here for long, so you probably haven't been there yet. It's on the other side of the mountain. If you go around the foot of the mountain, you can reach it in about 2 hours. If anyone from the academy wants to buy a mountain, they have to go to the temple and talk to the abbot. Old man Gu thought of something and said, speaking of which, Jiao Nyang was born in that temple. After Xiao Lulang returned home, Gu Jiao welcomed him and asked, how was it? What did the Gu family say? Xiao Lulang repeated old man Gu's words. It's the land of the temple. The original owner of the body had never been to the temple. No, according to old man Gu, she was born in the temple, so she had been there. Did they say how much it would cost? They didn't say exactly, but 100 taels might not be enough, Xiao Lulang said. Oh, then I still have some, Gu Jiao said as she took out a handful of silver pieces from her pocket and placed them on the table. The old lady stopped munching on the melon seeds. However, this wasn't the end. Gu Jiao took out another handful and another and another and another. The old lady and Xiao Lulang were both stunned. There were at least 20 or 30 taels of silver pieces. Where did she get them? Xiao Lulang calmed himself down and asked, did you earn all of this from selling mountain goods? Yes. Gu Jiao tried her best to widen her eyes, her face full of sincerity. I definitely didn't get them from fighting. Xiao Lulang. In ancient times there weren't many holidays for studying. Other than the 10-day leave, the busy farming season, and the September clothing holiday, there were only annual holidays from the 12th lunar month to the 1st lunar month. In the past, annual holidays were in the first part of the 12th lunar month. This year it was delayed to the second half of the lunar month. Because of the approaching annual holidays, there wouldn't be any 10-day leave for the next 2 weeks. Gu Jiao didn't want Xiao Lulang to ask for leave from the academy because of this, so she decided to go to the temple herself. Taking into account the previous lesson, Gu Jiao didn't leave the food in the pot for the old lady this time. Instead, she found Xuanning Xiang and asked her to take care of the old lady. Your great-aunt? Her illness isn't serious. It's not contagious. Ah, that's not what I meant. How could Gu Jiao not know that Xuanning Xiang helped her cover up her lie? Naturally, she also guessed that Xuanning Xiang had guessed something. However, Xuanning Xiang didn't report her, nor did she alienate her because of this. Xuanning Xiang didn't ask Gu Jiao how she cured her leprosy. She only needed to believe in Gu Jiao. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your great-aunt. Chapter 35. Gu Jiao carried the basket to the other side of the mountain. The temple was halfway up the mountain and it was very difficult to walk. There was a section of the road in the middle that had no steps and was covered in snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had been diligent in climbing and training since she came here, so she was not dissuaded by the dangerous mountain road. She walked faster than ordinary people, but she still walked for 2 hours. When she arrived at the temple, it was almost noon. The temple was not very big and the words Ning in Temple were written on the ancient and weathered plaque. She did not know if it was because there were not many people in the snow, but Gu Jiao did not meet a single pilgrim along the way. There were not many monks in the temple. Gu Jiao had been here for a while, but she did not see a single one. Could it be that this temple is already empty? But the ground was clean as if someone took care of it every day. While thinking, Gu Jiao arrived at the Guanyin Hall. She stood behind the pillar and inadvertently glanced into the hall. Finally, she saw the first living person of the day. It was a madam dressed in silk. Although her clothes were luxurious, they were not ostentatious. A white cloak was draped over her body, reflecting the snow on the ground. From Gu Jiao's point of view, she could only see the other person's back, but she could feel the other person's gentle and elegant aura. She sincerely kowtowed a few times and put her palms together. May the Bodhisattva bless my son's safety and success. Even her voice was gentle and pleasant. Gu Jiao rarely paid attention to a stranger, especially a woman. She did not like women, right? But just as she was lost in her thoughts, a delicate voice suddenly came from the side. Where did this little thing come from? How dare you peek at my madam? Gu Jiao came back to her senses and looked in the direction of the shout. She saw a maidservant wearing a pea green vest walking over from the opposite corridor. The target of the maidservant's scolding was not her, but several little monks who had appeared behind a pillar at some point. When the little monks saw that the beauties had been caught, they screamed and ran away in a panic. So there were monks, but they were such small monks. One of the children ran in the opposite direction and ran towards Gu Jiao. He bumped into Gu Jiao's leg and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao looked at the dumbfounded little dumpling and suddenly wanted to spit at him. But before she could reach out her hand, the little dumpling got up and ran away. The madam who was praying to the bodhisattva in the hall walked out and said to the servant girl in green, "Lu, don't be rude." "Madam." The maidservant called Lu muttered as she walked forward. "If you don't teach these little guys a lesson, they'll take advantage of you later and run to your meditation room to make a scene. They're all children," the madam said. The servant girl pursed her lips, obviously disagreeing, but she did not continue to argue with the madam. Just when Gu Jiao thought that the two were going to leave, the madam suddenly looked in Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao's figure was completely blocked by the pillar. Even the servant girl who was walking towards her did not notice her. She did not know how the madam had noticed her. "Who is it?" The servant girl immediately became alert. Gu Jiao could only walk out. She wore a shabby lavender floral jacket, maroon cotton trousers, and a pair of black cloth shoes that had long been soaked in snow. She also carried a small shabby basket on her back. However, she didn't know how to do a woman's hair, so she picked up her hair and tied it into a bun on top of her head. She was dressed like a poor country girl, not to mention the eye-catching red birthmark on her face. A trace of contempt appeared on the servant girl's face. There was no disdain in the madam's eyes. The snow had stopped and the roof of the temple was covered in snow. The beautiful mountain was wrapped in silver, and the world was a white expanse of ice. However, all of this was not as good as her beauty. It was the first time Gu Jiao had seen such a beautiful woman. But the most beautiful thing was her temperament, gentle and elegant, quiet and dignified. "Miss, are you also here to pay respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva?" The madam smiled and asked Gu Jiao. Such a gentle voice, such a gentle smile. Gu Jiao paused, then said, "No, I'm here to find the abbot." The madam smiled warmly and said, "The abbot has come down the mountain?" Before she could finish her sentence, another maidservant hurried over with a box of food. There was ice on the road that had not completely melted. Her foot slipped and with a cry she fell forward. Not only did she fall, but the box in her hand also flew out. Seeing that it was about to hit the madam, Gu Jiao took a big step forward and blocked the box with her arm. The box fell apart in midair and the soup and vegetables inside spilled out, splashing Gu Jiao all over. "Madam, are you okay?" Lu looked anxiously at her madam. The madam shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Then she turned to look at Gu Jiao, her eyes filled with worry. "Miss, how are you?" Just now she was standing in front and the flying box was about to hit her. If the little girl hadn't blocked it for her, her face would have been smashed. "It's nothing serious," Gu Jiao said. The weather was too cold and the dishes were no longer hot. It was just that the soup stuck to her body, making her feel uncomfortable. The madam looked at her sorry state and felt guilty. She looked at the servant girl who fell on the ground and sighed, "Can't you walk properly?" The servant girl also fell heavily and her knees were swollen. She endured the pain and got up, feeling wronged. "The road is too slippery." The madam also understood that she didn't do it on purpose, but she still hurt the girl, so she deliberately didn't go. She said to Gu Jiao, "It's my fault for not teaching her properly and dirtying the girl's clothes. Please come with me to the meditation room to change into clean clothes." Gu Jiao thought about it and didn't refuse. This madam was obviously a frequent visitor of this temple. There was actually a separate meditation room in the temple. The meditation room was at the end of the corridor, and it didn't look any different from the other meditation rooms. But the furnishings inside were very elegant and quiet, and it complemented her temperament. The two servant girls also entered the room together. The madam let the servant girl in green named Lu open the box. Lu was immediately unhappy. "Madam, these are all the young miss clothes. How could a wild girl from the countryside be worthy of wearing their young miss clothes?" The madam's gentleness lessened a little. "Go out and bring in another vegetarian meal. Remember to bring one for this girl." The servant girl felt the pressure from her master and bowed her head. "Yes." The madam personally picked out a set of clothes from the box and gave it to Gu Jiao. These are my daughter's clothes. I don't know if they fit you, but they're better than wet clothes. Young miss, quickly change into them. Gu Jiao went behind the screen to change her clothes. She thought that they would be a little big, but unexpectedly they fit her. They really suit you, the madam said with a smile. They were obviously her daughter's clothes, but this little girl looked brighter in them. How old are you this year? Gu Jiao replied, 14. The madam's eyes lit up. You're the same age as my daughter. My daughter was born in this temple. Gu Jiao, what a coincidence, so am I. Chapter 36. The foreign pointed at the Kong bed beside her and gently smiled. Sit down and talk. Gu Jiao sat down on the Kong bed. There was a small table between the two of them. On the small table were several exquisite pastries. The foreign pushed the pastries in front of her. Are you hungry? Eat something first. The vegetarian meal will be here soon. After climbing the mountain for so long, Gu Jiao's stomach was indeed hungry. Gu Jiao picked a yellow flower-shaped pastry. Gu Jiao was very quiet. Is it good? The foreign asked her. Gu Jiao nodded. Seeing the foreign look at her with suspicion, she paused and then said, It's better than Li Ji's. What is Li Ji's? The foreign asked. The best pastry shop in town. Gu Jiao said. The foreign finally relaxed. Actually, these pastries were personally made by her. When she had nothing to do in the Fu, she would make pastries to pass the time. It was a pity that she had a son and a daughter. Her son was weak and sick, so he couldn't eat them. Her daughter was very healthy, but she didn't like to eat them. It made her wonder if the pastries she made were too bad. Gu Jiao's table manners were not faked. She really felt that the pastries were very delicious. The foreign found a sense of accomplishment from Gu Jiao. She couldn't help looking at Gu Jiao a few more times. Gu Jiao had a birthmark on her face. She had already noticed this before. What a good girl. It really was a pity. The foreign secretly felt pity. Then she noticed Gu Jiao's hands. It was a pair of hands that worked all year round. The palms were calloused and the backs of the hands were crisscrossed with scars. The foreign thought of her daughter. She was glad that her daughter was born in the Marquis Fu and didn't have to suffer the hardships of the common people. Otherwise, as a mother, she would be heartbroken. Gu Jiao sat in the madam's room for a while and ate the entire plate of chestnut cakes. At this moment, the abbot also returned to the temple. In the end, Gu Jiao did not forget her business. After saying goodbye to her wife, she went to the abbot's meditation room. The abbot was a little old. He had a white beard, but his spirit was very hale and hearty. It should be because he practiced martial arts all year round. Gu Jiao stated the purpose of her visit concisely. I wonder if abbot is willing to sell it? After he finished speaking, the abbot did not reply for a long time. She took a closer look and saw that the abbot was staring at her face without blinking. Gu Jiao wanted to ask if there was something on her face. Just as the words were about to come out of her mouth, she remembered that there was something on her face. Abbot? Gu Jiao reminded. Cough, cough, cough. The abbot regained his senses and cleared his throat. He sat up straight and said, You just said, you want to buy a mountain? Gu Jiao said, Yes. Abbot, how old are you this year? Wasn't this topic changed a little too quickly? Can't I buy a mountain when I'm young? Gu Jiao asked faintly. No. Amit Ba, young benefactor, don't misunderstand. The abbot raised one hand and said, Junior brother Jing Xn, who is in charge of the temple's property, is out. He won't be back for 2 or 3 days. It would be better for benefactor to come back in a few days. That's good. I will find a day before the new year to come again. Gu Jiao finished speaking and got up to leave. The abbot's gaze followed her birthmark. Gu Jiao frowned. Abbot, although I don't care what others think of me, you are a monk. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to stare at other people's flaws? The abbot hurriedly apologized. This old monk was rude. Young benefactor, please don't take offense. After Gu Jiao left, the abbot still took a long time to regain his senses. A disciple came forward and asked, Abbot, what's wrong? I remembered something. The abbot said. What is it? The disciple asked. The abbot gave a long sigh and said, It was a matter from many years ago. That night, he drank too much and wanted to put the chastity sand on the newborn baby. In the end, his hand trembled and he put it on the baby girl's face. When he woke up the next day, he remembered his foolish actions and hurriedly went to apologize to the marquise. In the end, he found that the child in the marquise's arms had a white and clean face. There was no trace of the chastity sand. Because he drank too much, he wasn't very sure about his memory. Since there was no mark on the baby's face, then he shouldn't have done it, right? After so many years, he had completely forgotten about that matter. But when he saw the little girl, the memories came back to him. He suspected that he really put the chastity sand on her face that night. No, he pointed at the marquise's daughter. That girl said she was a villager at the foot of the mountain. After Gu Jiao left the abbot's meditation room, she went to find the marquise. In the end, she was told that the other party had already gone down the mountain. These boxes of pastries were ordered by the marquise to give to young benefactor. Young benefactor, please accept them. The monk who cleaned the meditation room handed a large cloth bag to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao weighed it in her hand and knew that the marquise had left all the pastries for her. Gu Jiao sighed softly. She still hadn't returned the clothes to her. The clothes that the marquise gave Gu Jiao were beautiful, but it wasn't suitable for walking on mountain roads. She estimated that it would sew after 2 steps. She couldn't blame the poor quality. After all, people who could afford to wear this kind of material didn't need to walk on their own. On the way back, Gu Jiao walked quickly. She was worried that the matriarch wouldn't get along with the people next door. After all, the matriarch had a bad temper and was picky. She was the type who didn't get along with others. Unexpectedly, when Gu Jiao entered the door, she was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were there so many people? And all of them were women? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't take the initiative to interact with the villagers. In the past, only those who wanted to write faith letters would come to their house. The highest record was 3 letters a day, no more than that. So Gu Jiao didn't understand why their family's central room was suddenly crowded. The matriarch sat on the chair at the top with a mighty and domineering aura. Second Uncle Luo's wife, Second Aunt Luo, was holding a pot of tea and respectfully standing beside her. On the other side was Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law, Gui Fang. Gui Fang was holding a tray with melon seeds and a teacup on it. Gu Jiao was even more puzzled. Didn't Sister Gui Fang just finish her confinement? The rest of the people didn't seem to have the qualifications to get close to her, so they stood on the opposite side. You squeeze me, I squeeze you. It was like a village version of a palace drama. Okay, you can all go back. The matriarch put down the melon seeds and waved her hand. Everyone retreated. Before they left, they all saluted the matriarch in a mess. The imperial concubines saluting was pleasing to the eye, but a group of village women wearing headscarves saluting was simply a scene of a large-scale car accident. Gu Jiao was shocked. She grabbed Xuaningxiang next to her and asked, "What did my matriarch do again?" Xuaningxiang couldn't hide her admiration and said, "Great Aunt was telling the villagers about the play. She said it so beautifully." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. What's with saluting? Xuaningxiang thought for a while before she understood what Gu Jiao was referring to. Oh, you mean this? Great Aunt taught her. She said that the people in the theater were all like this. The people in the theater weren't like this. The matriarch was blatantly tricking everyone into saluting her. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Where did this matriarch come from? Was she so good at causing trouble? Chapter 37. The ancients loved to listen to opera. After all, other than that they couldn't do much else, especially women. It was very difficult to listen to opera in the countryside. The nearest opera house was in the town, and one had to pay a lot of money to enter. People in the countryside couldn't afford to listen to it. Although the old lady didn't know how to sing, she could speak in detail. Where did you listen to the opera? Gu Jiao went over and asked. I don't remember. The old lady shook her head. Gu Jiao saw that she didn't look like she was lying, so she asked, Then do you remember anything else? The old lady thought seriously for a moment. No. Gu Jiao said again, Then can you stop fooling people like this in the future? The old lady thought seriously again. I can't. Gu Jiao. With the end of the year approaching, Gu Jiao became busy and didn't have time to keep an eye on the old lady. The old lady occasionally caused trouble, but she could handle it herself and didn't cause trouble for Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. After that, Gu Jiao went to the temple again. The master in charge of the treasury hadn't returned yet, so Gu Jiao decided to come again after the new year. Before the new year, the academy held another exam. Perhaps it was because of the theft incident, But Gu Dashuan's performance was obviously much weaker this time, and he fell to 10th place in the class. Gu Xiaoshuan's results were very stable, and he was still in the last place. Xiao Lulang rose by 1 place, but this time, it wasn't because he did well in the exam, but because the original second from last and fourth from last had asked for leave due to illness. They were tied with Gu Xiaoshuan in the last place. Many teachers of the academy knew that Xiao Lulang had written an 8-legged essay when he was admitted to the academy. But since then he had never written another essay and basically handed in a blank paper. Some people suspected that Xiao Lulang had run out of ideas, while others suspected that he had cheated his way into the school. However, Dean Li had always firmly believed that Xiao Lulang was talented. No matter what others said, he did not want to give up on Xiao Lulang. The imperial examination was held once every 3 years, and it just so happened that the autumn examination would be held next year. If he missed it, he would have to wait another 3 years. The examinees who wanted to participate in the fall quarter examinations had to first pass the county examination and become an elementary scholar. The county examination was held once every 3 months during the new year. Dean Li hesitated for a moment before signing up Xiao Lulang for the examination. Gu Jiao was still unaware of all this. The academy was on annual leave. Tomorrow was the day of Xiao Yulang's operation. She had to get enough sleep and adjust herself to the best state. In fact, she had done this kind of operation many times in her previous life. Logically speaking, there was no need for her to have any psychological burden. However, operating on a stranger was different from operating on Xiao Lulang. He was such a perfect child. She could not leave any regrets in him. Before going to bed, Gu Jiao checked the small medicine box. As expected, the anesthetics and injections needed for the operation had all appeared. These drugs were not the ones sold in the pharmacies in her previous life. They were all drugs from the research institute. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that as long as the research institute did not close down, her medicine box would continue to be supplied. Yes, this was a good thing. Gu Jiao slept soundly. When she woke up, she made breakfast and boiled the medicine for the old lady. When Gu Jiao brought the medicine to the old lady's room, the old lady looked at the pills on the plate and then looked at the medicine in the bowl. She frowned and said, "Why do I feel that this medicine can be drunk or not?" "You're thinking too much. The medicine is just as important as the pills," Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old lady doubtfully drank the pills and medicine. It was so bitter that she rolled her eyes. She seriously suspected that Gu Jiao was here to take revenge on her. Gu Jiao still entrusted the old lady to Xuaningxiang. Afterwards, she and Xiao Lulang took second Uncle Luo's ox cart to the research institute. Feng Lin naturally would not miss such an important day. He had been waiting at the research institute for a long time. However, the weather was getting colder. He did not want to sit inside and wait, so he stood outside and froze into a small popsicle. When Feng Lin saw the young couple on the ox cart, his face sank. He had the urge to scold this adulterous couple. However, he suppressed it. Brother Xiao was not wrong. It was this woman who was getting more and more shameless. She was always sticking to Brother Xiao. Gu Jiao saw Feng Lin with a calm expression. "You didn't go back to celebrate the new year?" Feng Lin snorted, "My home is so far away. How can I go back?" Gu Jiao remembered that transportation was inconvenient in ancient times. In her previous life, the distance that could be reached in a day by high-speed rail would take a month here. Feng Lin might not even reach home before the New Year's holiday was over. Gu Jiao, oh. Feng Lin, who had punched cotton. The date was set in advance. Shopkeeper Wang and the old doctor were waiting in the research institute at dawn. Feng Lin and Gu Jiao followed them inside. The old doctor first asked about Xiao Yulang's condition in the past few days. "Every night before I go to sleep, there's the medicine," Xiao Lulang answered honestly. Every night when he came home from school, Gu Jiao would have already prepared his meals and decocted his medicine. The old doctor nodded. Feng Lin said, "Dr. Zhang, is Brother Zhao's leg going to recover soon?" The old doctor said, "We'll know after the surgery." "What did you say? Surgery?" Feng Lin was stunned. Xiao Yulang's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Gu Jiao was worried that this would happen, so she did not tell them. In this era, surgeries were not common and people did not accept it. Most people thought that it was only useful on the battlefield. Feng Lin said in shock, "Dr. Zhang, you didn't tell me before." Of course, the old doctor would not tell the truth. He said seriously, "That's because the conditions didn't allow it. Now that the medicine has been used for a while, the meridians have opened up and we can perform the surgery. However, this was a serious matter. Feng Lin was very hesitant. Other than surgery, is there no other way? Yes. The old doctor nodded. Will it succeed? Feng Lin asked again. I can't guarantee this. The old doctor touched his conscience and answered, if it succeeds, he will be able to walk normally. If it fails, he might be in a worse condition. This was also Gu Jiao's original words. Even if she was the best doctor in the research institute, she did not dare to say that there was no risk at all. Brother Xiao. Feng Lin wanted to back out. He was a conservative and did not want to take such a big risk. Xiao Lulang moved his lips slightly and said casually, then let's perform the surgery. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhang. He agreed so quickly that even Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, even though they had known each other for so long, Gu Jiao had never really understood him. However, at that moment she felt a cold indifference from him. It was as if he did not care that the surgery might fail. Was he really brave, or did he not care about his own life at all? Chapter 38. Feng Lin winked at Gu Jiao, hoping that she could persuade Brother Xiao. Gu Jiao pretended not to see it, making Feng Lin furious. Before the operation, the old doctor handed over a strange document. Xiao Lulang paused slightly. What is this? He asked. The old doctor coughed softly and said, the operation consent form requires the signature of the family member. It was very confusing. He had been a doctor for decades, but he had never heard of such a thing before. However, since it was Miss Gu's strong request, they could only comply. Feng Lin couldn't sign it and Xiao Lulang couldn't sign it either. Dr. Gu finally wanted to experience the addiction of being a family member, but sadly found that she didn't know how to write her own name. It was so sad, wasn't it? When he asked the second boss to draft the operation consent form, he didn't consider this problem at all. If he used the doctor's style in his previous life to sign Gu Jiao's name, wouldn't it be mistaken as scribbling? He was most afraid of the sudden silence. Gu Jiao grabbed the pen and scratched her ears and cheeks. She was so anxious that her small face turned red. She wanted to show off in front of Xiao Lulang, but now it was all over. Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao. She grabbed the pen so smoothly that he thought she knew how to write. In the end, Xiao Lulang signed Gu Jiao's name on her behalf. Xiao Lulang was brought to a special room. Using calming decoctions again and again could easily expose him. This time, the old doctor directly handed him a bowl of mefizan. Mefizan was an ancient anesthetic. It was said that it was created by the divine Dr. Hua Tua. However, the real formula for mefizan had been lost. Nowadays, most of the mefizan that doctors used was made from datura flower powder or liquid. This kind of drug can cause people to be anesthetized and calm at the same time, cause the muscles to relax and the secretion of sweat glands to be suppressed, so it is also called a knockout drug. The knockout drug was quite toxic. Of course, Gu Jiao wouldn't use it on Xiao Lulang. What was in the bowl was actually the tranquilizer from Huichen Hall. Xiao Lulang fell into a deep sleep not long after drinking it. Gu Jiao finds an excuse to leave Feng Lin. This time it will take longer than last time. Gu Jiao does not say that she needs to go to the toilet. Instead, she wants to walk around the streets to see if there is anything she can buy. Feng Lin was so angry that his liver hurt. It was fine if he didn't stop Brother Xiao just now, but now that Brother Xiao was about to be stabbed, she still had the mood to look at New Year's goods. She was indeed a heartless woman. Gu Jiao returned to Huichen Hall from the back door. The old doctor was already waiting at the door of the side room. The old doctor is a veteran of Huichen Hall. He has worked here for no less than 30 years. Although his medical skills are not as good as Dr. Zhang in the capital, his morals are definitely worthy of being called the conscience of the industry. Otherwise, the second master would not be at ease to let him participate in this matter. The old doctor is very curious about this operation and wants to follow Gu Jiao inside. However, Gu Jiao seems to have no intention of taking him back. After entering the room, she closed the door. The old doctor. Gu Jiao feels that the old doctor did not have it easy. Later she will give him a few prescriptions as thanks. As for the secret of the medicine box, she does not intend to let others know for the time being. Gu Jiao opens the medicine box and gives Xiao Lulang a shot of local anesthesia. 2 hours later, Gu Jiao comes out with a small basket on her back. The old doctor and the second master quickly come up and ask in unison, "How was the operation?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "The operation was very successful. There was no problem with her operation at all, but the specific recovery process differed from person to person. Also, his ankle had been injured for too long. Even if the operation was successful, he would still need to do a long period of rehabilitation for both his legs and feet. But at least if the operation was successful, he will not be in pain anymore. Thinking about how he has been in pain for so many days and nights, and how he always fetches water and firewood to do work that is within his ability, Gu Jiao feels a little uncomfortable. If she knew that he was in so much pain, she would not have cared about his self-esteem and let him do any work. When Xiao Lulang woke up, the old doctor is still by his side. The old doctor told him about his condition. The operation was very successful, and asked him to go home to recuperate and come back in 10 days. Remember, in these 10 days you must not exert yourself. Stay in bed and rest more. Don't eat spicy food and avoid alcohol. Xiao Lulang suddenly said in confusion and looked at the old doctor in a daze. The old doctor thought that he did not understand, so he smiled and said, "When I ask you to avoid alcohol, I mean don't drink, understand? You are so young. Even if you are not sick, you must not drink." Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and said, After the old doctor gave his instructions, he asked the staff to go to the lobby to call Feng Lin and Gu Jiao. Feng Lin rushed into the room and the first thing he said was, "Brother Xiao, are you still alive?" Gu Jiao, who was behind him, rolled her eyes. Feng Lin came to the bedside and wanted to see Xiao Yulong's injury, but it was already bandaged. He could only see layers of gauze. "Does it hurt?" Feng Lin asked. The anesthetic had worn off, so it was a little painful. But after so long he was used to the pain, so he shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt." When he was still unconscious, the old doctor had already gone to the lobby to tell Feng Lin about his condition. Feng Lin knew that the operation was successful, so he was not particularly worried. But he suddenly thought of something, so he turned his head and fiercely glared at Gu Jiao. "You weren't here just now, so you didn't hear what Dr. Zhang said. I'll tell you again. You'd better remember this." He repeated the old doctor's instructions to Gu Jiao without missing a word. Gu Jiao listened very seriously. The old doctor on the side wiped away his cold sweat. "Kid, you don't know who told you these things, right?" When they left Tongren Medicine Hall, it was already late. Second Uncle Luo helped Feng Lin help Xiao Lulang onto the ox cart. Then, Second Uncle Luo sent Feng Lin back to the academy, and then took Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao back to the village. Halfway there, Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulong's stomachs growled at the same time. The two of them came out after breakfast, but they were busy for most of the day and forgot about lunch. The sky was gloomy and it looked like it was going to snow. Gu Jiao thought about it and said to Xiao Lulang, "It's going to snow soon, so we won't eat outside. I'll go buy some scallion pancakes to fill our stomachs." There happened to be a stall selling scallion pancakes nearby, so Xiao Lulang nodded, "Okay." The place that sold scallion pancakes was just around the corner when they passed by. Gu Jiao lightly jumped off the ox cart and strode towards her destination. Perhaps because she was walking too fast, she was bumped into by someone. In all honesty, this time it was not her who deliberately bumped into someone, but someone else who deliberately bumped into her. Gu Jiao was not really a doctor in her previous life, so how could this kind of insignificant trick her? The person who took advantage of her was not even born yet. After that person bumped into Gu Jiao, he plunged into the crowd. Gu Jiao sneered. She looked at the ground and stomped on it with the tip of her foot. A stone flew up and was kicked by the tip of her foot. It hit that person's head squarely. "Ah!" That person screamed and fell to the ground. Then he turned around and saw Gu Jiao, who was like a little killing god, behind the crowd. Chapter 39. Perhaps it was because her gaze was too penetrating. Through the sea of people, it was like a knife stabbing into the little thief's eyes. The little thief almost instinctively felt the danger. He got up and ran. A thief that escaped from Gu Jiao's hands, there had never been one before. Gu Jiao chased after him and entered an alley. The little thief used all his strength to escape, but Gu Jiao was still getting closer and closer. In his panic, he seemed to have chosen a dead end. There was no road ahead. The little thief panicked. His blood and chi surged as he pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeve. "Don't come over, or I'll kill you," he roared with anger. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She kicked the wall with one leg and used the force to leap up. With lightning speed, she kicked the thief's dagger with her other leg and sent it flying away. The little thief's eyes widened. In the next second, Gu Jiao's hand fell and kicked him in the chest. He didn't even have time to scream as he fell to the ground. Gu Jiao coldly walked over and used her foot to push him away. She picked up the pouch that fell out of his sleeve. Xiao Lulang was still waiting on the ox cart. Gu Jiao didn't have time to waste with him. She also didn't plan on calling the authorities. She prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, the little thief quietly picked up the dagger on the ground. But before he could make a move, Gu Jiao stepped on his wrist and broke the bones in his hand. Ah! The little thief cried out again. He didn't understand how she did it. She didn't even turn around to look. Did she have eyes on the back of her head? Catch him. Several men dressed as guards suddenly appeared in front of the alley. They quickly glanced at Gu Jiao and didn't pay her any attention as they ran towards the little thief. Did you find it? At this moment, a young master followed them, panting heavily. Perhaps it was because he had run too fast and exhausted his energy, but he couldn't run anymore. He leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Gu Jiao brushed past him. He suddenly spoke. Miss Gu? Gu Jiao stopped and looked at him. Young Master Qin? Was the town so small? How could he run into him while catching a thief? On the other side, the group of guards who had held down the thief returned. One of them held a scroll in his hand. He presented it to young Master Qin and said, Young Master, we found it. So fast? Didn't they say that it's hard to catch a thief? Young Master Qin took the scroll. The guard glanced at Gu Jiao and said, It was this lady who caught him. After what had happened last time, young Master Qin's impression of Gu Jiao had changed. Even though Gu Jiao had extorted 100 taels of silver from him, he could accept her greed more than being pestered by her. Thank you again this time. Young Master Qin said politely. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Why do you always have things stolen from you? Young Master Qin said embarrassedly, The news must have been leaked and I was targeted by the enemy. He didn't say what the news was and Gu Jiao didn't ask. Gu Jiao just wanted to find her purse. Everything else had nothing to do with her. She didn't pay attention to young Master Qin and left expressionlessly. Looking at her back without any hesitation, young Master Qin frowned in confusion. Was she really not interested in him anymore? Young Master. Another guard ran over. I found a handkerchief on the ground. I don't know if it belongs to the lady just now. Young Master Qin quickly grabbed the handkerchief and chased in the direction Gu Jiao had left. When he caught up with Gu Jiao had already bought the scallion pancakes and returned to the ox cart. Miss Gu. Young Master Qin was a scholar who lived like a prince. Chasing the thief had drained him of his strength. This time he had persevered with his willpower. He supported himself on the ox cart and was out of breath. He couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Yulong's eyes became cold. Gu Jiao spread her hands. She looked like she didn't know him. It had nothing to do with her. What's the matter? Xiao Lulang asked lightly. Young Master Qin was taken aback when he heard this. He stared at Xiao Lulang and an embarrassed look surfaced on his face. Young Master Xiao is also here. Xiao Lulang thought, So you chased after me when I wasn't here? Young Master Qin handed over the handkerchief in his hand. Miss Gu, you dropped your handkerchief. Gu Jiao looked at it and said, It's not mine. Young Master Qin was even more embarrassed. He had chased after her all the way but it wasn't hers. Why did he feel a little embarrassed? Young Master Qin was anxious. He leaned over and the painting fell from his arms. It happened to hit the ox cart and spread out at Xiao Yulong's feet. It was a painting of Jiangnan's misty rain. There were mountains, rivers and black awning boats in the rain. Even though Gu Jiao didn't know much about calligraphy and painting, she felt that the painting was full of ink and the mood was profound. It was not easy to get this painting. His father had told him to take good care of it and not let anyone see it. Now that the painting was suddenly exposed, young Master Qin was very nervous. However, when he saw Gu Jiao staring at the painting curiously, he was not in a hurry to put it away. He said proudly, This is the calligraphy of the young Duke of Jiaodu. It's called the Spring Mountain Misty Rain painting. It was painted by the young Duke when he was 12 years old. The young Duke's painting is hard to find. I spent a lot of money to buy it from an acquaintance. Gu Jiao picked up the painting and opened her eyes wide. He can paint so well at the age of 12? Her startled look was cute. Even the red birthmark on her face was not ugly in young Master Qin's eyes. Young Master Qin said proudly, This is just a casual painting. It said that he was not satisfied with it and threw it away. It was secretly kept by the servants. If you like it, I'll let you look at it more. Gu Jiao, Xiao Yulong's eyes swept over the painting lightly. Then he said lightly, "It's a fake." Young Master Qin was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about the painting. He immediately jumped up and said, "Nonsense. My painting is obviously authentic. How can it be a fake?" Xiao Lulang said, "It's a fake." Young Master Qin raised his voice. "How can you tell it's a fake?" Xiao Lulang seemed to think it was unnecessary to give him a look. "How can you not tell it's a fake?" These words were too arrogant. He was saying that the painting was fake and that it was terrible to look at. There were flaws everywhere. Young Master Qin finally couldn't help but explode. "What do you know? You're just a poor scholar. Do you know how to paint? I had it appraised by a specialist. This is the young duke's authentic painting." "He hasn't painted this painting," Xiao Lulang said calmly. "How do you know he hasn't painted it? Do you know him?" When he said this, young Master Qin laughed. How could a little cripple from the countryside know the famous young Duke of Jianghu? There were many marquises in the capital of the kingdom of Zhao. There were also many sons of marquises. They were all young marquises, but there was only one who could be called the young Duke of Jianghu. The young Duke of Jianghu was the only son of Marquis Xianping. His birth mother was the Princess of Xinyang. He was deeply loved by the emperor. When he was 3 years old, he went to the throne room and fought a group of scholars. He became famous in one battle. When he was 4 years old, he entered the Imperial College. When he was 5 years old, he read the book Hall and was proficient in the 6 languages. Principal Li of Tianxiang Academy was ranked first among the 4 great scholars in the capital. This was because one had to be at least 18 years old to enter the Imperial College. Principal Li's results in the Imperial College had never been surpassed because the young duke had never participated in the Imperial College. When he was 12 years old, the emperor appointed him as the Imperial College's chancellor. The envoys of the 5 countries had all come to congratulate the young chancellor. He was truly a magnificent person. But the heavens didn't let him. Although the young duke had an unparalleled background and talent, he died in a fire at the Imperial College. It was said that he was burned alive. He died on New Year's Eve at the age of 14. Chapter 40. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Xiao Lulang didn't remind him because he had a good relationship with him. Since he didn't believe it, then forget it. Gu Jiao originally admired the painting, but when she heard that it was a fake, she immediately lost interest and returned the painting to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin looked at her disdainful face and suddenly explained, "Don't listen to him. This painting is an authentic one." Gu Jiao said firmly, "If my husband says it's fake, then it's fake." Young Master Qin was really angry. If it was in the past, he wouldn't care what a clown thought of his painting. But today he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Young Master Qin straightened his back. "It's real. He hasn't seen the world and doesn't understand painting." "You're the one who hasn't seen the world." Gu Jiao wouldn't allow anyone to belittle her child like this. Last time, when young Master Qin came to Gu Jiao to get the letter, Xiao Lulang only heard the result afterwards. But now he truly understood Gu Jiao's indifference to young Master Qin. She actually quarreled with him because of him. Xiao Lulang looked deeply at Gu Jiao and suddenly generously reminded young Master Qin, "If you give this painting away as a gift, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself." Then Xiao Lulang said to second Uncle Luo, "Let's go back to the village, second Uncle Luo." Second Uncle Luo didn't want to get involved in young people's business. He smiled and drove the ox cart away. Young Master Qin looked at the backs of the 2 people eating scallion pancakes in the cold wind. He was so angry that he wanted to curse them. However, this matter left a thorn in his heart. When he took the painting back to the Qin family, his father couldn't wait to greet him. "How was it? Did you get the painting back?" "We did find her." Young Master Qin wanted to say something but stopped. His father panicked. "What happened? It's not broken, is it?" "It's not bad, Sai." In the end, young Master Qin told his father what Xiao Lulang said. His father's attitude was even tougher than his. "You believe the words of a little cripple? He is a student of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy." When young Master Qin went to find Gu Jiao to get the letter, he saw Xiao Lulang. At that time, Xiao Lulang was wearing the uniform of Tianxiang Academy. So what if he's a student of Tianxiang Academy? His father asked disdainfully. They are all very powerful. Young Master Qin said. His father said nonchalantly, aren't you very powerful too? I spent so much money to hire a teacher from the capital for you. How did you lose to them? What's more, they're all bookworms. How could they have seen the world? Young Master Qin thought to himself, I thought that was what Shi Yi said. Young Master Qin was actually a very proud person. If someone else had reminded him like this, he wouldn't have listened to half a word. However, Xiao Yulong's gaze and aura at that time were inexplicably convincing. In the end, young Master Qin wasn't able to convince his father. He watched as his father wrapped up the painting and sent it to the nobles in the capital. It snowed heavily for 3 days. The roads in the village were all blocked and the ox carts couldn't move. Many people in the village wanted to go to the market to do some business before the new year, but because of the heavy snow, they could only helplessly put it on hold. These days, everyone was cooped up at home. No one came to the matriarch to watch the opera. The matriarch was bored to death, so she had Gu Jiao call Xuaningxiang over. The matriarch didn't know that Xuaningxiang and Gu Jiao had disagreements in the past. When she came over, the relationship between the two had already improved. Moreover, ever since Xuaningxiang encountered a lecher, she avoided men like the plague. She didn't have any good feelings towards Xiao Lulang. On the other hand, Gu Jiao was always clingy. This made the matriarch wonder if this young widow had taken a fancy to her granddaughter-in-law. However, Xuaningxiang's needlework was done well and her hair was combed well. Thus, the matriarch liked her very much. Before the new year, the brother-in-law at the border sent a letter to the family. Xuaningxiang couldn't read, so she took it to Gu Jiao. Of course, Gu Jiao can't read, but what gave you the illusion that I can read all of a sudden? You actually brought the letter for me to read to you? Gu Jiao was at her wit's end. Xuaningxiang saw Gu Jiao frowning and said in a panic, You're not stupid anymore. I thought you could read too. Gu Jiao, since when did not being stupid equate to being literate? However, Xuaningxiang didn't want to trouble Xiao Lulang. First, the shadow in her heart hadn't completely disappeared. Second, she knew that she was wrong in the past, so now she wanted to avoid suspicion with Xiao Lulang. Xuaningxiang lowered her head and didn't know what to do. Gu Jiao scratched her head gloomily. She was also someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If Xuaningxiang wanted to be unreasonable with her, she definitely couldn't win. But once Xuaningxiang showed weakness, she couldn't be unreasonable. Gu Jiao felt that her heart wasn't that soft. It was mainly because Xuaningxiang helped her with a lot of needlework. She was a very useful neighbor. She also wanted to be a useful neighbor in exchange for Xuaningxiang to help her with all the needlework in the house in the future. Gu Jiao took the letter and went to Xiao Yulong's room. Now she didn't need to knock to enter his room. Xiao Lulang had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. Knowing that he needed to study, Gu Jiao personally made a small table that could be placed on the bed. He was practicing calligraphy on the table. A 17-year-old young man with a thin figure, cold eyes, jade-like wrists, and an orchid temperament. How could there be such a good-looking person in the world? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. What's the matter? Xiao Lulang noticed her and turned his head to look at her. Gu Jiao stared at him several times and was caught by him. But Gu Jiao didn't feel embarrassed even once. She walked over and sat on the other side of the table. She handed the letter to him and said, I want you to read it to me. As she spoke, Gu Jiao saw the red paper on the table and asked, What's this? Red paper. Feng Lin gave it to me. Xiao Lulang said as if he was explaining that he didn't buy it. Gu Jiao didn't care about where it came from. She asked curiously, What's it for? Xiao Lulang thought for a while and said, Cutting window flowers and writing spring festival couplets. Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. She hadn't cut window flowers or pasted couplets before. In her previous life, she always looked at other people's couplets and was envious of them. But in her mind, those were things that people did when they were reunited with their family. She didn't have a family to reunite with, so she didn't do such things. Do you want to write it? Xiao Lulang asked. I don't know how to. Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her little index finger. Xiao Lulang remembered how she pointed at the words on the prescription and asked him how to read them. He also remembered how she grabbed the pen and wanted to sign it before the operation. So she wanted to learn how to write. Gu Jiao, no. I don't want to. Xiao Lulang placed the book and the letter on the small table on the bed and spread out a piece of red paper. I'll teach you. Gu Jiao. Chapter 41. Gu Jiao would never have thought that in her previous life, she would have to start from a primary school girl after going through college entrance exams, postgraduate exams and PhD exams. Moreover, it was in the field that she wasn't good at, writing with a brush. Gu Jiao was listless. She didn't feel very good. Although there was a beauty by her side, she didn't want to practice writing with a brush. No. Let's start with your name, Xiao Lulang said. His voice was between a teenager's voice and a mature man's voice. It didn't have the unpleasant sound of a duck's throat. Instead, it had a clean and low tone. Gu Jiao was a little powerless to resist. She opened her eyes wide and silently watched him write her name on the paper. It was different from when he signed the surgical consent form earlier. This time it seemed to be more neatly written. However, Gu Jiao still didn't understand it. Gu Jiao was opposite Xiao Lulang. From her perspective, the words were upside down. Xiao Lulang turned the paper upside down so that Gu Jiao could see it clearly. Then he wrote down the strokes and the order of the strokes one by one on the paper. Gu Jiao looked at all the strokes and felt a headache coming on. These weren't traditional Chinese characters, nor were they clerical characters. They were characters that she was completely unfamiliar with. Xiao Lulang saw Gu Jiao clumsily grasping the numbness with a bitter look on her face. He said, "The way you hold the brush isn't right. Move your hand up a little. Don't be too stiff with your wrist." Like this? Gu Jiao adjusted her hand according to his instructions. Gu Jiao's way of holding the brush was actually quite standard in her previous life. However, in front of Xiao Lulang, it was a little inadequate. "Index finger," Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao was confused. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out with his slender fingers and gently pushed her index finger up. If he had done this on any other occasion, Gu Jiao would definitely have said, "He touched my fingertips, so it can be considered as holding hands." However, he was teaching her how to read. To put it simply, it was a lesson. Gu Jiao had always been very serious in class. Gu Jiao took off her shoes and sat cross-legged in front of him. She practiced stroke by stroke seriously. Xuaningxiang was waiting in the living room. She didn't understand why Gu Jiao was in there for so long. The letter was not long. Why did he have to read it for so long? Xuaningxiang didn't know that the two people in the room had completely forgotten about the letter. One was reading a book and the other was practicing calligraphy. Xiao Lulang would occasionally correct Gu Jiao's posture when holding the brush. As for whether her handwriting was good or not, he didn't force her. After all, it was her first time holding a brush. It was already good enough that she didn't write on the paper. If Gu Jiao knew what he was thinking, she would probably jump up and run away. She was a modern top student. How could it be her first time holding a brush? Gu Jiao's memory was still very good. She only needed to write once to learn the complicated strokes. However, her handwriting was too ugly to look at. According to Xiao Liulang's standards, it was like a primary school chicken who had just started holding a brush. After all, his handwriting when he was 2 years old was better than this. The two of them unknowingly stayed in the room for an hour. In the end, the matriarch came to look for Gu Jiao out of boredom. Only then did she discover that the two of them were actually writing in the room. The matriarch didn't go closer to look. She only glanced at the door. It was red paper. She immediately made a judgment in her heart. Writing couplets? Oh, it's time to write. If you don't write now, you won't be able to make it in time. Call me when you're done. She wanted to put up the couplets. This was a very beautiful misunderstanding. However, Gu Jiao didn't think that Xiao Lulang didn't take the red paper to write couplets. It was just a coincidence that she was learning how to write and it was delaying his progress. Now that the matriarch mentioned it, she would return to the right track and start writing couplets. "I'll cut the paper." Gu Jiao put down the brush and went to the room to find scissors. "Thank you, great aunt, for saving her from this disaster. If she continued to practice like this, Jianghu would be crippled." Xiao Lulang looked at the red paper in front of him and his expression was a bit absent-minded. However, when Gu Jiao neatly cut the paper in front of him, he still picked up the brush and wrote a few couplets. "Write a few couplets for Xiao Shui too," the matriarch reminded. The matriarch liked Xuaningxiang very much. Of course, she also liked Gu Jiao very much. Although she didn't say it, Gu Jiao could feel other people's good intentions and bad intentions towards her. When Xuaningxiang met her for the first time, she had a strong sense of bad intentions. Now, this bad intentions had completely disappeared. The matriarch's liking for Xuaningxiang was different from her liking for Gu Jiao. To Gu Jiao she liked Xuaningxiang as a family member. To her she liked Xuaningxiang as a master. To put it bluntly, she felt that Xuaningxiang was a good guest and was suitable to visit often. When the matriarch said this, the two finally remembered that they had forgotten about Xuaningxiang in her letter. A trace of awkwardness flashed past their faces. They didn't know what kind of feeling Xuaningxiang had when she was waiting for them in the living room. An hour later, Gu Jiao brought Xuaningxiang's letter, the Spring Festival couplets personally written by Xiao Lulang, and a plate of sesame candy and chestnut cakes to Xuaningxiang's home. Why are there so many? Xuaningxiang was stunned. Of course, Gu Jiao wouldn't say that she was here to apologize. She said in a serious tone, "It's almost the new year. Great Aunt asked me to bring these over. The Spring Festival couplets are for you. The chestnut cakes and sesame candy are for your mother-in-law and son." Xuaningxiang hurriedly thanked her. Just now? Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to explain. Unexpectedly, Xuaningxiang smiled mischievously and gave her a look that said, "I understand." Gu Jiao, what do you understand? You understand. Xuaningxiang was experienced. Her daughter-in-law went into her husband's room and didn't come out for a long time. What could she be doing? How could she be angry over such a thing? The reason why she left quietly was to avoid seeing or hearing things that she shouldn't see or hear. That's right. She whispered to Gu Jiao, "Remember to close the door next time. Great Aunt is still at home." Gu Jiao, I think you've misunderstood something. Xuaningxiang's brother-in-law said in the letter that he made a small contribution at the border and was promoted to a sergeant. He also received 10 taels of silver as a reward. He sent the reward back to Xuaningxiang. He asked Xuaningxiang to take care of her mother-in-law and son and not treat himself badly. He would earn a lot of money in the future, so she shouldn't be stingy. This brother-in-law was a good person. Gu Jiao asked Xuaningxiang if she wanted to reply to the letter. Xuaningxiang shook her head. Everyone went back to celebrate the new year. There was no one at the relay station. Even if she wrote the letter, she wouldn't be able to send it out. Gu Jiao gave the letter to Xuaningxiang and went home. Xuaningxiang accepted the food and only asked for a set of Spring Festival couplets. The reason was that they were too expensive. Gu Jiao said that the couplets weren't bought outside. They were written by Xiao Lulang himself. She then said, "Paper is expensive." Feng Lin gave them a lot of paper. Gu Jiao didn't care about the price. After she asked Xiao Lulang, she found out that the paper used to write Spring Festival couplets was several times more expensive than normal paper. It's not this expensive usually. After the new year the price will increase. Xiao Lulang explained. Then, is Feng Lin's family very well off? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang thought for a while and shook his head. I didn't ask, but I don't think it's too good. Chapter 42. Feng Lin's family background was only slightly better than Xiao Liulang's in the past, but it really couldn't be considered very good. This could be seen from his daily food and clothing. However, he had always been unconditionally generous towards Xiao Lulang. For example, the red paper this time cost dozens of copper coins. A dozen of them would cost almost half a tael of silver. He usually ate salted vegetables and steamed buns in the academy. In the evening, snow fell from the sky again. Feng Lin stayed in the academy alone. He was reading in the dormitory. One oil lamp was not bright enough, but he didn't want to light a second one. A cold wind blew through the crack in the door, making him shiver. He didn't burn charcoal. First, the academy didn't allow him to do so. Second, he didn't want to burn it. There were 4 people living in the dormitory. Usually his classmates were all here, so he didn't feel so cold. Now he was all alone and felt that all the cold wind was pouring into his stomach. This was his first year in a foreign land. He missed his parents and his sisters, but he couldn't go back. It was true that he could save a few taels of silver for travel expenses. Of course, more importantly, he had to spend all his time on studying. He didn't want to waste a single day. His family had only one son for 3 generations. In his generation they didn't have a second son. In order to support his studies, one of his sisters married a widower as his second wife, and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. They gave up their whole lives for him. He had to work hard and return home in glory. After blowing hot air on his hands, Feng Lin wrapped the quilt tighter around himself and continued to read. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Strange. Who would be looking for him at this time? The academy was on holiday. Everyone had left. Even the teachers had gone back to celebrate the new year. He was the only one left in the empty academy. Could it be a ghost? He successfully scared himself. His face turned pale and he wrapped the quilt tightly around himself. Who are you? It's me. A familiar girl's voice came from outside the house. Feng Lin threw off the blanket, put on his shoes and walked over to open the door. When he saw Gu Jiao covered in snow, he thought he might as well have seen a ghost. This was a male dormitory. What was a woman doing here? Why are you here? Did something happen to Brother Xiao? Other than this, Feng Lin could not think of any other reason. Without waiting for Gu Jiao's reply, he immediately put on a cloak and said to Gu Jiao, "Where is Brother Xiao?" "At home," Gu Jiao said. Feng Lin left the room without another word. Looking at his anxious back, Gu Jiao calmly said, "There's no carriage." It was New Year's Eve and it was dangerous, so they couldn't hire ox carts or horse carriages. Feng Lin said without thinking, "Don't you know how to walk without a carriage? Hurry up." Gu Jiao, "Oh." She wasn't the one who couldn't walk. Reality proved that Feng Lin's stamina was not as good as Gu Jiao's. Along the way, Gu Jiao's face was not red and she was not out of breath, but Feng Lin almost fell down several times. When they finally reached Gu Jiao and Xiao Yolang's house, Feng Lin felt his legs were no longer his. He used the last of his strength to open the door, and when he looked inside he was dumbfounded by the scene inside. Xiao Lulang was sitting on a chair in the living room, watching the old lady teach Gu Xiaoshen how to cut the window flowers. His complexion was as rosy as it could be and he didn't look sick at all. "You're back." Xiao Lulang greeted the two. "Little Feng, you're here. Come and sit." The old lady also greeted. Gu Xiaoshen had always disliked Feng Lin, but she did not roll her eyes at Feng Lin today. Feng Lin was confused and he looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. "No, it's not Brother Xiao." Gu Jiao shrugged. "That's what you said." "I didn't say anything." Feng Lin, why didn't he realize that this woman was so cunning? Feng Lin spent his first New Year's Eve at Gu Jiao and Xiao Yolang's house. Because he hated Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen, he thought that he would feel uncomfortable, but it turned out to be unexpectedly harmonious. Gu Jiao made dumplings according to the custom of the village, and also made osmanthus sweet rice cakes according to the custom of his and Xiao Yolang's hometown. When the taste of his hometown rushed to the tip of his tongue, he burst into tears. "Isn't this little evil woman a local? Why did she make the sweet rice cake so fragrant?" Feng Lin ate until tears streamed down his face. At first it was so delicious that he cried, but later, it made him miss his hometown. He began to miss his sisters and his elderly parents. He wondered how they were doing in the year that he was not at home. Gu Xiaoshen saw that he cried so miserably and for the first time she did not choke him. She even gave her share of the sweet rice cakes to him. This was undoubtedly a lively New Year's Eve for Feng Lin and for Gu Jiao and the others. In Gu Jiao's previous life, she had spent New Year's Eve alone in the organization. After she grew up, she was no longer an experimental subject in the organization, but she had only moved from the laboratory to another room. She was still alone. Gu Xiaoshen used to spend New Year's Eve with the Gu family. There were many people in the Gu family, but no one would notice him. For example, if he ran away tonight, he was sure that no one would notice. Old Madame Gu could not remember how she spent New Year's Eve in the past, but she was happy this year. She personally put up the couplets and taught Gu Xiaoshen how to cut the window ornaments. Sure enough, he cut the window ornaments worse than her. She immediately felt better. Other than that, Jiao Jiao made an exception and let her eat 5 candied fruits. Usually she would only eat 2. Xiao Lulang was very calm. He was never a person who showed his emotions on his face, but Gu Jiao could still feel a faint sense of sadness coming from him. It was more than usual. The few of them stayed up until midnight. There were only 3 rooms in the house, and it was not good for old Madame Gu to squeeze with others. Gu Jiao tidied up Xiao Yolang's room for Feng Lin to stay in temporarily. No matter how close Feng Lin and Xiao Lulang were, he did not know that the two of them had not slept together. He happily stayed in the room. Including the night at the inn, this was the second time that the two of them slept together. Gu Jiao's bed was much more spacious than the one at the inn, and the blanket was thick enough. The lights were not turned off on New Year's Eve, and the oil lamp on the table emitted a faint light. The two of them lay in their respective blankets. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes, but Gu Jiao knew that he was not asleep. "Did you have a good New Year?" Gu Jiao asked softly. Without waiting for Xiao Lulang to answer, A slender hand reached into his blankets and grabbed his cold and stiff hand. Gu Jiao, next year will be better. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.